4. Extirpating idleness, debauchery and excess, promoting a spirit of industry. Capital proposes this approved device, to shut up such laborers as become dependent on public support, in a word, paupers, in an ideal workhouse. Such an ideal workhouse must be made a house of terror, and not an asylum for 226. The poor, where they are to be plentifully fed, warmly and decently clothed, and where they do little work. In this house of terror, this ideal workhouse, the poor shall work 14 hours a day, allowing proper time for meals, in such a manner that there shall remain 12 hours of neat labor. The house of terror for paupers, of which the capitalistic soul of 1770 only dreamed, was realized a few years later in the shape of a gigantic workhouse for the industrial worker himself. It is called the factory. And the ideal this time fades before the reality. The struggle over spatio-temporality in the labor process is fierce and carried into every niche and corner of production. These minutiae, which, with military uniformity, regulate by stroke of the clock the times, limits, pauses of the work, were not at all the products of parliamentary fancy. They developed gradually out of the circumstances as natural laws of the modern mode of production. Their formulation, official recognition, and proclamation by the state were the result of a long struggle of classes. Read as an account of the constitution of spatio-temporality within a given mode of production and value creation. Marx's chapter on the working day is as prescient as it is fecund, spawning a host of later studies and commentaries. 2. Gender struggles and the definition of space-time. The gendering of father time yields a second example. Under capitalism, time gets construed quite differently according to gender roles through the curious habit of defining valued working time as only that taken up in selling labor power directly to others. But, as Foreman points out, the long history of confinement of a woman's world to the cyclical times of nature has had the effect of excluding women from the linear time of patriarchal history, rendering women strangers in the world of male-defined time. The struggle, in this case, is to challenge the traditional world of myth, iconography, and ritual in which male dominion over time parallels dominion over nature and over women as natural beings. This is an issue which Kristeva addresses directly in terms of a female subjectivity which is linked, she argues in one of her most important essays, to cyclical times and monumental time, while being excluded from the linear time of history, of projects, teleology, departure, progression, and arrival. The last is very much about production, whereas the former relates primarily to reproduction, survival of the species, life and death, the body, sex and symbol. When evoking the name and destiny of women, one thinks, she argues, more of the space generating and forming the human species than of time, becoming or history. When William Blake insisted, for example, that time 227 and space are real beings. Time is a man, space is a woman, and her masculine portion is death. He was articulating a widespread allegorical presumption that has strong contemporary echoes. The inability to relate the time of birthing to the masculine preoccupation with death and history is, in Foreman's view, one of the deeper psychological battlegrounds between men and women as well as within the feminist movement, the latter dividing according to Kristeva between streams that seek a place alongside men in history, a separate feminine identity with their own distinctive sense of time-space, or, as a third wave, seek a place of maternal love and suffering in an attempt to revolutionize the dominant notions of intersubjective space-time and value. Discursive arguments of this sort are internalized in social practices. Wigley provides an interesting case study through consideration of the architectural principles and practices laid out in Alberti's foundational Renaissance texts. Alberti, Wigley argues, took from Xenophon, the idea that the sexuality of the woman cannot be self-controlled because her fluid sexuality endlessly overflows and disrupts her own boundaries as well as the boundaries of men, disturbing, if not calling it into question, the latter's identity. The control and bounding of the woman is vital to male identity. The role of architecture is explicitly the control of sexuality. In Xenophon, the social institution of marriage is naturalized on the basis of the spatial division of gender. Marriage is the reason for building a house. The house appears to make a space for the institution. But marriage is already spatial. It cannot be thought outside the house, that is the condition of its possibility before its space. Within the house, under the male's protection, the woman learns her natural place by learning the place of things and commanding the spaces of the household, thus internalizing the very spatial order that confines her. This spatial order, Xenophon proposed, is itself a thing of beauty, more beautiful than any of the possessions it orders. There are two important points here. First, the woman's otherwise fluid social identity is constrained by her insertion into a bounded space, the house. Secondly, the ordering of space considered as beauty is more important than what it orders, creating an aesthetic mask for a highly gendered social relation. Alberti extends Xenophon's argument in two ways. First, the closeting off and control of all bodily functions helps secure a boundary of the isolated body, establishing spaces of purity and individuality that are protected from the porosity that characterized, for example, Gurevich's account of the medieval self. Secondly, the privatization of sexuality within the household becomes important. 228. Alberti's design should not be understood as the privatization of a pre-existing sexuality as that which is private. The body that is privatized is newly sexualized. Indeed, it is a new body. The new sexuality is produced at the very moment of its privatization. All of the ensemble of strategic mechanisms that define and constitute the house are involved in the production of this sexuality as such. The production of space is the production of sexuality and of gender roles. But in Alberti's work as well as subsequently, that equation is masked and rendered opaque, often through appeal to abstract principles of beauty of the sort that Xenophon proposed. This masking in representation and discourse is connected, Wigley holds, with the insertion of a truly private and individualized male space, the study, into the house. An intellectual space beyond sexuality and the power of the woman, it was the space of an isolated male identity engaged in writing, the production of diaries and memoirs, the protection of genealogical records, legal documents, and the serious side of financial affairs. It was from that kind of space that a certain kind of monadic discourse became possible, signaling a withdrawal from the chaos of daily life and the shaping of knowledge and identity through the production of texts produced in enclosed, secure, and very private spaces. The materiality of the body and the textuality of the perceiving self became separable and therefore constantly in tension with each other. Such changes in the social economy of both the body and the subject, reports Stone, very smoothly serve the purposes of capital accumulation. The production of a privatized body and of a subject removed from the public sphere constructs an isolated social monad open to manipulation. If Wigley is right, discursive forms cannot be separated from the constructed and gendered spaces in which they occur any more than they can be separated from the power and social relations and the institutional forms instantiated in the beautiful ordering of domestic spaces within the bourgeois household. Women's revolt against both the discourses and spatio-temporal practices that contain and control them is, then, part and parcel of the ongoing struggle over the values with which spatio-temporal practices are imbued. Alberti's proposals remained broadly drawing board propositions throughout much of the Renaissance, but became a much stronger reality from the 19th century onwards in Britain and the United States. The particular mix of gendered authority, subjugation, and disempowerment that went with the organization of interior domestic space and housing design in the 19th century is well documented, as is the struggle on the part of some women to define alternative spatial orderings of domestic space to realize an entirely different conception of gender roles. But, as Marion Roberts so ably shows, the reorganization of London after 1945, inspired by the Abercrombie Plan, explicitly built spatio-temporal principles of social reproduction and gender relations into both the interior design of the housing as well as into the spatial organization of the whole city. The effect was to make it difficult for women to escape from the stereotyped gender role assigned to them of stay-at-home housewife, mother, and commander-in-chief of the domestic space. Alberti's ideas had become reality. But then it was also from that space of entrapment and marginalization that Betty Friedan in The Feminine Mystique launched her powerful feminist attack upon the problem that had no name precisely because its location had been so occluded. 3. Ecological versus market definitions of spatio-temporality. Imagine a conversation between an economist and a geologist over the space-time horizon for optimal exploitation of a mineral resource. The former holds that the appropriate time horizon is set by the interest rate and market price, but the geologist, holding to a very different conception of time, argues that it is the obligation of every generation to leave behind an aliquot share of any resource to the next. There is no logical way to resolve that argument. It, too, is resolved by force. The dominant market institutions prevailing under capitalism fix time horizons by way of the interest rate, and in almost all arenas of economic calculation, that is the end of the story. We here identify the potentiality for social conflict deriving entirely from the time horizon over which the effect of a decision is held to operate. While economists often accept the Keynesian maxim that in the long run we are all dead and that the short run is the only reasonable time horizon over which to operationalize economic and political decisions, environmentalists insist that responsibilities must be judged over a far longer time horizon within which all forms of life must be preserved. The opposition in the sense of time is obvious. If the practices are capitalistic, then the time horizon cannot be that to which environmentalists cleave. The purpose of the rhetoric of sustainability is to direct public policy towards thinking about time horizons well beyond those encountered in the market. Spatial usages and definitions are likewise a contested terrain between ecologists and economists, the former tending to operate with a much broader conception of the spatial domain of social action, pointing to the spillover effects of local activities into patterns of use that affect global warming, acid rain formation, and global despoliation of the resource base. Such a spatial conception conflicts with decisions taken with the objective of maximizing land. 230. Rent at a particular site over a time horizon set by land price and the interest rate. What separates the ecological movement from environmental management is precisely the variety of conceptions of time and space which it brings to bear on questions of social reproduction and organization. The intricacy of social control by spatial ordering requires sophisticated analysis. Symbolic spaces and the semiotics of spatial orderings, for example, create texts that have to be read in social terms. The internal spatio-temporal organization of the household, of workplaces, of cities, is the outcome of struggles to stabilize or disrupt social meanings by opposed social forces. The fixing of spatiality through material building creates solidly constructed spaces that instantiate negotiated or imposed social values. The spatialized control of unwanted groups, the homeless, gypsies, New Age travelers, the elderly, and spatial stigmatization is as widespread a phenomenon in contemporary society as it was in the medieval world. But by the same token, the search for emancipation from social control instills the desire, the longing, and in some instances even the practices of searching for a space outside of hegemonic social relations and valuations. Spaces on the margin become valued spaces for those who seek to establish differences. That metaphorical longing has often been translated into action through the formation of utopian communities, communes in faraway lands, migration. The search for what Foucault calls heterotopia, a space of liberty outside of social control, becomes a living proof of how vital spatial ordering is to the actual practices and institutions of a power-laden social process. Sit-ins, street demonstrations, the storming of the Bastille or the gates of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, the striking down of the Berlin Wall, the occupation of a factory or a college administration building are all signs of attack against an established social order. The initiation of some new social order requires a radical change in spatio-temporality. To separate themselves off from the past, the victors of the French Revolution not only devised an entirely new calendar, they also broke open all the old spaces of privilege and constructed a new set of ceremonial spaces consistent with their revolutionary aims. The Parisian communards, to take another example, readily put aside their pressing tasks of organizing for the defense of revolutionary Paris in 1871, to tear down the Vendime column. The column was a hated symbol of an alien power that had long ruled over them. It was a symbol of that spatial organization of the city that had put so many segments of the population in their place, by the building of Haussmann's boulevards and the expulsion of the working class from the central city. 231. Haussmann imposed an entirely new conception of space into the fabric of the city, a conception appropriate to a new social order based on capitalistic values and state surveillance. The transformation of social relations and daily life envisaged in the 1871 revolution entailed, or so the communards felt, the reconstruction of the interior spaces of Paris in a different non-hierarchical image. So powerful was that urge that the public spectacle of toppling the Vendime column became a catalytic moment in the assertion of communard power over the city's spaces. The communards tried to build an alternative social order not only by reoccupying the space from which they had been so unceremoniously expelled but by trying to reshape the objective social qualities of urban space itself in a non-hierarchical and communitarian image. The subsequent rebuilding of the column was as much a signal of reaction as was the building of the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur on the heights of Montmartre in expiation for the Commune's supposed sins. The latter was an attempt on the part of the forces of reaction to shape memory through the construction of a certain place and, thereby, to put revolutionary Paris in its place. The point of these examples is to illustrate how social space, when it is contested within the orbit of a given social formation, can begin to take on new definitions and meanings. This occurs because the social constitution of spatio-temporality cannot be divorced from value creation or, for that matter, from discourses, power relations, memory, institutions, and the tangible forms of material practices through which human societies perpetuate themselves. The interlinkages are there, always to be observed. 7 Historical materialist perspectives on the social constitution of space and time. If space and time are both social and objective, then it follows that social processes define their objectification. How, then, can these processes be studied? In the first instance, objectifications of space and time must be understood, not by appeal to the world of thoughts, ideas, and beliefs but from the study of material processes of social reproduction. Let me illustrate. I often ask beginning geography students to consider where their last meal came from. Tracing back all the items used in the production of that meal reveals a relation of dependence upon a whole world of social labor conducted in many different places under very different social relations and ecological conditions of production. That dependency expands even further when we consider the materials and goods used indirectly in the production of the goods we directly consume. Yet we can in practice consume our meal without the slightest knowledge of the intricate geography of production and the myriad social relationships embedded in the spatio-temporal system that 232 puts it upon our table. The spatio-temporality of my experience when I go to work, stop off at the bank, shop in the supermarket, cook, eat, and sleep at home, is very different from that embodied in the production and exchange of the commodities I buy. Decisions that seem reasonable from the former standpoint are not necessarily appropriate from the latter. Which set of experiences best captures the spatio-temporality of capitalism? The answer is both, because both are equally material and equally historically constructed. And it is here that the unity between phenomenological and political economic perspectives comes into play, signaling the continuing dialogue between the young and the mature Marx. But there is also another way to look at the unity. It is through the mediation of a thing called money that the two spheres relate. Kernan puts it this way. Living in the city means consuming goods and services in a marketplace with ties to people and places in every corner of the planet, people and places that remain invisible, unknown and unimagined as we consume the products of their lives. The market fosters exchange relationships of almost unimaginable complexity, and then hides them from us at the very instant they are created, in that last moment when cash and commodity exchange hands and we finally consume the things we have purchased. Cronin builds his whole analysis of the development of Chicago in the 19th century around an examination of changing commodity flows and the new spatio-temporalities and value systems they defined. Yet the paradox of Chicago was that the same market that brought city and country ever closer together, giving them a common culture and fostering ever more intimate communication between them, also concealed the very linkages it was creating. The geography of capital produced a landscape of obscured connections. The more concentrated the city markets became and the more extensive its hinterland, the easier it was to forget the ultimate origins of the things it bought and sold. This was the condition that Marx picked upon in developing one of his most telling concepts, the fetishism of commodities. He sought to capture by that term the way in which markets conceal social information and relations. We cannot tell from looking at the commodity whether it has been produced by happy laborers working in a cooperative in Italy, grossly exploited child laborers working under conditions of slave labor in Pakistan, or wage laborers protected by adequate labor legislation and wage agreements in Sweden. The grapes that sit upon the supermarket shelves are mute, we cannot see the fingerprints of exploitation upon them, or 233. Tell immediately what part of the world they are from. By further inquiry, the veil can be lifted on this geographical and social ignorance, and we can become aware on these issues, as happens with consumer boycotts of commodities produced under particularly inhumane conditions. But in so doing it is necessary to go beyond what the market reveals. This was Marx's agenda, to get behind the veil, the fetishism of the market, in order to tell the full story of social reproduction through commodity production and exchange. For Cronin, remaining ignorant of these nearly infinite interrelations is to miss our moral responsibility for the ways they shape each other's landscapes and alter the lives of people and organisms within their bounds. If the others who put breakfast on our table are judged, as they surely must be, significant, then what kinds of intersubjective space-time and what kind of valuation schema is being constructed thereby, and how does this affect our sense of self, of moral and political identity? If, for example, we consider it right and proper to show moral concern for those who help put dinner on the table, then this implies an extension of moral responsibility throughout the whole intricate geography and sociality of intersecting markets. We cannot reasonably go to church on Sunday, donate copiously to a fund to help the poor in the parish, and then walk obliviously into the market to buy grapes grown under conditions of appalling exploitation. We cannot reasonably argue for high environmental quality in the neighborhood while still insisting on living at a level which necessarily implies polluting the air somewhere else. We need to know how space and time get defined by the quite different material processes which give us our daily sustenance. But that idea deserves deeper scrutiny. Munn showed how different spatio-temporalities are defined by different social practices in different domains, and that space-time in Gawan society is multidimensional and hierarchical depending upon the sorts of social practices being looked at. But she also shows the complex interplay of seemingly incommensurable space-times, and that all sorts of social mechanisms exist that translate and transform from one spatio-temporality to another. Those social mechanisms rest on social relations mediated by things. Munn's account is complicated in its details, even for a relatively homogeneous population of no more than 500 people living on one small island. The possibility exists that a similar or, perhaps, far greater complexity and heterogeneity of spatio-temporalities might be found within contemporary capitalism. If so, we need to identify the modes of translation and transformation from one spatio-temporality to another, paying particular attention to the mediating role of things. But spatio-temporality within capitalism is usually characterized as a binary structure, contrasting the various intricately interwoven spatio-temporalities to be found in the life world of individuals and the abstract rationalized spatio-temporalities attributed to modernity or capitalism. This is how Mitchell depicts it. Such a duality also seems to be implied in Marx's analysis of the fetishism of commodities, and it is a general feature to be found in writers as diverse as Lefebvre, Heidegger, and Habermas. Is this dualism appropriate? The answer to that can be found through consideration of that thing, money, which has the greatest power to mediate across these different domains. 8. The spatio-temporality of monies. Money, in contemporary society, is by far the most important thing in which social relations become invested, values articulated, and social powers incorporated. It poses the mystery, already partially addressed, of how a thing can appear to have such a life of its own as to rule and regulate our actions. Money, as a paramount expression of value, internalizes some kind of spatio-temporality. It conveys values over time and space while expressing values achieved through certain spatio-temporal activities. The thesis I shall advance is that the heterogeneity of spatio-temporalities under capitalism is closely mirrored through the heterogeneity of money and its uses. Marx advances the thesis in the Grundriss that where money is not itself the community, it must dissolve the community and so directly and simultaneously become the real community. But he nuances this argument by distinguishing three roles of money, only the last of which entails complete dissolution of traditional society. 1. As an embodiment of wealth, money has a certain substantial and material form. Such monies are not generally used for exchange, but stay within the social unit as symbols of wealth, status, and prestige. They may be converted into jewelry, altarpieces, icons, symbolic artifacts, and the like, which can become the bearers of long-term memory and symbols of the continuity of social meanings. They remain within the social unit, unless exchanged as gifts, tributes, ritualized commerce of the Kula sort, or as blood money. They can also be appropriated by main force. The space-time constituted through such money forms is usually spatially circumscribed and long-lasting. 2. Money used as a medium of exchange does not stay in place but circulates, more or less freely. It can operate alongside barter and gift structures and even be implicated in them. Such monies can assume diverse forms varying from gold to coins and tokens to paper credits. 235. And the like. Furthermore, the intentionality of the exchange depends entirely upon the conception of wealth involved. The sale of indulgences and the purchase of other ways to appease the gods or enter into heaven is just as important as the use of money to buy goods. The spatio-temporality defined by such practices depends in part upon the intentionality or use. For example, religious tribute in medieval Europe flowed to Rome, which consequently became the site of assembly of a vast stock of embodied wealth. Such monies also depend, however, upon the trust and faith to be put in the relation between the signifier and the signified, and that depends upon the ability of persons to credit others. Credit, therefore, lies at the origin of the money form, even though the credit system is a much later construction. Money forms a signifying system internalizing a wide range of distinctive practices, discourses, beliefs, institutions, and political economic powers. This system sometimes threatens to become free-floating and even self-referential, relative to what the signifiers are supposed to signify, hence the distinctive history of monetary crises. The question of credit, trust, and faith in the money form affects how money can operate to mediate social relations in space and time. Given some trusted representation of wealth, value relations between participants can break free from ritually circumscribed places and spaces to become part of a more integrated spatio-temporal world of exchange. A coin can travel carrying its representative powers with it through many anonymous hands over many years and over extensive spaces, provided credit, faith, and trust in both the signifier and the persons doing the signifying is built into the structuring of spatio-temporal relations. As a form of social power, money acquires another distinctive function. Those who have it can use it for all sorts of creative purposes, including exercising control over the access of others to social wealth. The control over a thing converts into control over people. Money is a means for men to control women, for lords to control their vassals, for emperors to control their territories, and for capitalists to control laborers. But such forms of social control via money power presume some sort of social ordering in which access to wealth cannot be procured by other means. Money as social power therefore depends critically upon it being a privileged means to control access to wealth. While money as a representation of value can circulate freely, As social power, it depends on some sort of territorial configuration and socio-political system that renders that particular form of social power hegemonic rather than occasional and dispersed. 236. The three roles of money that Marx identifies do not replace each other. They all remain co-present. But the use of money as an individualized and exclusionary form of social power is a central feature of capitalism. Marx then focuses on that particular use by capitalists of the social power of money to control laborers in order to make more money. This analysis rests on a sharp distinction between wealth and value. As an expression of labor values, money operates as both measure and as medium of circulation of those values. The exchange value differs from but internalizes the use value aspects of money. Only a portion of the total money is used directly as capital. But the story does not stop there. Merchants, bankers, landlords, and rentiers of all kinds can each use their money power vis-a-vis each other as well as with respect to the direct producers to procure some share of the surplus value produced by laborers. Affluent workers control poorer, men control women, parents control children, the state controls society, and political parties or corporations control the state apparatus. Money stands to be used in all manner of different ways to control all manner of social relations. The diverse uses of money have not been well analyzed. In practice, Zelizer observes, individuals have invented an extensive array of currencies, ranging from housekeeping allowances, pin money, and spending money to money gifts, gift certificates, remittances, tips, penny provident savings, mothers' pensions, and food stamps. They have differentiated and segregated their monies, setting food money apart from rent money, school money, or charity money as well as funds for burial, weddings, Christmas, or recreation. How they do this is often the focus of struggle and is strongly affected by family structures, cultural predilections, habits, gender, and class position. The creation of earmarked monies illustrates the complex web of social and space-time relations out of which monies arise and within which money uses are embedded. When, for example, money is earmarked within a household unit for burials, weddings, vacations, remittances, old age, college education, or whatever, it is set aside for a certain purpose, each of which has a certain spatio-temporality attached to it. Zelizer unfortunately ignores the spatio-temporalities created by these different uses, while Harvey, in analyzing the different forms of family time, similarly ignores the diverse uses of money. Conjoining the two analyses provides a rather more complex but unified picture of how different fields of social action connect. While some currencies may never escape restricted spatio-temporal domains, by far the most interesting circumstance is when a promissory note verbalized. 237. In one domain is realized through action in another, as happens, for example, when a child is promised a reward for clearing up the playroom and that reward is taken in the form of an ice cream purchased from the store. This seemingly trivial example illustrates the sorts of daily practices whereby currencies operative in one domain are constantly being translated into another, acquiring quite different spatio-temporal characteristics as they go. We here encounter the contemporary version of the ways in which different domains of valuation on Goa were interlinked through practices that wove together separate threads of spatio-temporality at different spatial scales into a coherent social world. Since this is not an altogether easy idea to grasp, let me illustrate with an example the creation of so-called green money. In response to widespread unemployment on Vancouver Island in the 1980s, people in the town of Courtenay constructed a local employment and trade system based upon a new kind of local money immune from international recession, debt charges, supply problems, theft, scarcity, and currency fluctuations. A number of people who live locally and who want to work and trade together get together, agree to the Let's STEM rules, and give themselves account numbers. Each person then makes out two lists, one of wants and one of offers, with prices attached. A joint list is made up and circulated to everyone. Then the members look down the list and phone whoever has what they want, and start trading. The limits of one-to-one barter are eliminated, as you can now trade with the people in the system as a whole, barter is now a collective proposition. The money in this case is reduced to a positive or negative entry on each individual's trading account. Such a system has to be spatially confined and is heavily dependent upon both trust in the others involved and adequate information. The system is self-regulating through local relationships, friendships, and personal trust, and even helps to build those qualities rather than undermining them, as often happens with conventional monetary exchange. The money is created in a natural, organic way by someone creating something of real value, and trading it with someone else. This encourages personal, local, and creative initiatives in ways that build self-esteem and self-reliance both individually as well as within the community as a whole. Finally, in the ordinary economy, there is no commitment to the local community built into the patterns of trading. In return, it offers the freedom of the global market, which is also important. The THIRD-WORLDISm does not deny the value of the global economy or of free global trading. It is a complementary, not an alternative. 238. System. It simply says that if a local economy becomes too dependent on such trading, it becomes very vulnerable to the vagaries of international trade winds, and that too much global trading undermines community stability and sustainability. The THIRD-WORLDISm is an interesting example of a set of social practices set in motion by individuals to create a certain kind of money that embodies a different kind of spatio-temporality to that experienced on the world market. There are several historical examples of note. The general point is this: different social practices of valuation occur in different spatio-temporal domains but are built into a singular system under the relational umbrella of the money form. Something similar to the interlocking system of spatio-temporalities that Munn identified on Goa exists within contemporary capitalism. Though each concrete money use defines a particular spatio-temporality, it does so in some relation to the spatio-temporal processes regulating the abstract qualities of money on the world market. This dialectic between use and exchange value must be kept in view if the riddles posed by the connection between different spatio-temporalities and different monies in contemporary society are to be unraveled. 9. The historical geography of space and time under capitalism. The construction of new dominant mental conceptions and material practices with respect to space and time were fundamental to the rise of capitalism. The conceptions that arose from the Middle Ages in Europe onwards were associated with new ways of establishing values, in particular the rise of money as a means of exchange and a distinctive and exclusionary form of social power to be used in pursuit of further capital accumulation. Money became a central mediator in the valuation of all exchanges as well as in the valuation of social labor. Things had to be individuated, particularized, and isolated as elements over which private property rights to buy and sell could be clearly established. Money came to measure socially necessary labor SME through coordinating the trading of values over space. The new processes of valuation made the Cartesian Newtonian conceptions of absolute space and time more practical from the standpoint of 239. Commerce. They provided unambiguous means for establishing identities. Le Goff shows how the transition from feudalism to capitalism entailed a fundamental redefinition of concepts of space and time, which then served to reorder the world according to quite new social principles. The hour was an invention of the 13th century, the minute and the second became common measures only as late as the 17th. While the first of these measures had a religious origin, the spread of adequate measures of timekeeping had much more to do with the growing concern for efficiency in production, exchange, commerce, and administration. It was an urban-based revolution in mental structures and their material expressions, and it was deeply implicated, according to Le Goff, in the mechanisms of class struggle. Equal hours in the city, Landis confirms, announced the victory of a new cultural and economic order. Gurevich likewise argues that our modern categories of space and time have very little in common with the time and space perceived and experienced by people in other historical epochs. The Renaissance, he goes on to state, signaled a transition to another way of perceiving the world, and to man's new awareness of himself. But the victory was partial and patchy, leaving much of even the Western world outside of its reach until at least the mid-19th century. The history of cartography in the transition from feudalism to capitalism has, like the history of timekeeping, been very much about refinement of spatial measurement and representation according to clearly defined mathematical principles. Here, too, the interests of trade and commerce, of property and territorial rights were of paramount importance in reshaping mental structures and material practices. When it became clear that geographical knowledge was a vital source of military and economic power, then the connection between maps and money, as Landis shows, followed not far behind. The introduction of the Ptolemaic map into Florence in 1400 and its immediate adoption there as a means to depict geographical space and store locational information, was arguably the fundamental breakthrough in the construction of geographical knowledge as we now know it. Thereafter it became possible in principle to comprehend the world as a global unity. The political significance of this cartographic revolution deserves consideration. Rational mathematical conceptions of space and time were, for example, a necessary condition for Enlightenment doctrines of political equality and 240. Social progress. One of the first actions of the French Revolutionary Assembly was to ordain the systematic mapping of France as a means to ensure equality of political representation. This is such a familiar constitutional issue in the democracies of the world that the intimate connection between democracy and mapping is now taken for granted. But imagine attempting to draw up an egalitarian system of representation armed only with the mappamundi. On the other hand, the Cartesian grid also has its defects. The peculiar-looking shapes of constituencies that have to be drawn up for the U.S. Congress in order to ensure adequate political representation of minority interests is a contemporary case in point. The Jeffersonian land system, with its repetitive mathematical grid that still dominates the landscape of the United States, sought the rational partitioning of space so as to promote the formation of an agrarian individualistic democracy. In practice this proved admirable for capitalist appropriation of and speculation in space, subverting Jefferson's aims, but it also demonstrates how a particular definition of objective social space facilitated the rise of a new kind of social order. Accounts of the sort which L. E. Goff and Landis provide illustrate how concepts of space and time connect to capitalistic practices. Helgerson points out, for example, the intimate connection between the fight with dynastic privilege and the Renaissance mapping of England in which the political relation between individual and nation became hegemonic. The new means of cartographic representation allowed individuals to see themselves in terms that were more in accord with these new definitions of social and political relations. In the colonial period, to take a much later example, the maps of colonial administrations had very distinctive qualities that reflected their social purposes. Capitalism is, however, a revolutionary mode of production, always restlessly searching out new organizational forms, new technologies, new lifestyles, new modalities of production and exploitation and, therefore, new objective social definitions of time and space. Periodical reorganizations of space relations and of spatial representations have had an extraordinarily powerful effect. The turnpikes and canals, the railways, steamships and telegraph, the radio and the automobile, containerization, jet cargo transport, television and telecommunications, have altered space and time relations and forced new material practices as well as new modes of representation of space. The capacity to measure and divide time has been revolutionized, first through the production and diffusion of increasingly accurate timepieces and subsequently through close attention to the speed and coordinating mechanisms of production and the speed of movement of goods, people, information. 241. Messages, and the like. The material bases of objective space and time have become rapidly moving rather than fixed datum points in human affairs. Why this movement? Since I have explored its roots in greater detail elsewhere, I simply summarize the principal argument. Time is a vital magnitude under capitalism because social labor is the measure of value and surplus social labor time lies at the origin of profit. Furthermore, The turnover time of capital is significant because speed up is a powerful competitive means for individual capitalists to augment profits. In times of economic crisis and of particularly intense competition, capitalists with a faster turnover time survive better than their rivals, with the result that social time horizons typically shorten, intensity of working and living tends to pick up and the pace of change accelerates. The same occurs with the experience of space. The elimination of spatial barriers and the struggle to annihilate space by time is essential to the whole dynamic of capital accumulation and becomes particularly acute in crises of capital overaccumulation. The absorption of surpluses of capital through geographical expansion into new territories and through the construction of a completely new set of space relations has been nothing short of remarkable. The construction and reconstruction of space relations and of the global space economy, as Henry Lefebvre acutely observes, has been one of the main means to permit the survival of capitalism into the 20th century. The general characteristics of the historical geography of space and time which results are not accidental or arbitrary, but implicit in the very laws of motion of capitalist development. The general trend is towards an acceleration in turnover time and a shrinking of space horizons. In popular terms, we might say that Toffler's world of future shock encounters, as it were, Marshall McLuhan's global village. Such periodic revolutions in the objective social qualities of time and space are not without their contradictions. It takes, for example, long-term and often high-cost fixed capital investments of slow turnover time to speed up the turnover time of the rest, and it takes the production of a specific set of space relations in order to annihilate space by time. A revolution in temporal and spatial relations often entails, therefore, not only the destruction of ways of life and social practices built around preceding time-space systems, but the creative destruction of a wide range of physical assets embedded in the landscape. The recent history of deindustrialization is amply illustrative of the sort of process I have in mind. The multiple spatio-temporalities at work within Western capitalism do not always cohere. If, as is the case, the temporal and spatial world of contemporary Wall Street is so very different from that of the 19th century stock exchange, and if both depart from that of rural France or of Scottish crofters, then this must be understood as a particular 242 set of responses to a pervasive aggregate condition shaped by the rules of commodity production and capital accumulation. Furthermore, it is frequently the case that tensions arise within capitalism as the spatio-temporality of financial markets outstrips and confuses the spatio-temporalities of production, consumption, urbanization, and the like. Time-space compression. Rapid changes in the objective qualities of social space and time are both confusing and disturbing. The nervous wonderment at it all is excellently captured in the Quarterly Review for 1839. Supposing that our railroads, even at our present simmering rate of travelling, were to be suddenly established all over England, the whole population of the country would, speaking metaphorically, at once advance en masse, and place their chairs nearer to the fireside of their metropolis. As distances were thus annihilated, the surface of our country would, as it were, shrivel in size until it became not much bigger than one immense city. The poet Heine likewise recorded his tremendous foreboding on the opening of the rail link from Paris to Rouen. What changes must now occur, in our way of looking at things, in our notions. Even the elementary concepts of time and space have begun to vacillate. Space is killed by the railways. I feel as if the mountains and forests of all countries were advancing on Paris. Even now, I can smell the German linden trees. The North Sea's breakers are rolling against my door. George Eliot was so taken with such sentiments that she chose to introduce her complex tale of shifting social relations in Britain in Felix Holt, the radical, with an extraordinary description of changing space-time conditions that included the following observations. Posterity may be shot, like a bullet through a tube, by atmospheric pressure from Winchester to Newcastle. That is a fine result to have among our hopes, but the slow old-fashioned way of getting from one end of the country to the other is the better thing to have in the memory. The tube journey can never lend much to picture and narrative, it is as barren as an exclamatorio. Whereas the happy outside passenger seated on the box from the dawn to the gloaming gathered enough stories of English life, enough of English labors in town and country, enough aspects of earth and sky, to make episodes for a modern Odyssey. 243. The German theater director Johannes Beringer records a similar sense of shock in a contemporary setting. On arrival in Dallas and Houston he felt an unforeseen collapse of space, where the dispersion and decompositions of the urban body have reached a hallucinatory stage. He remarks on the unavoidable fusion and confusion of geographical realities, or the interchangeability of all places, or the disappearance of visible points of reference into a constant commutation of surface images. The riddle of Houston, he concludes, is one of community, fragmented and exploded in all direction. The city impersonates a speculative disorder, a kind of positive unspecificity on the verge of a paradoxical hyperbole. I have called this sense of overwhelming change in space-time dimensionality time-space compression in order to capture something of Heine's sense of foreboding and Beringer's sense of collapse. The experience of it forces all of us to adjust our notions of space and time and to rethink the prospects for social action. This rethinking is embedded in all manner of political economic struggles. Failure to rethink can be the prelude to disaster. Crinan provides us with the telling example of John Burroughs, a successful merchant operating out of Davenport, Iowa in the 1840s who perfected business methods to deal with the uncertainties of trading in agricultural products, battling seasonal transportation uncertainties across the badly organized space that stretched between St. Louis to New Orleans. Burroughs had to have the fixed capital to warehouse large and often unpredictable surges of commodities as well as the cash reserves and credit capacity to handle large surges of income and expenses. But by 1857 he is bankrupt, a victim of the new economic regime, cast aside and left to die a lonely and bitter old man. What drove him under was the coming of the railroad from the hitherto inaccessible Chicago and the new orderings of space and time that it imposed. The opening of the Chicago and Rock Island Railroad rather bewildered me, he wrote. The coming of the railroad changed all the rules. The differences between seasons, between night and day as well as vulnerability to the weather were radically transformed and regularity of connection coupled with reasonably accurate timetables placed merchants in a very different operating milieu. Merchants with very little capital or credit could operate out of Chicago opportunistically on low profit margins but rapid capital turnover. Burroughs, who had much of his capital tied up in fixed investments that had stood him in good stead in the 1840s, simply could not compete nor find an adequate response. The time-space compression wrought by the coming of the railroad squeezed him out, but it did so in part because, the new structural conditions created by the railroad and by Chicago's metropolitan market were simply too alien to his familiar way of doing business. His identity as a man of affairs was so wrapped up with a certain form. 244. Of spatio-temporality that he could not devise a competitive strategy to carry him into a quite different spatio-temporal world. He tried to operate, in other words, with a value system that was inconsistent with the new modes of valuation imposed by the new spatio-temporality of the railroad. It has long been observed, of course, that changes in the transport network favor some locations over others. But what is interesting in Crinan's account is that business identities also had to change to embrace the new spatio-temporal regime. This general point is taken up in considerable detail in Schoenberger's account of recent failures of corporate leaders in the United States to adapt their strategies to changed spatio-temporal conditions of competition. The identity of the players and the culture of the corporation, acquired under a certain regime of spatio-temporality, prevents doing what obviously ought to be done in order to survive under another. But changing spatio-temporal orderings have also been the focus of intense cultural, aesthetic, and political debate. Reflection on this idea helps us understand some of the turmoil that has occurred within the fields of cultural and political production in the capitalist era. Consider, glancing backwards, that complex cultural movement known as modernism. There is indeed something special that happens to writing and artistic representation in Paris after 1848, and it is useful to look at that against the background of political economic transformations occurring in that space and at that time. Heine's vague foreboding became a dramatic and traumatic experience in 1848, when for the first time in the capitalist world, political economy assumed an unlooked-for simultaneity. The economic collapse and political revolutions that swept across the capitals of Europe in that year indicated that the capitalist world was interlinked in ways that had hitherto seemed unimaginable. The speed and simultaneity of it all was deeply troubling and called for some new mode of representation through which this interlinked world could be represented. Simple narrative structures simply could not do the job. Baudelaire took up the challenge by defining the modernist problematic as the search for universal truths in a world characterized by fragmentation, ephemerality and creative destruction. The complex sentence structure in Flaubert's novels and the brush strokes of Manet defined totally new modes of representation of space and time that allowed for new ways of thinking and new possibilities for social and political action. Kern's account of the revolution in the representation of space and time that occurred shortly before 1914 emphasizes how time-space compression generates experiences out of which new conceptions arise. The avant-garde movements in the cultural field in part reflected but in 245. Part also sought to impose new definitions of space and time upon a Western capitalism in the full flood of violent transformation. The recent complex of movements known as postmodernism is likewise connected in the writings of authors as diverse as Jameson, Berman, and Daniel Bell to some new experience of space and time. I have elsewhere sought to see how far postmodernism can be understood simply by relating it to the new experiences of space and time generated in response to the political economic crisis of 1973. Much of the advanced capitalist world was at that time forced into a major revolution in production techniques, consumption habits, and political economic practices. Strong currents of innovation led to speed up and acceleration of turnover times. Time horizons for decision-making shortened and lifestyle fashions changed rapidly. And all of this has been coupled with the radical reorganization of space relations, the further reduction of spatial barriers, and the emergence of a new geography of capitalist development. These events have generated a powerful sense of time-space compression affecting all aspects of cultural and political life. Whole landscapes have had to be destroyed in order to make way for the creation of the new. Themes of creative destruction, of increased fragmentation, of ephemerality have become much more noticeable in literary and philosophic discourse in an era when restructuring of everything from industrial production techniques to inner cities has become a major topic of concern. The transformation in the structure of feeling which the move towards postmodernism betokens has much to do with the shifts in political economic practices that have occurred over the last 2 decades. It seems to refract in particular the way in which means of communication have been dematerialized. The erasure of the distance between the signifier and the signified, for example, is most emphatically achieved in cyberspace, a world in which the ballast of materiality has largely been cast away. The major step being taken here, technologically, is the transition, wherever advantageous, from information transported physically, and thus against inertia and friction, to information transported electrically along wires, and thus effectively without resistance or delay. Add to this the ability to store information electromagnetically, and we see yet another significant and evolutionary step in dematerializing the medium and conquering, as they say, space and time. A closer look at the contradictions built into these cultural and political movements illustrates how deeply they are embedded in capitalist political economy. Consider the cultural response to the recent speed up and acceleration of capital turnover time. The latter presupposes a more rapid turnover in 246. Consumption habits and lifestyles, which consequently become the focus of capitalist social relations of production and consumption. Capitalist penetration of the realm of cultural production becomes particularly attractive because the lifetime of consumption of images, as opposed to more tangible objects like autos and refrigerators, is almost instantaneous. In recent years, a good deal of capital and labor has been applied to dominating, organizing, and orchestrating so-called cultural activities. This has been accompanied by a renewed emphasis upon the production of controlled spectacles which can conveniently double as a means of capital accumulation and of social control. The reactions to the collapse of spatial barriers are no less contradictory. The more global interrelations become, the more internationalized our dinner ingredients and our money flows, and the more spatial barriers disintegrate, so more rather than less of the world's population cling to place and neighborhood or to nation, region, ethnic grouping, or religious belief as specific marks of identity. Such a quest for visible and tangible marks of identity is readily understandable in the midst of fierce time-space compression. No matter that the capitalist response has been to invent tradition as yet another item of commodity production and consumption, there is still an insistent urge to look for roots in a world where image streams accelerate and become more and more placeless. The foreboding generated out of the sense of social space imploding in upon us translates into a crisis of identity. Who are we and to what space/place do we belong? Am I a citizen of the world, the nation, the locality? Can I have a virtual existence in cyberspace, and what will that mean for the constitution of self, of value, and of the ability to identify place, community, and the like? Not for the first time in capitalist history, if Kern's account of the period before World War I is correct, the diminution of spatial barriers has provoked both an increasing sense of exclusionary nationalism and localism, and an exhilarating sense of the heterogeneity and porosity of cultures and personal political identifications. The evident tension between place and space echoes a tension within capitalist political economy. It takes a specific organization of space to try and annihilate space, and it takes capital of long turnover time to facilitate the more rapid turnover of the rest. These tensions can be examined from yet another standpoint. Multinational capital should have scant respect for geography these days precisely because weakening spatial barriers open the whole world as its profitable oyster. But the reduction of spatial barriers has an equally powerful opposite effect: small-scale and finely graded differences between the qualities. 247. Of places become even more important because multinational capital is in a better position to exploit them. Places, by the same token, become much more concerned about their good business climate, and interplace competition for development becomes much more fine-tuned. The image building of community becomes embedded in powerful processes of inter-urban competition. Concern for both the real and fictional qualities of place increases in a phase of capitalist development in which the power to command space, particularly with respect to financial and money flows, has become more marked than ever before. The geopolitics of place tend to become more rather than less emphatic. Globalization thus generates its exact opposite motion into geopolitical oppositions and warring camps in a hostile world. The threat of geopolitical fragmentation in global capitalism between geopolitical power blocs such as the European Union, the NAFTA, and the Japanese trading empire is far from idle. It is for these reasons that it is imperative to come to terms with the historical geography of space and time under capitalism. The dialectical oppositions between place and space, between long and short-term time horizons, exist within a deeper framework of shifts in time-space dimensionality that are the product of underlying capitalist imperatives to accelerate turnover times and to annihilate space by time. The study of how we cope with time-space compression illustrates how shifts in the experience of space and time generate new struggles in such fields as aesthetics and cultural representation, how very basic processes of social reproduction, as well as of production, are deeply implicated in shifting space and time horizons. The production of spatio-temporalities is both a constitutive and fundamental moment to the social process in general as well as fundamental to the establishment of values. And that principle holds cross-culturally as well as in radically different modes of production and significantly different social formations. How and why that is necessarily the case now needs theoretical explication. 10. The currency of space-time. It is hardly more than a pardonable exaggeration to say that the determination of the meaning of nature reduces itself principally to the discussion of the character of time and the character of space. Alfred North Whitehead. Bodies in space. The conception of the human body depends upon definitions of space and time. If the latter are relational rather than absolute, then it follows that conceptions of the body and the conceptions of spatio-temporality are mutually constitutive of each other. That same conclusion can be arrived at from an entirely different direction. If, as Whitehead argues, it is bodily sensation that provides the primary locus for all of our experience of space and time, then it is through the sensations of the human body that our common sense notions of space and time initially get constructed. In Process and Reality, Whitehead writes, sense perception of the contemporary world is accompanied by perception of the witness of the body. It is this witness that makes the body the starting point for our knowledge of the circumambient world. We find here our direct knowledge of causal efficacy. But we must, to avoid solipsism of the present moment, include in direct perception something more than the presentational immediacy. Even this presentational immediacy begins with sense presentation of the contemporary body. The body, however, is only a peculiarly intimate bit of the world. Just as Descartes said, "This body is mine," so he should have said, "This actual world is mine." My process of being myself is my origination from my possession of the world. On this starting point, at least, the staid and conservative Whitehead finds 249 common ground with the youthful and rebellious Marx, who vehemently argued in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. Sense perception must be the basis of all science. Only when science starts out from sense perception in the dual form of sensuous consciousness and sensuous need, i.e. only when science starts out from nature, is it real science. But whereas Marx was concerned to show how the human body, through those extensions of itself we call society and technology, comes to overreach itself and bring itself to nothing, Whitehead had the more mundane but equally significant aim of coming to terms with how the body might ground science. If, for example, the body primarily experiences the world in terms of entities bound together in a system of causal efficacy, then that working model of causality lends immediate credibility to absolute notions of space and absolute notions of time, as well as to the view that space and time are clearly separable and quite different from each other. Such views of space and time stand, of course, to be modified by what Whitehead calls the sense presentation of the contemporary body, by which I presume he means the way in which symbolic orders, memory, power relations, and the like operate to define that witness of the body that grounds experience. Hence, the mutual constitution of the witness of the body and of the experience of space and time cannot be understood without reference to those social practices, such as those found on Gaia, of valuation of the body, the self, and the social being. In the capitalist social order we inhabit, these social practices are powerfully mediated through the circulation of different forms of money, the placing of meaning on money itself, and the sense presentation of the body in everything from contemporary science and the media through to the aesthetics of the body and its care that connects to the presentation of self in everyday life. These are rather difficult matters to sort out, and we must here venture to rather difficult theoretical terrain. To this end, I shall begin by exploring the ideas of Leibniz and Whitehead on relational aspects of space and time as a counter to the absolute views of Newton as well as to the hegemonic views of Kant. Leibniz was deeply opposed to the Newtonian absolute conceptions that have typically grounded views of the body throughout much of the history of modern capitalism. As I shall hope to show, the relational approach to spatio-temporality best captures the typical ways of thought of medieval and pre-capitalistic societies about space and time. Though it has taken a backseat in comparison to absolute conceptions in advanced capitalistic societies, the relational view has never entirely disappeared. It finds a strong, and in some regards more advanced champion than 250. Leibniz in the figure of Alfred North Whitehead, and strong traces of it are to be found not only in Marx but in a wide range of other thinkers. I advocated the relational view in Social Justice and the City more than 20 years ago and have broadly held to it since, but I neglected then as well as in the intervening years to explicate its meaning. I now believe that a proper consideration of it can enliven and enlighten discussion of the sociality of being in the contemporary world. To Leibniz on space and time. Leibniz, though a dead white European male, occupied a particularly interesting space-time location. Temporally he shared the modernist passion for science and reason but mixed it with a medieval ontology of how the universe is constructed. Geopolitically, he is at the center of European scientific endeavors and political theological controversies, yet he also explored, through his contacts with Jesuit priests, Eastern philosophical and mathematical systems, leading Needham to suggest that he derived calculus as well as binary arithmetic and modal logic from his studies of the I Ching. It was from this particular situatedness that he evolved distinctive views on the meanings to be assigned to space and time. His views have not been held in great esteem by many philosophers, but there are some signs of serious reconsideration of his metaphysics, while many of his contributions in the fields of science, mathematics, and logic are now clearly recognized as foundational for a wide range of contemporary practices. Given Leibniz's resolutely anti-materialist metaphysics, simple adoption of his arguments poses certain difficulties for any Marxian view. But these are not insurmountable, depending upon the conception of dialectics involved. Leibniz, as was shown in Chapter 3, was a strong proponent of the idea of internal relations. In the Monadology he summarized his position thus. Now this interlinkage or accommodation of all created things to each other, and of each to all the others, brings it about that each simple substance has relations that express all the others, and is in consequence a perpetual living mirror of the universe. It was from this standpoint of internal relations that he opposed the Newtonian view that space and time existed in their own right, that they were content 251. Neutral containers indifferent with respect to whatever it was that was placed within them. He argued instead that space was always contingent on substance or matter, not, however, in the way understood in relativity theory or by geographers when they use the term relative space to indicate how space gets bent or warped depending on the matter being traversed. He developed instead a relational view in which space and time are nothing apart from the things in them, and owe their existence to the ordering relations that obtain among things. For Leibniz, space and time were not real or material or even ideal in and of themselves, but took on a secondary or contingent existence derivative entirely from the substances and processes they contain. So how, then, are space and time to be construed? Consider the following statements culled from his writings. And as one and the same town viewed from different sides look altogether different, and is, as it were, perspectively multiplied, it similarly happens that, through the infinite multitude of simple substances, there are, as it were, just as many different universes, which however are only the perspectives of a single one according to the different points of view of each monad. This defines what I will call the first version of spatiotemporality, the idea that situatedness, positionality, and condition provide a multiplicity of temporal and spatial perspectives on a single actual universe. It contrasts with a second view in which Leibniz explores with the tools of logic, a multiplicity of possible universes of radically different spatiotemporalities. There could exist an infinity of other spaces and worlds entirely different. They would have no distance from us if the spirits inhabiting them had sensations not related to ours. Exactly as the world of the space of dreams differs from our waking world, there could even be in such a world quite different laws of motion. It cannot be denied that many stories, especially those called novels, may be regarded as possible, even if they do not actually take place in this particular sequence of the universe which God has chosen, unless someone imagines that there are certain poetic regions in the infinite extent of space and time where we might see wandering over the earth King Arthur of Great Britain, Amadis of Gaul, and the fabulous Dietrich von Bern invented by the Germans. A famous philosopher of our century does not seem to have been far from such an opinion, for he expressly affirms somewhere that matter receives all the forms of which it is capable. This opinion cannot be defended, for it would obliterate all the beauty of the universe and all choice. 252. Technically, Leibniz argued, space like time, in no matter what universe is nothing more than a structure of relations of an appropriate sort. In particular, space is the order of coexistence, that is, the order among the mutually contemporaneous states of things, while time is the order of succession, that is, the order among the various different mutually coexisting states of things which coexisting must, of course, have some sort of spatial structure. This brings us to what I consider the first virtue of the Leibnizian system. Space and time are mutually coordinate in such a way that neither is more fundamental than the other. They are coordinate as ordering principles of substances such that both are contingent. If, however, space is an order of coexisting substances, then every world has its own space, and distinct individuals in distinct worlds that do not coexist with one another are held to be spatially disjoint or spatially unrelated, somewhat like the dream worlds of different people. Potentially, then, every possible world has its own space as it has its own laws. This does not imply that any world can be spaceless, but that the ordering of space is necessarily different in different worlds, since different worlds contain different substances and these substances internalize such differences. Hence, a difference in things brings a difference in spaces in its wake, even as it carries with it a difference of laws. This I hold to be the second virtue of Leibniz's formulation, that it allows of a plurality of distinct spaces as opposed to a single all-comprehending superspace with many distinct sectors or subspaces. More particularly, a space is individuated as a single space through the mutual relatedness and connectedness of its parts, and where these elements of mutual relation and interconnection are absent, the warrant for speaking of a single space is lacking. Leibniz's reasoning was both theological and metaphysical. In practice, the physical world which we encounter has only one unique ordering of space and time, so that the possible existence of a plurality of spaces and times is not directly troublesome for materialist science. The appearance of different spatial and temporal orderings can come about in such a world only in the sense of the multiple perspectives on the same reality set out in the monadology. But Leibniz is concerned with God's creativity and perfection. He thought that the Newtonian view placed God in space and time as if either God's actions were predetermined or even as if the properties of space and time preceded God. The discussion of a plurality of spaces and times within multiple possible 253 worlds recognizes that the physical world we occupy is an expression of God's creative choice and will. For Leibniz, God's perfection delivers the best of all possible worlds. The exploration of quite different possible orderings of space and time is meant to illuminate the particular qualities of God's choice. The breakthrough into capitalist modernity, many now hold, entailed the secularization of thinking about space and time. Even Whitehead, who maintained a conception of God as fundamental to his works, regarded Leibniz's formulation of the best of possible worlds as an audacious fudge produced in order to save the face of a creator constructed by contemporary, and antecedent, theologians. If, however, we secularize matters entirely, then the question of which of the multiple possible spatio-temporal worlds we inhabit becomes a matter of secular social choices rather than an imposition of God's singular will. I consider this to be the third virtue of Leibniz's argument, that space and time can be viewed as ordering systems inherent within social practices and activities that are in some sense chosen rather than given. It is, for example, a relatively short step from the idea that every possible world has its own characteristic spatial structure to the idea that each distinctive social formation has its own characteristic spatial temporal structure and its own distinctive laws of motion. And this will be so because it is the difference in things which brings a difference in spaces in its wake, even as it carries within it a difference of laws. Leibniz's emphasis upon creativity of the spatiality of coexistence and the temporality of succession opens up other lines of argument which become most apparent by consideration of his own illustrations of multiple possible spatial worlds. The world and space of dreams, and even of novels and poetry, differ from that of daily experience and may have their own laws of motion. But here we hit a conundrum. How do we know that such spatial worlds are separate from each other as opposed to being different perspectives on the same universe as proposed in the monadology? Leibniz's own view is that whoever asks whether another world, or another space, can exist is asking to this extent whether there are minds that communicate nothing to us. The extreme postmodern view of fragmentation and separated spatial worlds then depends crucially, if we follow the logic of Leibniz's argument, upon inhabitants experiencing sensations radically different from ours and incommunicability between those spatially and temporally ordered worlds. Leibniz presumed that the actual material world in which we lived was a harmoniously ordered universe upon which multiple monads might develop infinitely different perspectives. In this respect, Leibniz conformed to the view of a single universe, but his manner of argumentation opens up a variety of troubling questions as well as intriguing. 254. Possibilities, particularly given the way he sought to impose a metaphysical unity in the face of political-economic fragmentation and political chaos. If we accept the transformation I am here proposing and drop the theological idea of a singular creative deity and accept social choice and creativity with respect to the orderings of space and time, then the issue of how these different social choices are arrived at and whether or not they are embedded in entirely separate worlds of sensation and incommunicable language becomes central to the contemporary discussion around postmodern versus modernist perspectives. There is, perhaps, another way to put this. Leibniz made a strong distinction between possible and composable worlds. While the former embraces an infinite variety of potential creative choices, the latter restricts the spatial relations internalized within a particular choice set to the orderings of coexistence actually found within that public space which all monads perceive. To be in that common world is to share given qualities of space and time by virtue of the mutual relatedness and connectedness of its parts. Putting this in the context of the materials assembled on the social construction of space and time in Chapter 9 entails that, while the social choice with respect to spatial and temporal ordering is potentially infinite, the actual social choice once made, condemns all mutually related and connected members of that social world to an existence within a common experiential framework of public space and time. This, of course, is the fundamental point upon which Gurevich for one insists. But here, too, there arises another difficulty, for if different social formations can arise out of each other, then there has to be some way of transforming the frameworks of space and time, which in turn implies that a plurality of spaces and times must at some time or other coexist, even if only temporarily, within a common universe. Incommunicability, of the sort that characterized the negotiations over land sales between colonial settlers and Indian groups in the early stages of colonization of New England, then becomes part of the clash of different social definitions of spatio-temporality. The emphasis upon communicability is important here. It prefigures in an interesting way Habermas's treatment of spatio-temporality within his theory of communicative action. If reason is by its very nature incarnated in contexts of communicative action, he writes, then speech acts connect the plans and actions of different actors in historical time and across social space. But although there is always a transcendental moment of universal validity that bursts every provinciality asunder so that the validity claimed for propositions and norms transcends spaces and times, blots out space and time, the acceptance, promulgation, and above all contestation of such claims can never escape the here and now of specific contexts. The parallel here with 255. William's analysis of the dilemmas of militant particularism is startling and in itself suggests a convergence of thought about how spatio-temporalities, once constituted, frame political action. And there is a strong link, as we shall later see, to the idea of situated knowledge. To contest a dominant notion of spatio-temporality is to contest the process that produced it and to redefine, in thought, alternative possible worlds of being. Such contestations are ruled out in Leibniz's own theory. But it is ruled out by the assumption of God's attachment to principles of harmony. A secularized version of Leibniz's argument can and evidently should dispense with such an assumption in favor of a more conflictual model of social relations incorporating ideas of class, gender, colonial and other forms of struggle. Even under conditions of a common universe, therefore, there can be more than just different perspectives on that commonality, but contradictions and oppositions of the sort described in Chapter 9 which imply that we internalize a plurality of ordering principles of space and time and find ourselves often internally conflicted as to which ordering perspective to adopt. Let me summarize the nature of the argument I am here making. I could be interpreted as saying that there is a singular actually existing framework of space and time, and that social variations arise only by virtue of our varied perspectives on a common universe. This view, while in itself plausible and full of insights regarding different modes of human behavior in space and time, appears inconsistent with the examples which Leibniz gives of different possible worlds, the worlds of dreams and of novels. These are alternative possible worlds in some sense fundamentally different from each other. Such possible worlds are not entirely outside of human experience, though Leibniz might reasonably claim that in some sense the worlds they depict are outside of the material world of sense perception. Leibniz's findings on multiple possible worlds of space and time are purely logical constructs. But they can be used as a means to look more closely at the differentiation of actual spatial and temporal orderings within and between different modes of production and social formations. A secularized and social understanding of relational space and time on a Leibnizian foundation provides, in short, a strong theoretical and logical framework capable of representing the variegated social practices of construction of space and time laid out in Chapter 9. It also permits the exploration of alternative modes of production in terms of the production of different possible worlds of spatio-temporality. 256. 3. Whitehead's relational theory of space and time. Alfred North Whitehead proposed a relational theory of space and time. Curiously, he never discussed Leibniz's views in detail, though he did occasionally acknowledge both similarities and differences. The differences are important. To begin with, Whitehead, as befits someone raised in the traditions of British empiricism, pushed for a realist rather than a logical version of the relational view. He thereby counters Leibniz's tendency to veer off into unalloyed idealism. He also had the advantage of writing after Einstein published the general theory of relativity. While he disputed Einstein's interpretations, he never doubted the importance or veracity of Einstein's discoveries. Whitehead consequently provides a much stronger metaphysical basis for the kind of materialist dialectical understanding of spatio-temporality for which I am searching. Unfortunately, his lack of interest in the dialectical tradition per se denied him some of the insights that Leibniz provides. Whitehead published a paper entitled La Théorie relationniste de space in 1914. Judged poorly written and overlong by his primary expositor and biographer Victor Lowe, it nevertheless occupied a pivotal transitional role between the early Whitehead that collaborated with Russell on Principia Mathematica and the later Whitehead that expounded upon a philosophy of process and organism. In it, Whitehead argued that we ought not to consider physical bodies as if they are first in space and then act upon each other. Bodies are in space, rather, only because they interact, so that space is only the expression of certain properties of their interaction. Space and time are not, therefore, independent realities, but relations derived from processes and events. Put in Whitehead's own words, the fundamental order of ideas is first a world of things in relation, then the space whose fundamental entities are defined by means of those relations and whose properties are deduced from the nature of these relations. This reconceptualization of spatio-temporality led Whitehead to the intriguing terrain of how to devise an adequate language with which to capture process, motion, flux, and flow without abandoning the obvious common-sense idea that we are surrounded with things possessing relative stability and definable properties. Once on that terrain, as Fitzgerald observes, it became obvious to Whitehead that it was extremely difficult to explain change within the confines of Newton's philosophy of nature, and particularly 257. Within the confines of any absolute conception of space and time. Change at a durationless instant is a very difficult conception. How can one explain velocity without referring to the past as well as the future? In searching to answer that question, Whitehead was forced to construct a new and quite radically different philosophy of space and time. Once Whitehead came to believe that nature is a process, he found himself working at odds with most conceptions of science. The usual answer to the question what is nature, for example, is couched in terms of stuff, or matter, or material. The particular name chosen is indifferent, which has the property of simple location in space and time, or, if you adopt the more modern ideas, in space-time. It then followed that as soon as you have settled, however you do settle, what you mean by a definite place in space-time, you can adequately state the relation of a particular material body to space-time by saying that it is just there, in that place, and so far as simple location is concerned, there is nothing more to be said on the subject. This was, of course, the famous mechanistic theory of nature with which science had broadly remained content since the 17th century, mainly because it worked so well across a broad terrain of technological practices. But this doctrine of matter is the outcome of uncritical acceptance of space and time as external conditions for natural existence. By this I do not mean that any doubt should be thrown on facts of space and time as ingredients of nature. What I do mean is the unconscious presupposition of space and time as being that within which nature is set. Whitehead was led to deny the usual, indeed universal, doctrine that spatio-temporal relationships are external and instead proposed a theory based upon the doctrine that the relatedness of an event are all internal relations. He went on to observe that the conception of internal relatedness involves the analysis of the event into two factors, one the underlying substantial activity of individualization, and the other, the complex of aspects, that is to say, the complex of relatednesses as entering into the essence of the given event which are unified in the individual activity. In other words, the concept of internal relations requires the concept of substance as the activity synthesizing the relationships into its emergent character. The language here is rather special and requires some exegesis. Whitehead's starting point was to criticize the concept of simple location. T shall argue that among the primary elements of nature apprehended in our immediate experience, there is no element whatever which possesses this character of simple location. It does not follow that Newtonian science is wrong, by a particular 258 process of constructive abstraction, we can come up with the Newtonian formulation. But this is only one abstraction out of a field of radically different possibilities, and we cannot understand it without reference to that from which it has been extracted. In other words, an understanding of process must precede or parallel an understanding of space and time. Whitehead's ultimate objective is to replace the Newtonian mechanistic view with a philosophy of organism, and in science and the modern world he opens the way to that project through a reconsideration of the status of space and time. He observes that things are both separated and bound together in space and time. He calls these characters the separative and the prehensive characters of space-time. How things are separated and bound together then becomes the focus of attention, because it is precisely this how that is captured in any definition of space and time. A third characteristic is what Whitehead terms the modal character of space-time, within which and only within which a version of simple location can be defined, because everything which is in space receives a definite limitation of some sort. In other words, individuation and the definition of things, particulars or events always occurs in space-time. But which space-time? It is only the modality of the definition that is interesting, and that modality is, for Whitehead, always relational. The effect is to eliminate the idea of simple location as a grounding principle entirely. Space and time are now construed as simply abstractions from the totality of prehensive unifications as mutually patterned in each other. Space-time is nothing else than a system of pulling together of assemblages into unities. The word event is then defined to mean one of these spatio-temporal unities. What is interesting here, of course, is the actual process of pulling together assemblages into unities so as to define spatio-temporalities. Three general aspects to his argument stand out. 1. Whitehead, unlike Leibniz, allows that time can be differentiated from space. In his earlier writings he saw this differentiation only occurring at a somewhat developed stage of the abstractive process. But in developing his philosophy of organism he later came to see the differentiation as a product of the whole process of pulling together assemblages into organic forms that persisted over duration. It is in this endurance of pattern that time differentiates itself from space. Each enduring object discovers in nature and requires from nature a principle discriminating space from time. The importance of space as against time, and of time as against space, has developed with the development of enduring organisms. The implication is that the evolution of any organism, including that of society itself, is to some degree predicated on a particular separation of time and space, such as that so prevalent in the social theory that attaches to capitalist modernity. But we can at least now think of the separation as the product of a process. The effect is to open up an aperture for critical discussion of those particular processes that imply such a separation within social theory itself. Multiple processes generate multiple real as opposed to Leibniz's ideal differentiation in spatiotemporalities. This, Whitehead recognized, was one of the most difficult of all propositions to accept or understand. These different measure systems with their divergencies of time reckoning are puzzling, and to some extent affront our common sense. It is not the usual way in which we think of the universe. We think of one necessary time system and one necessary space. According to the new theory, there are an indefinite number of discordant time series and an indefinite number of distinct spaces. Furthermore, the separation of space and time makes it possible for space-time to be stratified in many different ways by different time systems. It is at first sight somewhat of a shock to think that other beings may slice nature into time sections in a different way to what we do. Our whole geometry is merely the expression of the ways in which different events are implicated in different time systems. Concentrating as he does on the physics of organisms, Whitehead argues in an aside that luckily differences among ourselves on this matter are quite imperceptible. But it is not hard to broaden the point to understand the social dimension to this argument. Nevertheless, the existence in principle of a multitude of spaces and times is brought back down to earth by Whitehead's empiricist approach to interlinked processes at work within nature. Amid the alternative time systems that nature offers, there will be one with a duration giving the best average cogradients for all the subordinate parts of the percipient event. This duration will be the whole of nature, which is the terminus posited by sense awareness. Thus the character of the percipient event determines the time system immediately evident in nature. In other words, we can through observation and reflection understand which of the multiplicities of spatiotemporalities is primarily at work both in nature as well as in the experiential world of a moving observer. And in so doing we come to recognize the importance of cogradients. 260. The way in which multiple processes flow together to construct a single consistent, coherent, though multifaceted time-space system. Since this is an important idea to which I will occasionally return in what follows, I offer an example, taken from Chapter 9, as to what cogradients might mean. Money, I there argued, has multiple uses, and it is quite possible for each use to define a different spatiotemporality. Yet money is, in the end, just money, so the term operates as a kind of umbrella to indicate a wide range of composable or cogradient uses of a consistent and coherent entity endowed with certain qualities. The fact that some of these uses may be contradictory vis-a-vis other uses in no way detracts from the overarching coherence of the money concept. 3. Whitehead discusses at great length the problem of how the permanences of the organism are ever arrived at, and how spatiality is crucial to the bounding of each permanence for the duration of its existence. But he is always acutely aware of the process of dissolution that can take even something so seemingly permanent as Cleopatra's Needle and ultimately dissolve it. Indeed, Whitehead often held that it was his focus on processes of dissolution that differentiated him from many other process philosophers that had preceded him. And in a few striking sentences Whitehead unpacks some of the correlative features of what I have elsewhere called time-space compression. It is possible that certain species of primates are apt to go to pieces under conditions which lead them to effect changes of space-time systems. Accordingly, an unfavorable environment leading to rapid changes in its proper space-time system, that is to say, an environment jolting it into violent accelerations, causes the corpuscles to go to pieces and dissolve into light waves of the same period of vibration. So how, then, can we summarize Whitehead's contribution? The argument mounted against Newton by Leibniz was, Cassirer points out, really an argument at cross purposes between two radically different philosophical traditions. It was the logical skills and metaphysical attachments of Leibniz versus the practical philosophy of nature practiced by Newton. Whitehead's criticisms arise, however, from within the Newtonian tradition itself. They do not rely on the logical exploration of possible worlds in the fashion of Leibniz, but on the study of relational possibilities of actual processes at work in nature, insofar as human beings can experience and describe them. While Whitehead does diverge from the abstract materialist tradition of natural science by insisting that the bifurcation of nature into facts and values, mind and matter, materiality and consciousness is false, he keeps firmly within the empiricist orbit by hinging his arguments always on the witness of human bodily. 261. Experience. The effect is to convert the multiplicity of possible spatio-temporal worlds proposed by Leibniz into an empirical problem of how to unravel the multiple spatio-temporalities at work within a variegated world of intersecting processes. To the degree that the materials assembled in Chapter 9 by historians, anthropologists, geographers, social scientists, and the like, do each in their own way unravel part of the general problematic that Whitehead sets out, then it seems reasonable to conclude that some sort of theoretical basis can be forged for all of that diverse information through the relational theory of space and time that Whitehead proposed. 4. Towards a relational theory of space, place, and environment. Can the relational theory of space and time be used to understand the dialectics of space and place? If so, can it be extended in some way to construct a dialectical understanding of the space-place-environment triad? There are strong grounds for answering yes to both questions. Leibniz considers how we arrive at concepts of space and place. We typically observe entities changing locations and speak of one entity taking the place of another. From this we infer that there are absolute qualities of places through and across which entities move. Space then appears as all places taken together. But Leibniz's aim is to show how such an inference is misleading and that place, like space, has no absolute reality. It is, he insists, only a relation. Whitehead goes further. An entity merely known as spatially related to some discerned entity is what we mean by the bare idea of place, he writes. So place is a site of relations of one entity to another and it therefore contains the other precisely because no entity can exist in isolation. But relations are not all equally present because the concept of place marks the disclosure in sense awareness of entities in nature known merely by their spatial relations to discerned entities. Whitehead's doctrine of permanences firms up the idea. A permanence arises as a system of extensive connection out of processes. Entities achieve relative stability in their bounding and their internal ordering of processes creating space, for a time. Such permanences come to occupy a piece of a space in an exclusive way and thereby define a place their place. The process of place formation is a process of carving out permanences from the flow of processes creating spaces. But the permanences, no matter how solid they may seem, are not eternal, they are always subject to time as perpetual perishing. They are contingent on the processes that create, sustain, and dissolve them. Whitehead's views on this matter roughly correspond, interestingly, to the recent formulation given by de Certeau in which place is 262. Onyen_RAAE1, understood as an instantaneous configuration of positions, implying an indication of stability. A space exists when one takes into consideration vectors of direction, velocities, and time variables. Thus space is composed of intersections of mobile elements. Space occurs as the effect produced by the operations that orient it, situate it, temporalize it. In contradistinction to the place, it has thus none of the univocity or stability of a proper. In short, space is a practiced place. Thus the street geometrically defined by urban planning is transformed into a space by walkers. Place is, then, the site of the inert body, reducible to the being there of something permanent, in contrast to the instabilities of motions creating space. But a strategic calculus of force relationships arises when a subject of will and power can be isolated from an environment. The achievement of permanences alters the calculus of action insofar as they become subjects of will and power. The import of all this for interpretation of a relational theory of space, time, and place is considerable, provided, of course, we are prepared to accept the homology between Whitehead's permanences and Desserto's subjects of will and power. The difference is that Desserto extends the idea of permanences into the realm of a dialectic of space and place with subjects of will and power capable of elaborating external strategies and internal orderings that have much to do with the maintenance of their own permanences. Consider a simple example. States have been carved out as entities historically from the flow of multiple intersecting spatial processes. They are bounded and isolated as entities from their environments and acquire a certain permanence through institutions that assure their character and internal integrity. They can be construed as a victory of space over time, enabling strategies to be formulated within their confines to assure internal discipline and legitimacy while pursuing external geopolitical strategies. But they also engage in geopolitical strategies that produce space as an effect of the strategies they pursue, while simultaneously being perpetually undermined by the very processes of space creation that enabled them to be constituted as permanences in the first place. In our societies, remarks Desserto, as local stabilities break down, it is as if, no longer fixed by a circumscribed community, tactics wander out of orbit, a Brownian movement into the system. The changing status of the state, the 263 undermining of seemingly powerful permanences then become much more readily understood as the inevitable outcome of a place-space dialectic that not only undermines the supposed rationality of politics, economics, and science, but also pits the strategic world of places against the wayward trajectories of multiple spatialities defined by often divergent processes. It is for this reason that we can reasonably speak of spaces of liberation and oppositional spaces, even give practical meaning to Foucault's idea of a heterotopia. This then leaves the whole question of environmental qualities and processes to be resolved. Since spaces, times and places are relationally defined by processes, they are contingent upon the attributes of processes that simultaneously define and shape what is customarily referred to as environment. We cannot talk about the world of nature or of environment without simultaneously revealing how space and time are being constituted within such processes. The things which are grasped into a realized unity, here and now, are not the castle, the cloud, and the planet simply in themselves, but they are the castle, the cloud, and the planet from the standpoint, in space and time, of the prehensive unification. The bringing together of diverse processes defines space, place, and environment. No part of that can be construed without the other. It is not the substance which is in space, but the attributes. What we find in space are the red of the rose and the smell of the jasmine and the noise of the cannon. We have all told our dentists where our toothache is. Thus space is not a relation between substances, but between attributes. Place is defined as the site of relations between attributes. If so, then the argument for any kind of independent spatial science, in Whitehead's case geometry and in my case geography, falls away entirely. Whitehead regarded geometry as a branch of physics in much the same way that I regard the kind of geometricized spatial science that has evolved in geography as a general branch of the study of socio-environmental processes. Certainly, the idea that spatio-temporality can be examined independently of those processes evoked in environmental and ecological work cannot be sustained. From this perspective, the traditional dichotomies to be found within the geographical tradition between spatial science and environmental issues, between systematic and regional geographies appear totally false precisely because space-time, place, and environment are all embedded in substantial. 264. Processes whose attributes cannot be examined independently of the diverse spatio-temporalities such processes contain. The implications for the philosophy of geographical thought are immense, but I do not here have the space or time to make a place to explore them in any detail. V. Individuation, identity, and difference. Why, exactly, are such considerations of importance? The answer is as startling as it is profound. To begin with, space and time, once they are set, are a primary means to individuate and identify objects, people, relations, processes, and events. Location and bounding are important if not vital attributes for the definition of the objects, events, and relationships existing in the world around us. To choose one ordering principle rather than another is to choose a particular spatio-temporal framework for describing the world. The choice is not neutral with respect to what we can describe. The absolute theory of space and time always forces us into a framework of mechanistic descriptions, for example, that conceal from view important properties of the world that stand only to be revealed by a relational view. To choose the wrong framework is to misidentify elements in the world around us. Space and time appear, however, not to be of equal significance to individuation. Many individuals can occupy the same moment in most social accounts of time, but none of us can occupy exactly the same space at that moment of time without becoming the other. If the difference of horizons and perspectives between two people is annihilated, notes Bakhtin, then those two people would have to merge into one, to become one and the same person. The relations between self and other from which a certain kind of cognition of social affairs emanates is always, therefore, a spatio-temporal construction. This is a crucial issue for understanding how identities get formed. Changes in spatio-temporal frame affect self-other relations. The power to individuate within a given spatio-temporal frame is associated within the power to name, and naming is a form of power over people and things. Crinan notes, for example, how the mobile Indian communities of New England named the land in such a way as to tell where plants could be gathered, shellfish collected, mammals hunted, and fish caught. Furthermore, the same places could have different names depending on the time of year. The purpose of such names was to turn the landscape into a map which, if studied carefully, literally gave a village's inhabitants the information they needed to sustain themselves. But the Indian practice of 265. Naming is much more than that. By attaching stories to the land through naming, Native Americans embed their history in the landscape. Geographical features, notes Basso, have served for centuries as indispensable mnemonic pegs on which to hang the moral teachings of their history. The Apache landscape is full of named locations where time and space have fused and where, through the agency of historical tales, their intersection is made visible for human contemplations. It is also apparent that such locations, charged as they are with personal and social significance, work in important ways to shape the images that Apaches have or should have of themselves. This Indian practice contrasted radically with that of the settlers who, in stealing the land, also stole Indian identity. In New England, the colonists had a Cartesian vision of fixed property rights, of boundaries in abstract space, and they created arbitrary place names which either recalled localities in their homeland or gave a place the name of its owner. To the Indians, the English spatio-temporal system and the place names it generated were essentially useless, and to the English the Indian place names were equally so. The clash between these two social and ecological systems was a clash over naming as well as over the relevant conceptions of space and time to be deployed in the definition of value. Political struggles over the meaning and manner of such representations of place and identity abound, most particularly over the way in which places, their inhabitants, and their social functions get located, named and discursively represented. As Edward Said so brilliantly demonstrates in his study of Orientalism, the identity of variegated peoples can be collapsed, shaped, and manipulated through the connotations and associations imposed as outsiders name places and peoples. Said may have erred in placing the practices of naming too strongly as a purely Western imposition, but he was surely right to draw attention to the power of naming as a power over others as well as over things. To this day, terms like Middle and Far East indicate a view from Buckingham Palace that centers power literally as well as figuratively within a one-dimensional spatial grid. The assignment of place within some socio-spatial structure indicates distinctive roles, capacities for action and access to power. Locating things is fundamental to activities of valuing as well as identification. Placing, and the making of places are essential to social development, social control, and empowerment in any social order. The processes of place construction therefore interrelate with the social construction of space and time. 266. All forms of explanation and theorizing are dependent upon the individuation of phenomena and events and on the establishment of some mode of connection across space and time between phenomena and events. Yet very little critical attention has been paid to how such relations should be constructed. By default, they become a matter of convention. Within the Marxian tradition, for example, the tendency to prioritize time over space has been very strong, still largely undented by the critical interventions of Lefebvre and, more recently, by geographers in the English-speaking world. E.P. Thompson, for example, rightly holds that under the social relations of capitalism time is now currency, it is not past but spent, but errs in ignoring Marx's insistence that the product only becomes a commodity through locational movement and that the value form only becomes meaningful when exchange between communities and across space becomes a normal social act. Indeed, a plausible argument can be constructed that the value system built into AMI social formation is indissolubly linked to the specific character of its spatio-temporal ordering of both social relations and working relations to the physical world. The hidden political significance of all this needs highlighting. Academic disciplines constitute their distinctive objects of inquiry through a particular spatio-temporal framing of the world. This framing is political precisely because it defines a certain and restricted set of self-other relations for examination. The choice of spatio-temporality is not innocent with respect to the social relations that are highlighted or, just as significantly, rendered invisible. Acceptance of a conventional spatio-temporal frame then amounts to acceptance of existing patterns of social relations, without even necessarily knowing it. Put another way, a certain mode of social construction of space and time arising out of certain social processes of domination and oppression can become in turn embedded in the way academic disciplines constitute their objects of inquiry. The effect is to make those disciplines complicitous with the perpetuation of those processes of domination. But there is one sense in which the conventional prioritization of time over space in social theory and research is badly formulated. The whole argument could profitably be cast the other way round. Bergson argued that the human intellect spatializes the universe, and it does so, Whitehead suggests, because spatialization is the shortest route to a clear-cut philosophy expressed in a reasonably familiar language. Descartes, who gave an almost perfect example of such a system of thought, effectively hid the potential fluidity of spatialization behind a fiction of static categories, entities, and things between which temporal causal relations could be examined. Spatiality is not ignored, but particular and unchanging assumptions of spatiality are. 267. Embedded in the very foundations for all thinking, theorizing, and practical research. Williams spotted this problem when he complained of the way the spatial fixity of the signs we use to communicate privileged a synchronic form of analysis that reduced real processes occurring in time to a secondary or accidental character. Gupta and Ferguson, likewise complain of the way that space disappears from analytical purview while functioning as a central organizing principle in the social sciences. It is the very stationarity of spatially determined categories that allows the study of movement in time to be highlighted in the way it is. Space may be forgotten as an analytical category open to questioning, but it is omnipresent as an unquestioned category in everything we do. My point is not that the spatialized Cartesian Kantian formulations that dominate our thinking are wrong. For certain purposes they are perfectly reasonable approximations. But they are approximations and in some very important arenas of research and thinking potentially misleading. The purpose of formulating an alternative relational metaphysics, a dialectic of space, place, time, and environment, is to argue for an alternative way of thought through which to question the limits of Cartesian Kantian thinking. And if I give the last word to Whitehead on this, it is because I think he has struck upon the most felicitous formulation of the problem. He reflects on the opening lines of a famous hymn thus: "Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide." Here the first line expresses the permanences, abide, me and the being addressed, and the second line sets these permanences amid the inescapable flux. Here at length we find formulated the complete problem of metaphysics. Those philosophers who start with the first line have given us the metaphysics of substance, and those who start with the second line have developed the metaphysics of flux. But, in truth, the two lines cannot be torn apart in this way, and we find a wavering balance between the two is a characteristic of the greater number of philosophers. The relational theory not only helps explain why so many of us find ourselves wavering on the frontiers between, for example, space and place or thing and flow, it also helps identify what it is we might be wavering about. 6. Relational space in social and literary theory. The wavering of which Whitehead speaks can be found throughout the natural and social sciences as well as within literary theory. It can be found in the texts of Derrida, Foucault, and Haraway, or in the work of the humblest positivist sociologist who wonders out loud at the end of an extended but. 268. Routine statistical inquiry whether or not her categories of inquiry were right or if there might be disruptive feedback effects which make the entities that seemed meaningful at the beginning of a process seem far less so at the end. The wavering often comes down more heavily on one or other side of the divide, leaving the positivist urban sociologist or urban economist bemused when confronted with, say, the writings of Desserteau or Lefebvre on the production of spaces in the city. While I have concentrated on the theories of Leibniz and Whitehead as foundational arguments, the ease with which it is possible to cite other writers, such as Desserteau, suggests that the relational view has a strong though often subterranean presence. Consider, for example, how Simmel in a brilliant and perceptive essay on bridge and door sets up the problem. The image of external things possesses for us the ambiguous dimension that in external nature everything can be considered to be connected, but also as separated. The uninterrupted transformations of materials as well as energies brings everything into relationship with everything else and make one cosmos out of all the individual elements. On the other hand, however, the objects remain banished in the merciless separation of space, no particle of matter can share its space with another and a real unity of diversity does not exist in spatial terms. And by virtue of this equal demand on self-excluding concepts, natural existence seems to resist any application of them at all. Simmel goes on to discuss how human activities of bridge building and house and door construction reach across the divide in such a way as to operate as contradictory determinations of social life. Viewed in terms of the opposing emphases that prevail in their impression, he concludes, the bridge indicates how humankind unifies the separatedness of merely natural being, and the door how it separates the uniform, continuous unity of natural being. This is Whitehead's theory in action. Interestingly, Heidegger reflects on an almost identical theme. Spaces receive their being from locations and not from space, he argues. The location is not already there before the bridge is. Before the bridge stands, there are of course many spots along the stream that can be occupied by something. One of them proves to be a location, and does so because of the bridge. Thus the bridge does not first come to a location to stand in it, rather a location comes into existence only by virtue of the bridge. For this reason, he argues, the activity of building is closer to the nature of 269 spaces and to the origin of the nature of space than any geometry and mathematics. Heidegger here in effect enunciates his own particular version of a relational theory of space and time, seeking to relate the world of flux and change to that of permanences. Similar relational views have in fact been articulated by a wide variety of thinkers in diverse traditions, religious, ecological, and sometimes conservative, as well as radical and Hegelian Marxist. This diversity should not be surprising since any recourse to a philosophy of dialectics or internal relations leads, either explicitly or implicitly, to a relational view on space and time. Furthermore, the fact that the two strongest explorations of the relational view are Leibniz and Whitehead indicates that it is by no means necessarily connected with radical politics, any more than attachment to a dialectical philosophy of internal relations brings radicalism in its wake. But the relational view has radical potentiality, it is a necessary condition for theorizing any large-scale emancipatory changes. Some hints as to what exactly that might mean can be gleaned from a brief look at the way internal relations and an associated relational view of spatio-temporality play in the work of a variety of writers in the Hegelian Marxist tradition. 1. Bakhtin, in his early text on art and answerability, articulates a theory of value and meaning entirely dependent upon the space-time relations between the T and the other. Bakhtin accepts the primacy of individual sense experience and uniqueness but insists that this can in no way imprison us in Pjektigeist, as Holquist points out in his introduction. A first implication of recognizing that we are all unique is the paradoxical result that we are therefore fated to need the other if we are to consummate ourselves. Far from celebrating the solipsistic I, Bakhtin posits uniqueness of the self as precisely that condition in which the necessity of the other is born. This dialogic and relational conception of the self operates in space and time. And as Bakhtin in his later writings on the chronotope makes clear, there is an intrinsic connectedness of temporal and spatial relationship such that the two are as inseparable in literature as they are in life. Holquist summarizes Bakhtin's argument this way. As a body that was born into the world at a particular time and place, and that will pass away in an equally specific time and place, I literally embody a unique 270 slice of time/space. As the means, therefore, of particularizing the otherwise infinitely general aspects of time/space, I become the instrument for assigning specific value to abstract time and space. In themselves, space and time have neither meaning nor value, for value is always for someone. Strictly speaking, geography knows no far or near, here and there. And history, likewise, knows no past, present, and future. The time of history is itself non-reversible, of course, but within it all relations are fortuitous and relative, for there is no absolute center of value. Individuals necessarily produce their own valuation of space and time by virtue of their situatedness in the world. From this Bakhtin derives the purely perspectival angle that Leibniz earlier identified. Bakhtin writes, "When I contemplate a whole human being who is situated outside and over against me, our concrete, actually experienced horizons do not coincide. For at each moment, regardless of the position and the proximity to me of this other human being whom I am contemplating, I shall always see and know something that he, from his place outside and over against me, cannot see himself, parts of his body that are inaccessible to his own gaze, the world behind his back, and a whole series of objects and relations, which in any of our mutual relations are accessible to me but not to him. As we gaze at each other, two different worlds are reflected in the pupils of our eyes, but in order to annihilate this difference completely, it would be necessary to merge into one, to become one and the same person. But value is not only conditional on the relation between the I and the other in space and time, it also changes according to social practices and social/power relations. The perspectival view then merges into a more general relational view of space and time by virtue of the continuous shifts of social practices that put value upon both the I and the others by creating a particular space-time nexus between them. There is a similarity here to Mund's arguments concerning the production of value through spatio-temporal practices which open a new time/space of self-other relations through hospitality and Kula shell exchanges. Bakhtin also explores the complexities of value, exchange, otherness, and various forms of alienation that so preoccupied Marx. But he does so in a way that brings the social construction of space and time to the forefront of understanding value in ways that are only tangentially alluded to in Marx. Everything of value, everything that is valorized positively, must achieve its full potential in temporal and spatial terms. Both Marx and Bakhtin agree that the human being is about the production of meaning and that meaning is the articulation of values. They also agree that it is at the level of social relations that the true meaning of value and exchange must be. 271. Sought. Like Marx, Bakhtin also insists on the materiality of these processes, arguing that what separates him from the Kantian conception of space and time is that he does not regard them as in any sense transcendental, but as forms of the most immediate reality. This view aligns Bakhtin with Whitehead rather than Leibniz. but Bakhtin does emphasize the individuality and the space-time conditions of social relating, and in so doing moves towards a relational view of space and time that will ultimately shape profoundly his understanding of language, the body, and all systems of representation. His theory of the chronotope, resting as it does on the inseparability of space and time in literary texts, derives entirely from a relational view. To Ullmann situates Marx's dialectics against the background of the tradition which derives from Leibniz, Spinoza, and Hegel, and sees Marx's work as a materialist rendition of a philosophy of internal relations. Ullmann's argument proceeds roughly as follows. All of Marx's categories such as capital, labor, nature, the state, commodity, and money are relational. Such relations are internal to each factor, so that when an important one alters, the factor itself alters, it becomes something else. It then becomes impossible to understand a category like money without examining the way it internalizes all sorts of other meanings such as commodity, labor, gender, status, memory, capital, and the state. In the two appendices to Alienation, Ullmann provides some interesting insights into how objections to a philosophy of internal relations might work. He recognizes the force, for example, of Strawson's objections that particulars, individuals, etc. are impossible to identify given the relational theory, but notes that Strawson's work both begins and ends with the assertion that people believe the world is composed of particular things and that he conceives it his task to find reasons to support this view. In so doing, Strawson is open to the accusation of an a priori anthropology which presumes that the world has never been conceived in any other way than that given in contemporary common sense. More importantly, Ullmann reformulates his views on the philosophy of internal relations with special stress on the dialectical conception of identity as follows. If Marx takes account equally of identity and difference, their order in his thinking is identity first and then difference. As part of his way of viewing the world, Marx took identity for granted. It is the relation between mutually dependent aspects of a whole before differences are noted. The aspects yet unnamed because unspecified, are identical in containing through their internal relations with each other the same whole. 272. In the Aristotelian view, identity and difference are mutually exclusive, but the philosophy of internal relations allows us not only a radically different conception of totality from that set out in atomistic or formalist readings, but it also permits us to see identity where differences and vice versa, and to escape from the either/or logic of the Strawson variety. Difference is given in the scheme of things by the perspective on the totality, not by supposing some clearly defined, isolated entity that is a totality in itself. This ontological shift has, of course, huge implications for the contemporary debate on identity and difference. But a strong case can, I think, be made that it is only by way of such an ontological shift that we can begin to establish a truly dialectical way of understanding how capitalism works. Ullmann recognizes that his own work is itself relational, constructed from a particular perspective, and that it cannot therefore be construed as a full representation of any totality. If the relational view admits as many totalities as there are take-off points for analysis, all theories must then be seen as so many one-sided versions of the same system. We must then learn to interpret each theory in a manner that is compatible with the others. The multiple windows through which we can look upon the world, generate multiple theoretical perspectives which are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Standpoint theory, of the sort which Haraway and Hartsock advance, has some of the same qualities to it, as I shall later show. But Ullmann neglects to consider the relational qualities of space and time. This is odd given the key role the conceptions of space and time play in Strawson's account of particulars and Strawson's explanation as to why the relational view must fail. We are therefore in danger of reading Ullmann's account as a matter of internal relations operating within a Kantian framework of space and time, when it seems to me that the true spirit of any dialectical account lies with a relational view of space and time. For this reason it appears useful to parallel consideration of Ullmann's account with an examination of Lefebvre's production of space. 3. Lefebvre. In the production of space, Lefebvre situates himself firmly in the tradition of thought we have here been examining. A new concept, that of the production of space, appears at the start, it must copyright, operate or work in such a way as to shed light on processes from which it cannot separate itself because it is a product of them. Our task, therefore, is to employ this concept by giving it free rein without for all that according it, after. 273. The fashion of the Hegelians, a life and strength of its own qua concept without, in other words, according an autonomous reality to knowledge. Lefebvre makes plain his objections to the Cartesian model which over time became the stuff of common sense and culture. There is, therefore, little doubt as to how he would have responded to Strawson's invocation of common sense. And Lefebvre explicitly embraces the Leibnizian line. Space conceived of in its purity, as Leibniz clearly showed, has neither component parts nor form. Its parts are indiscernible, in which respect it closely resembles pure identity itself empty because of its purely formal character. Before any determination can exist here, some content must come into play. And that content is the act which recognizes parts and, within those recognized parts, an order and hence a time. Otherwise differences could not be only thought about. In his consideration of capitalism, Lefebvre suggests that the commodity world brings in its wake certain attitudes towards space, certain actions upon space, even a certain concept of space. Indeed, all the commodity chains, circulatory systems, and networks, connected on high by gold, the god of exchange, do have a distinct homogeneity. Yet each location, each link in a chain of commodities, is occupied by a thing. The space of the commodity may thus be defined as a homogeneity made up of specificities. Space thus understood is both abstract and concrete in character, abstract inasmuch as it has no existence save by virtue of the exchangeability of all its component parts, and concrete inasmuch as it is socially real and as such localized. This is a space, therefore, that is homogeneous yet at the same time broken up into fragments. But it is here that Lefebvre makes his most explicit gesture concerning contradictions. On the one hand, space as actually experienced prohibits the expression of conflicts. But on the other, socio-political contradictions are realized spatially. The contradictions of space thus make the contradictions of social relations operative. In other words, spatial contradictions express conflicts between socio-political interests and forces. It is only in space that such conflicts come effectively into play, and in so doing they become contradictions of space. In this way, Lefebvre acknowledges on the one hand the regulating force and power of that public time and space which Leibniz saw as necessarily arising out of any condition of mutual relatedness and connectedness, and, on the other, how struggles within space get transformed into struggles to change space. 274. Itself. Put another way, as social relations, behaviors, and acts change within space, so they may entrain radical shifts in the meaning and metric of space. Conflictual social processes are registered as conflictual forms of spatio-temporality. 7 Conceptions of the body in space-time. So where does this leave us with respect to that witness of the body to which Whitehead appealed at the outset to his analyses? Note, first of all, that the physical conception of the body in Leibniz is fundamentally at variance with that of the atomists as well as with that of the Cartesians, and this is a necessary corollary of his relational views on space and time. Leclerc describes Leibniz's views as follows. All the features which are ascribed as attributes of body extension, solidity, hardness, or impenetrability are not strictly attributes at all but must be analyzed as relations. Thus there can be no simple body, as the atomists conceived of it. A body is necessarily a plurality, and the features of body are the relations between the physical existents which are the constituents. Again we see the fundamental status of relations. The clear distinction often now supposed between body used in this physical sense and the human body was not by any means apparent or acceptable to Leibniz, who, Martin suggests, based much of his philosophy, particularly as expressed in the Mundadology, on the simple predicate that I experience myself as something real and in the last resort, therefore reality means being like me. Leibniz is here using a classical figure that understood the human body not as a bundle of enclosed and bounded subjectivities and desires, or of libido and ids and egos, but as a harmonic whose health was measured entirely in terms of its ability to achieve within its microcosm some refracted version of the underlying harmonies of the universe. Not only did Leibniz use the physical body as the leading metaphor in pursuing his scientific aims, but he also accepted the medieval proposition that the macrocosm of the universe is always co-present within the microcosm of the self, even though the self is confined in its vision of the macrocosm by virtue of its positionality within it. It is no accident, therefore, that the language of early physics paid so much attention to the idea of bodies. But we cannot go much further without simultaneously conceding the significance of what Whitehead called the sense presentation of the body. This is also a historical and social construct, subject to all manner of changes. Rabelais, for example, is generally credited with defining as a fundamental transitional moment in how the human body is to emerge from its intertwining. 275. With the natural world to assert its independent identity in space and time. The predominance, of a somatic fundament of protuberances and orifices which cancel its localization and limitation and link it with the rest of nature, exaggeration of the anal erotic and gastric functions, emphasis on the metamorphosis of birth and death, aging and rejuvenation, and on aspects of fertility, the productive forces of nature. All of this meant the demotion of what was lofty and ideal to what was earthy and material. The grotesque body was represented as non-individualized, incomplete, and constantly intertwined with the earth which gives it birth and swallows it up again. This grotesque body contrasts radically with the pure lines and clarity of Renaissance perspective and with its associated noble figure of a man. But here we begin to see a story of conflict between different social processes surrounding and defining the meaning of the body. Bakhtin connects both the figure of the grotesque body and the language of Rabelais with the emergence of the marketplace as a fundamental institution in some ways outside of other forms of social control. The profane, scatological, earthy, and materialist language of the market begins to cast its own particular shadow over systems of representation and the consequent self-presentation of the body. Norbert Elias, by way of contrast, proposes an evolutionary and developmental view of the human body in which the civilizing process, dominated by the rise of courtly behaviors, manners, etiquette, dress codes, and the like, shaped and redefined the human body from the Renaissance onwards. Schilling summarizes Elias's account of the new human body as follows. The civilized body characteristic of modern Western societies is highly individualized in that it is strongly demarcated from its social and natural environments. The civilized body also has the ability to rationalize and exert a high degree of control over its emotions, to monitor its own actions and those of others, and to internalize a finely demarcated set of rules about what constitutes appropriate behavior in various situations. The civilized body can be contrasted with the uncivilized body of early medieval times, which was only weakly demarcated from its social and natural environment. The uncivilized body was constrained by few behavioral norms, gave immediate physical expression to emotions, and sought to satisfy bodily desires without restraint or regard for the welfare of others. A comparison of Bakhtin and Elias suggests that different kinds of bodies are produced/represented by radically different social processes, and that class, racial, and gender distinctions get written large upon the human body by virtue. 276. Of the different processes within which bodies are implicated. In recent years this general point has been made over and over again in a vast literature dealing with the history of the human body, the microtechnologies of power. The body becomes a human body, a body which coincides with the shape and space of a psyche, a body whose epidermic surface bounds a psychical unity, a body which thereby defines the limits of experience and subjectivity, in psychoanalytic terms, through the intervention of the other, and ultimately, the other or symbolic order. Among the key structuring principles of this produced body is its inscription and coding by sexual desires. Its inscription by a set of socially coded meanings and significances. This definition parallels the relational and process-based conceptions of self already encountered in Gurevich, Munn, Strathern, and even in the deep ecology of Nice. What the body measures externally is an effect of what it internalizes. Grosch explores the ways in which the body is physically, socially, sexually, and discursively or representationally produced, and the ways, in turn, bodies reinscribe and project themselves onto their socio-cultural environment so that this environment both produces and reflects the form and interests of the body. This, again, is an unexceptionable version of Marx's argument on the dialectics of social and environmental change. The city is understood as a complex and interactive network which links together, often in an unintegrated and de facto way, a number of disparate social activities, processes, and relations, with a number of imaginary and real, projected or actual architectural, geographic, civic, and public relations. The city brings together economic and 278 informational flows, power networks, forms of displacement, management, and political organization, interpersonal, familiar, and extrafamilial social relations, and an aesthetic/economic organization of space and place to create a semi-permanent but ever-changing built environment or milieu. The city is also a product of processes. It is a fundamentally disunified series of systems and interconnections, a series of disparate flows, energies, events or entities, and spaces, brought together or drawn apart in more or less temporary alignments. But it is at this point that a slippage suddenly occurs in her argument. Grosch considers the relationship between bodies and cities as a relation between two compatible kinds of permanences. No attempt is made to establish the conditions of cogredience among distinctive processes operating at different scales. The city provides the order and organization that automatically links otherwise unrelated bodies. It links the affluent lifestyle of the banker professional to the squalor of the vagrant. It is the condition and milieu in which corporeality is socially, sexually, and discursively produced. This unfortunate slippage in language converts the intertwining of bodily and environmental processes and their distinctive spatio-temporalities and value schemas operating at different scales into a straight relation between two radically different kinds of entities. It makes no sense to talk about the city as the same kind of thing as a body. There is a confusion of scale and of how to understand permanences that mars a potentially interesting analysis of the co-production of human bodies and their environments. What this theory of relational co-production of cities/bodies produces is the extraordinary claim that if bodies are not culturally preggiven, built environments cannot alienate the very bodies they produce, even if rapid environmental transformations may prove stressful and some built environments prove unconducive to bodily health and well-being. This, I would argue, is a typical situation in which the relational view gets out of hand. There is a prior question, for example, of whose bodies produce the city versus whose bodies inhabit it. If coalitions of landowners, developers, financiers, contractors, architects, planners, and governments have the power to produce the built environment of the city that the rest of us live in, then it is perfectly feasible for them to build cityscapes from which the mass of the population are alienated in an unrecuperable way. The internalization of relations does not imply a non-alienated form of such relations, though it does throw into question any theory of alienation that presupposes some preformed essence of self that gets violated and which needs to be returned to. While the body may internalize the effects of such process, it is not by itself able to measure, assess, and understand the dynamics of its own production through urbanization precisely because of its alienation. 279. Contemporary views of the body as a site of a play of difference and of an internalization of heterogeneity bear some marks of a similar way of thinking and pose similar dangers. But what does have to be understood is that the human body is a battleground within which and around which the forces of production of spatio-temporality are perpetually at play. This, for example, is the idea that Goldberg pursues in his relational analysis of racially marked bodies in racialized urban spaces. The body that is to be the measure of all things is itself a site of contestation for the very forces that create it. 8. The body in cyberspace. This contestation is strongly evidenced in the virtual world of cyberspace. Leibniz is one of the essential philosophical guides to the inner structure of cyberspace. His logic, his metaphysics, and his notion of representational symbols show us the hidden underpinnings of cyberspace. At the same time, his monadological metaphysics alerts us to the paradoxes that are likely to engulf cyberspace's future inhabitants. Monads, Heim goes on to remark, may have no windows, but they do have terminals, and they are thereby able to construct their own correspondence principles, breaking free from a bodily existence to build networks, bulletin boards, and virtual communities as computer antidotes to the atomism of society. They assemble the monads. They function as social nodes for fostering those fluid and multiple elective affinities that everyday urban life seldom, in fact, supports. The boundary between bodies and machines becomes even more blurred. Penetrating the screen involves a state change from the physical, biological space of the embodied viewer to the symbolic, metaphorical consensual hallucination of cyberspace, a space that is a locus of intense desire for refigured embodiment. In all, the unitary, bounded, safely warranted body constituted within the frame of bourgeois modernity is undergoing a gradual process of translation to the refigured and reinscribed embodiments of the cyberspace community. The discourse of visionary virtual world builders is rife with images of imaginal bodies, freed from the constraints that flesh imposes. Cyberspace developers foresee a time when they will be able to forget about the body. Cyberspace holds out the utopian vision of being able to live the Leibnizian 280 conceit free of material constraints. The dematerialization of space, the ultimate annihilation by capitalist technology of space and time itself, becomes the medium through which the ultimate God trick can be played. We can each voyage forth to the frontiers of cyberspace as many deities. We can assume a variety of personas. The boundaries between the social and the natural and between biology and technology take on a generous permeability, and social spaces begin to appear that are simultaneously natural, artificial, and constituted by inscription. But, Stone goes on to ask, who decides what sort of bodies become inscribed in cyberspace? In the process of articulating a cyberspace system, engineers must model cognition and community, and because communities are inhabited by bodies, they must model bodies as well. In doing so, they are articulating their own assumptions about bodies and sociality and projecting them onto the codes that define cyberspace systems. Many of the engineers currently debating the form and nature of cyberspace are the young Turks of computer engineering, men in their late teens and 20s, and they are preoccupied with the things with which post-pubescent men have always been preoccupied. This rather steamy group will generate the codes and descriptors by which bodies in cyberspace are represented. The computer-generated multiracial vision featured on the cover of Time is an exemplar of such dreams given real representational form. But behind all of these virtual bodies lurk real bodies, albeit attached to their consoles. Life is lived through bodies, comments Stone, and virtual community originates in, and must return to, the physical. We may aspire to live out the Leibnizian conceit in a consciousness jacked into the machine, but there is more than a hint that the irreducible physicality of the human body will bring us back to Whitehead's materialist empiricist formulations. William Gibson, who is generally credited with coining the term cyberspace in his dystopian novel Neuromancer, invents an extraordinary moment towards the end of the novel in which the hero K sees himself through someone else's eyes. He found himself staring down, through Molly's one good eye, at a white-faced, wasted figure, afloat in a loose fetal crouch, a cyberspace deck between his thighs, a band of silver trods above closed, shadowed eyes. The man's cheeks were hollowed with a day's growth of dark beard, his face slick with sweat. He was looking at himself. It will take a strong injection of historical geographical materialism to understand where all this refashioning of space-time might be taking us. The processes at work on the human body are changing, and the differentiation of human bodies is as marked as its homogenization. As a consequence, our measure of all things is itself unstable and conflictual. It has always been. 281. So. For as Haraway comments in her search to ground objectivity in embodied and situated knowledges, feminist embodiment is not about fixed location in a reified body, female or otherwise, but about nodes in fields, inflections in orientations, and responsibility for difference in material semiotic fields of meaning. I am arguing for politics and epistemologies of location, positioning, and situating, where partiality and not universality is the condition of being heard to make rational knowledge claims. These are claims on people's lives, the view from the body, always a complex, contradictory, structuring and structured body, versus the view from above, from nowhere, from simplicity. Martin provides a fascinating case study of how our sense presentation of the body has been changing through the impacts of medical science. She suggests that we are now witnessing a dramatic transition in body percept and practice, from bodies suited for and conceived in terms of the era of Fordist mass production to bodies suited for and conceived in the terms of the era of flexible accumulation. She notes that the metaphors used to understand the body have shifted from the centralized and hierarchically structured control system of cell biology to depictions of an immune system in which the body is seen as an engineered communication system, ordered by a fluid and dispersed command-control intelligence network to which objectives of specificity, flexibility, and rapid response are attributed. But there are two other telling bits of information which Martin elicits in the course of her ethnographic work. First, is the self-conscious view of the cells in the body as if they are separate from consciousness. Secondly, a feeling of the unimaginably small and the unimaginably large coalesced in the same image, agency residing in cells, the person becoming an observer of the agency of others inside him or herself, captured by one informant who expressed it all in language that Leibniz would surely have recognized. When you think about the inside of your body, I think about outer space. It's like those are the only things that look like this, you know, they are that far away from you. It's weird because outer space is like, way out there, and your body is just right here, but it's about the same, it's the same thing. The relational view seems alive and well here, and it is, perhaps, wise to consider how transitions in the definitions of space and time through changing social processes are affecting changing conceptions of the body and consequently of identity, particularities, and where the human body resides in the scale of things. 282. 9 Cartographies. In her introduction to an edited collection on Third World Women and the Politics of Feminism, Mohanty develops the idea of a relational cartography to describe the contours of the world we occupy in the 1990s. The cartographies of struggle that she depicts describe a world traversed with intersecting lines of power and resistance, a world which can be understood only in terms of its destructive divisions of gender, color, class, sexuality, and nation, a world which must be transformed through a necessary process of pivoting the center, for the assumed center will no longer hold. Mohanty goes on to raise questions of how this world is to be mapped. Whose history do we draw on to chart this map of Third World women's engagement with feminism? Who produces knowledge about colonized peoples and from what space/location? What are the politics of the production of this particular knowledge? What are the disciplinary parameters of this knowledge? What are the methods used to locate and chart Third World women's self and agency? Clearly, questions of definition and context overlap. In fact, as we develop more complex, nuanced modes of asking questions and as scholarship in a number of relevant fields begins to address histories of colonialism, capitalism, race, and gender as inextricably interrelated, our very conceptual maps are redrawn and transformed. How we conceive of definitions and contexts, on what basis we foreground certain contexts over others, and how we understand the ongoing shifts in our conceptual cartographies, these are all questions of great importance. I agree entirely with this sentiment. But I want to reflect on it in terms of a relational theory of space and time. The question of positionality and of location was first raised explicitly in Chapter 3 through examination of the cases of Bell Hooks and Raymond Williams. In neither instance was a map of the world made explicit, but it is not hard to reconstruct its contours. For Williams, A huge and almost unbridgeable chasm separates the working-class world of South Wales miners and that of the metropolis. That geographical chasm is redolent of a fundamental class divide that Williams struggled with all his life. For his critics, particularly those from the colonized world, this chasm looks like a minor wrinkle on the high plateau of imperial and metropolitan domination. For bell hooks, similar ruptures separate the small-town African American communities of the South and the metropolitanized center, but her map is marked by multiple fractures of class, race, gender, and sexual identity. Williams might have understood that map in principle, but it was 283. Not the map of his experiential world. Bell hooks might understand Williams' map but not its inner meaning. They produce two different maps of the world, situate themselves in particular ways in relation to those maps, and seek modes of political action and alliance formation defined out of that particular situatedness. The intuitive recognition of this point has in recent years been most strongly articulated in feminist theory. Positionality, situatedness, and standpoint have become familiar words as means to locate perspectives and power positions in forms of argument as well as in the identification of objects of inquiry and the construal of the subject-object relation. But what kind of map of the world is being talked about? No sooner do white North American feminists produce a map of the world which permits them a place from which to challenge white male patriarchy and oppression, then women of color or in post-colonial settings produce entirely different cartographies of oppression in which the white middle-class feminists of North America appear on that same high plateau of imperial power that Williams' critics see. What we are then confronted with are innumerable seemingly incompatible maps of the world drawn from the standpoint of the witness of particular bodies in space-time. And different projections create quite different relational constructs. The famous cartoon of the New Yorker's map of the world is everywhere replicated to produce a fragmentation of cartographies, a multiplicity of projections, a breakup of the unified map of the world that the mathematicians, geographers, and cartographers strove so hard to create from the Renaissance onwards. So what are we to make of this? Let me first establish the intimate connection between the return to the body as the measure of all things described in the preceding section and the production of all manner of cartographies of struggle. Here, I think Leibniz is particularly helpful. There are two possibilities to be considered. Different perspectives on the same world can be constructed from different positions in exactly the same way as one and the same town viewed from different sides looks fundamentally different. This is in part what feminist standpoint theory achieves. Marx sought to achieve the same effect in his construction of a science from a proletarian rather than a bourgeois perspective. Under this interpretation, all cartographies of the world are representations of the same world, but each monad necessarily has its own perspective depending on its position in that world. Different things dominate, loom large or look remote and irrelevant according to the perspective embedded in a particular position. And, if we follow Leibniz to the letter, some monads will see and feel the world in a hazy, blurry way, while the others will become more discriminating and sharper in their determinations. But the multiple windows on a same reality, like the multiple theorizations available to us, can constitute a way of 284. Triangulating in on this same reality from multiple perspectives. Learning to see the world from multiple positions, if such an exercise is possible, then becomes a means to better understand how the world as a totality works. Multiple projections are in principle transformable into each other. That is how Harvey visualizes it. Rejecting both relativism and totalization as God tricks promising vision from everywhere and nowhere equally, she argues that the topography of subjectivity is multidimensional, so, therefore, is vision. The knowing self is partial in all its guises, never finished, whole, simply there and original. It is always constructed and stitched together imperfectly, and therefore able to join with another, to see together without claiming to be another. Here is the promise of objectivity. A scientific knower seeks the subject position not of identity but of objectivity, that is of partial connection. This technique of conjoining information from different positionalities is a basic principle of all cartographic construction, To make an accurate map of the world we require at the very minimum a procedure of triangulation that moves across multiple points. We also need to understand the principles of map transformation and projection. But Leibniz also indicated a more radical possibility. The relational theory of spatiotemporality indicates how different processes can define completely different spatiotemporalities, and so set up radically different identifications of entities, places, and relations. For Leibniz this was simply a theoretical exploration of possible worlds and therefore solely confined to the imaginary. But for Whitehead, these radically different spatiotemporalities and their associated cartographies are construed as real, dependent upon the nature of the process being examined. Under this interpretation we seem to be confronted with innumerable radically different and totally incommensurate cartographies of the world. We cannot transform one projection into another. To produce one dominant cartographic image out of all this multiplicity is a power-laden act of domination. It is to force a singular discursive representational exercise upon multiple cartographies, to suppress difference and to establish homogeneity of representation. To engage in this is a typical discursive strategy of hegemonic power, that has the intended effect of curbing the imaginary and shaping material practices and social relations as well as institutions to a dominant mode of production or, as Foucault prefers it, to a dominant disciplinary power. Renaissance mapping of the globe was exactly such an exercise in Western domination. The imperial gaze mapped the world according to its own needs, wants and desires, imposing a map of the world in such a way as to suppress difference. As Chauhat argues, the effect was to dispossess the subaltern of authority over knowledge and identity. And as we have already seen in 285, Crenan's account of colonial settlement in New England, the superimposition of spatio-temporal ordering upon another society destroys the conditions of reproduction of that society. Innumerable cartographies of resistance, each with its own peculiar positionality, can then be construed as struggling against a hegemonic map of the world, but then each appears as incompatible with the other as each is with the hegemonic map. The parallel here would be with the contemporary postmodern extension of Wittgenstein's theory of language games to imply a fragmented world of interpretive communities made up of both producers and consumers of particular kinds of knowledge/experience/imaginaries, operating within a particular institutional context, a particular division of labor and pattern of social relations, and within particular places at particular times. Incommunicability between these interpretive communities becomes a permanent feature of a fragmented postmodern sensibility, in much the same way as multiple fragmented mappings and incommensurate projections arise out of the unique positionalities of bodies in the world. But what Whitehead's theory also tells us is that processes cannot be construed as totally disconnected. If there is cogredience between processes, then there must be cogredience between the different spatio-temporalities and cartographies produced. On the one hand, the radically different cartographies have to be respected since they have a real foundation in highly differentiated socio-ecological processes, but on the other it is erroneous to regard them as totally disconnected. Spatiality, however constructed, simultaneously unifies and separates. Working out what the connections are, is as crucial politically as it is to social scientific and literary theory. This is a problem that erupts again and again. Haraway in her search for a new definition of objectivity based on embodiment and situatedness argues, for example, local knowledges have also to be in tension with the productive structurings that force unequal translations and exchanges material and semiotic within the webs of knowledge and power. Webs can have the property of systematicity, even of centrally structured global systems with deep filaments and tenacious tendrils into time, space, and consciousness, the dimensions of world history. If this is so, then we need ways to discover and map those systematicities, to locate situated knowledges within the map and find the cogrediences that are necessary to any sort of political alliance formation. But we cannot do so without relying upon differently situated knowledges to reveal the nature of the processes that underpin whatever systematicity exists. 286. X latitudes of money/power and longitudes of resistance. Traces of systematicity are not hard to identify. Flows of money, commodities, information, cultural artifacts, technologies, symbolic systems, all are part of daily life, have their effects upon the sense presentation of the body, play their role in defining value relations and provide some sort of common glue of cogredience across a global space and time within which multiple cartographies get defined. Money is also a concentrated form of social power that has ramifications for the definition of selfhood, the production of hegemonic discourses, the running of institutions as well as the material practices of production and social relating. In these times the accumulation of capital provides a set of master narratives in relation to which innumerable other narratives get defined. Individual, ego, family, community, nation, civil society, and state would have entirely different meanings in the absence of monetization, commodification, and the exchange relations embedded in the circulation of capital. We fail to pay attention to these master narratives at our peril, for to ignore them is to ignore a vital set of social processes through which situatedness gets defined. It is salutary to remember, as Simmel long ago pointed out, that the very existence of a class of independent intellectuals engaging in teaching, writing, and conferencing as a professional activity depends upon a power-laden system of extraction and mobilization of money surpluses and occurs under the aegis of a highly sophisticated system of exchange of ideas and information through print capitalism. The social processes that define a hegemonic form of spatio-temporality under conditions of continuous capital accumulation therefore provide one common frame like that of the Mercator map within and through which other cartographic perspectives get represented, communicated, and contested. But it is vital to appreciate certain characteristics of this framing. To begin with, the spatio-temporal framing is far from homogeneous but exhibits a considerable degree of internalized heterogeneity and sometimes conflictual fragmentation of the sort described in Chapter 9. It is for this reason that I prefer the phrase a set or ensemble of master narratives rather than the singular term master narrative. The spatio-temporality built into financial markets and international currency coordination is very different from the spatio-temporalities of fixed capital investment in plant and equipment and is radically different from those long-term and massive projects of environmental transformation that have constituted, for example, the settlement of the U.S. West. The problem within capitalism is to establish mechanisms of cogredience or compossibility between such radically different processes. But, as Munn's careful analysis of the case of Goa showed, it is perfectly possible to embed different spatio-temporalities existing at different levels in relation to different facets of 287. The social process in such a way as to achieve some overall structure. Exactly how this occurs under capitalism is infinitely more complicated and potentially conflictual, but the ensemble of spatio-temporalities created is neither disconnected nor chaotic, though it is conflictual and dynamic. The ensemble is not fixed because the processes of capital accumulation are deeply implicated in the continuous alteration and sometimes rapid transformation of spatio-temporalities through phases of rapid time-space compression. Nevertheless, it is precisely because of the transcending possibilities of such a global framing that we can even register other forms of difference. Something may be lost in such a gesture integrating into a hegemonic map of the world in order to demonstrate a particular cartography of domination and of power relations is no different than having to learn and use the oppressor's language in order to resist oppression. But something is also gained the bringing to life of hitherto uncommunicated and hitherto uncommunicable differences. This duality should not be surprising. Money, after all, has the capacity to unify universality with all manner of particularities varying from the purity of bourgeois egocentric individualism to the social practices of, for example, community, family, and nation predicated, as I argued in Chapter 9, on the great diversity of uses to which money power can be put. In like manner socially constructed spatio-temporalities simultaneously unite and divide. Consider, for example, how the human self/body internalizes money values and how the produced human self/body inserts itself into the schema of money valuations and capital accumulation. I have argued throughout this and the preceding chapter that value is a socially constructed spatio-temporal relation. but the money form a thing itself becomes an embodiment of that spatio-temporal social relation and acquires its own fetishistic powers, thereby casting its spell on the self/body with even greater systematicity and power than witchcraft ever did on Gawa. When slaves, indentured servants, or the lowliest agricultural laborers convert whatever money they can acquire into wealth, then they procure for themselves a genealogy, symbols that use the powers of money to preserve value over time to sustain identity from one generation to the next. The inability of families to part with the family silver even in the face of the direst of necessities, has everything to do with the reluctance to convert valued wealth as a symbol of genealogy back into its point of origin in the ephemerality of money as a means of circulation. When recently arrived immigrants from China work for the money in totally unregulated sweatshops in New York that pay on average less than $2 an hour for a 12-hour day, with many workers only 10 years old, they submit themselves to a grueling bodily regime that produces not only daily exhaustion but all sorts of special ailments such as sores back and explosive headaches. When third world women find themselves caught in 288. The ugly tension of using whatever scarce resources they command to produce for market or to preserve traditional practices, ecosystems, and their associated social relations, then here, too, the cartographies of money and power are fundamentally drawn up in resistance to a hegemonic map of capital accumulation driving to be sustained in space and time against all odds. When stressed-out bankers, State Department, and Treasury officials, and innumerable CEOs find themselves in the midst of massive fund switches, then they, too, find themselves in the midst of a social process outside of their individual control. Recall Simmel's argument. Society is a structure that transcends the individual, but that is not abstract. Historical life thus escapes the alternative of taking place either in individuals or in abstract generalities. Society is the universal which, at the same time, is concretely alive. From this arises the unique significance that exchange, as an economic historical realization of the relativity of things, has for society. Exchange raises the specific object and its significance for the individual above its singularity, not into the sphere of abstraction, but into that of lively interaction which is the substance of economic value. The critical investigation of money as a relation, with its particular constructions of valuing through spatio-temporal practices, provides one key starting point for any attempt to understand the contemporary body, identities, and politics. The social power of money forces the body into postures of laboring and work under a particular condition of valuation that only holds out the possibility of realizing desire through money earned and spent. But here, too, the doctrine of rational consumption constrains desires within a box from which there is no fundamental exit, no matter how hard desires, lust, energy, and the imaginary seek to escape from a bodily prison into a unification with that other which, in the last instance, can never be attained. Yet bodies/selves insert themselves purposively and imaginatively into social life and thereby have the power, however minute, to change it. Agency, I argued in Chapter 5, resides everywhere, and the transformative works with which bodies/selves necessarily engage can be managed, orchestrated, and pressured but never totally dominated. Money, spatio-temporality, values and the body are inextricably intertwined within the overall dynamics of capital accumulation. An understanding of each informs the other at the same time as it sheds light on how situatedness and positionality is itself a product of the hegemonic processes of space creation. While this is not the only set of social processes to which we could refer, a thorough understanding of it is a necessary condition for any proper accounting of how distinctive situations, positions, and cartographies arise. 289. But there are other possibilities of cogredience. When Marx and Engels chose to end the Communist Manifesto with the famous call to arms, the proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries, unite. They were precisely trying to identify an alternative form of valuation, an alternative politics of agency and action, and a radically different spatio-temporal world defined by a radically different form of the social process. It is, of course, part of the almost folkloric timidity of these modern times, that such statements send shudders of negation if not of revulsion through circles preoccupied with literary and social theory. Yet the longing for some alternative form of cogredience/compossibility never disappears. It suffuses the ecological movement, for example, and again each social movement in its turn finds itself confronting the problem of how to secure its own objectives through a sufficiently broad network of alliances to confront hegemonic forms of power. What Derrida calls the specter of Marx will not go away. Interestingly, in the early years of the International Working Men's Association, before the split between Marxists and anarchists, syndicalists and proletarians, women and men, did its ugly work, the meaning of this socialist project uniting Irish, English, French, Belgian, German, and Swiss men and women workers within the European space of capital traversed the terrain of proletarian unity and national difference with a common sense appreciation and subtlety that many later internationalist movements have lacked. Conceptualizing this whole problematic right is, clearly, crucial to defining what some kind of alternative mapping of social relations and of values might look like. Consider, for example, how this theme echoes and reverberates in Haraway's work. Feminist embodiment recall is not about fixed location in a reified body, female or otherwise, but about nodes in fields, inflections in orientations, and responsibility for difference in material semiotic fields of meaning. There is no single feminist standpoint because our maps require too many dimensions for the metaphor to ground our visions. Yet, the theoretical and practical struggle against unity through domination or unity through incorporation ironically not only undermines the justifications for patriarchy, colonialism, humanism, positivism, essentialism, scientism, and 290 other unlamented isms, but all claims for an organic or natural standpoint. I think that our radical and socialist/Marxist feminisms have also undermined our own epistemological strategies, and this is a crucially valuable step in imagining possible unities. So what kind of possible worlds do these unities define, and to what should such alliances and effective affinities be addressed, and through what kinds of conversations and translations? I do not know of any other time in history when there was greater need for political unity to confront effectively the dominations of race, gender, sexuality, and class. I also do not know of any other time when the kind of unity we might help build could have been possible. Capitalist accumulation may define a hegemonic system of spatio-temporal practices and valuations and do untold work upon the body, the imagination, and the self. But it does not exhaust all alternative possibilities. Uncovering cartographic affinities and unities within a world of highly expressive difference appears more and more as the key problematic of the times. This is the political mission that any dialectical theory of historical geographical materialism must address. But it is a mission that depends, as does capital, on the construction of an ensemble of cogredient/compossible spatio-temporalities in active relation to the world of social and material practices, institutions, and power relations. A materialist relational theory of space and time has a key political as well as scientific role to play. Not only does it permit us to challenge outright the absolutist presumptions and pretensions, the totalizing vision, if you will, of the ahistorical treatment of space and time incorporated in conventional analyses and narratives, but it also allows us to resist the view from everywhere and ask how relations get established between, for example, monetary, heavenly, and other bodies. The relational view allows for diversity in the social construction of space-time while insisting that different social processes may relate and that, therefore, the space-time orderings and the cartographies of resistance they produce are in some way or other also interrelated. Discovering the nature of such connections and learning to translate politically between them is a problem for detailed research. Theoretically, the cogency and potential power of the materialist version of the relational view appears as remarkable and as exhaustive as it is dialectically consistent. 1. The issue. Just north of the Johns Hopkins University Homewood campus in Baltimore lies the affluent and prestigious neighborhood of Guilford. The 296-acre area, situated on pleasant rolling terrain where the Piedmont meets the coastal plain, was purchased in 1907 by a syndicate of rich Baltimoreans to preclude speculative tract development. In 1911 the site was turned over to the Roland Park Company for development according to the best and most modern methods of city planning available. This resulted in sophisticated infrastructures, landscaping in the tradition of Frederick Law Olmsted and, eventually, an eclectic mishmash of 1920s architectures scattered around the 841 individual building lots. The lots are open plan, largely devoid of fences and walls, and situated on spacious curvilinear streets amid small parks. But the neighborhood lots were also sold with restrictive and exclusionary covenants, specifically excluding non-Caucasians and Jews. From the 1920s onwards, Guilford, along with Roland Park to its west and Homeland to its north, became a secluded residential center of affluent white Anglo-Saxon and largely Protestant power in the city. In spite of all the trials and tribulations that have beset the Baltimore economy since the mid-1960s, Guilford has managed to retain much of its original character. Its distinctive ambience has mellowed with age and it remains a peaceful sylvan setting to which many Baltimoreans repair, particularly in springtime, to admire the flowering dogwoods and azaleas. The neighborhood in part retained its 292 character through strict isolation from the less affluent and racially different communities that formed on its eastern edge. As physical mark and symbol of that separation, a solid wall prevents access from the east for much of the neighborhood. The only road to the east is one way heading out. On Sunday, August 14, 1994, a brutal double murder occurred in Guilford. An elderly white couple, both distinguished physicians but now retired in their 80s, were found in their bed bludgeoned to death with a baseball bat. Murder is no stranger to Baltimore. But in the eyes of the media, the Guilford killings were special. The main local newspaper, the Baltimore Sun, devoted full-page coverage to them when most other murders received nominal attention. The media dwelt at length on how this was the third such incident in Guilford in recent months and that something plainly had to be done to protect the community if it was to survive. The solution that had long been pressed by the Guilford Community Association was to turn Guilford into a gated community with restricted access. In commenting on this proposal, the Sun turned to the expert advice of Oscar Newman, whose 1972 book on defensible space had long been regarded as fundamental to the security problems of cities. Newman, the Sun reported, said yesterday that he believes Guilford might be a good candidate for such a change. I think we're headed to a point where sections of cities vulnerable to crime will adopt this philosophy. Criminals are finding Guilford a great place to pick up change. You can burglarize a car or house, get out of there and use the money to buy drugs. In Dayton, Ohio, a conversion of one neighborhood, Five Oaks, to defensible mini-neighborhoods, each with only one combined entrance and exit, led to a 67% drop in traffic and half as many violent crimes, according to a recent report. Drug dealers, prostitutes, muggers and other criminals are reluctant to enter a neighborhood with limited points of retreat, Mr. Newman said. But, the SUX continued, the proposal raises issues of racial and class divisions, because the proposed barriers, all on the east, would separate Guilford even further from neighborhoods where residents were predominantly black and lower income, while the borders with wealthier and whiter neighborhoods on the west and north remained untouched. The whole tenor of the SUR's report implied, however, that crime was an African American and underclass habit and that therefore the construction of barriers against people of color and of low income, however regrettable, might be justifiable as a means to secure a defensible space of community for an affluent white middle-class population that might otherwise flee the city. Place had to be secured against the uncontrolled vectors of spatiality. 5 days later it was announced that a grandson, not a random intruder, had confessed to the killings. This confession again rated front-page extensive coverage in the Sun. But this time the tone was completely different. Several 293 prominent African Americans in the city, including the mayor, were cited as relieved that the stereotypical association of crime with blackness had been found wanting. Oscar Newman was nowhere cited and replaced as expert by Patricia Fernandez Kelly, a research scientist and sociology professor at the Johns Hopkins University. She was quoted as saying, "What's happened is the word crime has become a receptacle for a series of concerns we cannot mention, the unmentionables, class and race. Has become a euphemism. It is easier to speak about crime, to speak about larceny and burglary and murder than to evoke the images of class and race. That is very, very telling. This is truly Orwellian, a kind of doublespeak. It is an alternative language we have to refer to the problems we see in society. We cannot use the old language of racism. We come up with all sorts of politically correct terms to refer to the same problems. When we say crime, we're really saying we are afraid of lower-class black people." Editorializing, The Sun, while mainly blaming the police and city officials rather than its own coverage and selection of experts for the unfortunate associations, suggested that all of us ought to think about how we instinctively react in such circumstances. While barricades and alarms can alter the ambience of a community, they can't keep evil at bay. So what kind of place is Guilford? It has a name, a boundary, and distinctive social and physical qualities. It has achieved a certain kind of permanence in the midst of the fluxes and flows of urban life. Protection of this permanence has become a political economic project not only for Guilford residents but also for a wide range of institutions in the city. And it has a discursive/symbolic meaning well beyond that of mere location, so that events that occur there have a particular significance, as signified by the response in the press and media to the murders. Guilford plainly fits into cartographies of struggle, power, and discourse in Baltimore City in very special ways. But different maps locate it differently, as the two contrasting reports in The Sun clearly indicated. In what follows, I want always to try and bear in mind examples like Guilford, in order to ensure some sort of grounded feeling for what a word like place might mean against a background of a general relational theory of space-time and environment. To some theoretical considerations on place. Place, in whatever guise, is like space and time, a social construct. This is the baseline proposition from which I start. The only interesting question that can 294 then be asked is, by what social process is place constructed? There are two ways to get a fix on that problem. The first is to recapitulate what the relational view of space-time tells us. Entities achieve relative stability in both their bounding and their internal ordering of processes creating space, for a time. Such permanences come to occupy a piece of space in an exclusive way and thereby define a place their place. The process of place formation is a process of carving out permanences from the flow of processes creating spatio-temporality. But the permanences, no matter how solid they may seem, are not eternal but always subject to time as perpetual perishing. They are contingent on processes of creation, sustenance, and dissolution. A double meaning can, therefore, be given to a place as a mere position or location within a map of space-time constituted within some social process, or an entity or permanence occurring within and transformative of the construction of space-time. The latter argument includes the environmental transformation through which permanences get built. The difference in meanings is between putting down a marker such as 30.03 degrees south and 51.10 degrees west on a map of the globe, or naming the city of Porto Alegre in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. In the latter case, the named entity indicates some sort of bounded permanence at a given location. The socio-ecological processes at work within that and other places may change spatio-temporal orderings in such a way as to undermine, enhance, or erode the particular permanences that, say, Porto Alegre has achieved. Many different stories can be told about places. Place can be as varied and as multiple as the various chronotopes that Bakhtin attributes to the novel. The concrete whole of the novel is shaped by a fusion of spatial and temporal indicators so that time, as it were, thickens, takes on flesh, becomes artistically visible, while spaces become charged and responsive to the movements of time, plot, and history. This is the way that places are constructed in human historical geography. The second broad strategy is to return to the cognitive map of the social process outlined in Chapter 4 and look at places as the locus of imaginaries, as institutionalizations, as configurations of social relations, as material practices, as forms of power, and as elements in discourse. A full accounting of place in all of these regards would require a book unto itself. In what follows I shall attempt merely to illustrate how all of these elements typically combine. The effect is to understand places as internally heterogeneous, dialectical, and dynamic configurations of relative permanences within the overall spatio-temporal dynamics of socio-ecological processes. Guilford, to return to my opening example, can be understood from the standpoint of each separate moment in the social process, but what is most 295. Interesting is how it internalizes and combines effects from all moments simultaneously. 3. The political economy of place construction under capitalism. Consider, first, capitalism's historical trajectory of geographical expansion through the construction of actual places as relatively permanent physical and social structures on the land. Or, put another way, consider how places get erected as permanences within the flux and flow of capital circulation. Since I have written extensively on this topic elsewhere, I shall offer only a very abbreviated account here. Capitalism is necessarily growth-oriented, technologically dynamic, and crisis-prone. One of the ways it can temporarily and in part surmount crises of overaccumulation of capital is through geographical expansion. This is what I call the spatial fix to capitalism's contradictions. There are two facets to this process. Excess capital can be exported from one place to build another place within an existing set of space relations. Space relations may also be revolutionized, as described in Chapter 9, through technological and organizational shifts. Such revolutions alter relations between places and affect internalized processes of place construction, sustenance, and dissolution. In either case, new networks of places arise, constituted as fixed capital embedded in the land and configurations of organized social relations, institutions, etc. on the land. New territorial divisions of labor and concentrations of people and labor power, new resource extraction activities and markets form. The geographical landscape which results is not evenly developed but strongly differentiated. Difference and otherness are produced in space through the simple logic of uneven capital investment, a proliferating geographical division of labor, an increasing segmentation of reproductive activities, and the rise of spatially ordered social distinctions. There are tensions within this process. To begin with, it is marked by class struggle in and through the production of space. Furthermore, the speculative element is very strong, often pitting one faction of capital against another. Place construction ventures often go wrong or become mired down in speculative swindles. Charles Dickens used the history of a mythical New Eden in Martin Chuzzlewit as a witty 296 denunciation of a process which continues to this day as pensioners head down to their retirement plot in sunny Florida to find it is in the middle of a swamp. Torsten Veblen argued that the whole settlement pattern of the United States should be understood as one vast venture in real estate speculation. This thesis has recently reappeared in the work of Mike Davis on Los Angeles. To say, therefore, that place construction is given in the logic of capitalism's production of space is not to argue that the geographical pattern is determined in advance. The success or failure of speculative investments is largely worked out a posteriori through spatial competition between places. The second difficulty arises out of the inevitable tension between speculative investment in place development and the geographical mobility of other forms of capital. The space-time system constructed through the activities of contemporary finance capital, for example, is characterized by much faster movement across space relative to producers who have necessarily to tie themselves down in place for at least a time, and investors in physical infrastructures and properties whose commitments are even longer lasting. The integration of these different space-time systems is often problematic. Those who have invested in the physical qualities of place have to ensure that activities arise which render their investments profitable by ensuring the permanence of place. Coalitions of entrepreneurs actively try to shape activities in places for this purpose. Hence the significance of local growth machine politics of the sort that Logan and Malach describe, and of local class alliances to promote and sustain economic development in places. But such conditions cannot always succeed. Competition between places produces winners and losers. The differences between places to some degree become antagonistic. The tension between place-bound fixity and spatial mobility of capital erupts into generalized crisis, however, when the landscape shaped in relation to a certain phase of development becomes a barrier to further accumulation. The geographical configuration of places must then be reshaped around new transport and communication systems and physical infrastructures, new centers and styles of production and consumption, new agglomerations of labor power, and modified social infrastructures. Old places have to be devalued, destroyed, and redeveloped while new places are created. The cathedral city becomes a heritage center, the mining community becomes a ghost town, the old industrial center is deindustrialized, speculative boomtowns or gentrified neighborhoods arise on the frontiers of capitalist development or out of the ashes of deindustrialized communities. The history of capitalism is, then, punctuated by intense phases of spatial reorganization. There has been a powerful surge of such reorganization since around 1970, creating considerable insecurity within and between places. The effect has not 297 been, as some theorists contend, to eliminate the significance of place altogether in the contemporary world. But it does mean that the meaning of place has changed in social life, and in certain respects the effect has been to make place more rather than less important. This probably accounts for the vast outpouring of works over the past 10 years or so in which place figures prominently in the title. While there are all sorts of reasons behind this, there are 4 reasons internal to the political economy of capital accumulation that deserve immediate consideration. 1. Space-time relations have been radically restructured since around 1970, and this has altered the relative locations of places within the global patterning of capital accumulation. Urban places that once had a secure status find themselves vulnerable, and residents find themselves forced to ask what kind of place can be remade that will survive within the new matrix of space relations and capital accumulation in the past have been abandoned to their fates today. We worry about the meaning of place in general and of our place in particular when the security of actual places becomes generally threatened. 2. When transport costs were high and communication difficult, places were protected from competition by the frictions of distance. Places could depend upon a relatively high degree of monopoly power. But diminished transport costs have made production, merchanting, marketing, and particularly finance capital much more geographically mobile than heretofore. The monopoly power inherent in place is much reduced. This allows much freer choice of location, which in turn permits capitalists to take more rather than less advantage of small differences in resource qualities, quantities, costs, and amenities between places. Multinational capital, for example, has become much more sensitive to the qualities of places in its search for more profitable accumulation. 3. Those who reside in a place become acutely aware that they are in competition with other places for highly mobile capital. The particular mix of physical and social infrastructures, of labor qualities, of social and political regulation, of cultural and social life on offer can be more or less attractive to, for example, external capital. Residents worry about what package they can offer which will bring development while satisfying their own wants and needs. People in places therefore try to differentiate their place from other places and become more competitive in order to capture or retain capital investment. Within this process, the selling of place, using all the artifices 298 of advertising and image construction that can be mustered, has become of considerable importance. 4. Profitable projects to absorb excess capital have been hard to find these last 2 decades, and a considerable proportion of surplus capital has found its way into speculative place construction. The lack of wisdom in much of this became clear in the massive default of savings and loan institutions in the United States and the shaky position of many of the world's largest banks through overinvestment in real estate development. The selling of places and the highlighting of their particular qualities becomes even more frenetic. The upshot has been to render the coercive power of competition between places for capitalist development more rather than less emphatic, and so provide less leeway for projects of place construction that lie outside of capitalist norms. In earlier periods, the monopoly protection given to place development by high transport costs allowed for much greater diversity in the way places got constructed. Now, the concern to preserve a good business environment for highly mobile capital or to realize a quick profit from speculative development dominates. Interplace competition is not simply about attracting production, however. It is also about attracting consumers through the creation of amenities such as a cultural center, a pleasing urban or regional landscape, and the like. Investment in consumption spectacles, the selling of images of places, competition over the definition of cultural and symbolic capital, the revival of vernacular traditions associated with places as a consumer attraction, all become conflated in interplace competition. I note in passing, that much of postmodern production in, for example, the realms of architecture and urban design, is precisely about the selling of place as part and parcel of an ever-deepening commodity culture. The result is that places that seek to differentiate themselves as marketable entities end up creating a kind of serial replication of homogeneity. The question immediately arises as to why people accede to the construction of their places by such a process. The short answer, of course, is that they often don't. The historical geography of place construction is full of examples of struggles fought for socially just reinvestment, for the development of community expressive of values other than those of money and exchange, or against deindustrialization, the despoliation of cities through highway construction, and the like. The upper classes have been just as active as the lower classes in this resistance. Appealing to that distinctive bourgeois aesthetic sensibility that has arisen since the 18th century, the bourgeoisie often try to design and protect places of distinctive qualities in terms of relations to both nature and 299. To culture. These qualities are powerfully protected as part of their own particular patrimony. And one of the forces that has to be protected against is crass capital accumulation on the land. Lefebvre is quite right, therefore, to insist that class struggle is everywhere inscribed in space through the uneven development of the qualities of places. Yet it is also the case that such resistances have not checked the overall process of place construction through capital accumulation. But instances of popular complicity with speculative activities are also plentiful. These typically arise out of a mixture of coercion and cooptation. Cooptation is largely organized around dispersed property ownership, which provides a mass base for speculative activity, the benefits supposedly to be had from expansion, and the sheer power of pro-capitalist techniques of persuasion. For these reasons, labor organizations often join rather than oppose local growth coalitions. Coercion arises either through interplace competition for capital investment and employment or, more simply, through the direct political repression and oppression of dissident voices. But the purchase of place over our thinking, our politics, and our social practices cannot simply be attributed to these trends, powerful and persuasive as they may be in many instances. The generalization of civic boosterism, of growth machine politics, of cultural homogenization through diversification, hardly provides a full accounting for place-bound identities. Nor can it account for the strength of political attachments which people manifest in relation to particular places. So where can we look for other explanations? For Heidegger and place as the locus of being. Place, said Heidegger, is the locale of the truth of being. Many writers, particularly those within the phenomenological tradition, have drawn heavily from him, and it is useful to see how his argument unfolds. He begins with a familiar statement. All distances in time and space are shrinking. Yet the frantic abolition of all distances brings no nearness, for nearness does not consist in shortness of distance. What is least remote from us in point of distance, by virtue of its picture on film or its sound on radio, can remain far from us. What is incalculably far? 300. From us in point of distance can be near to us. Everything gets lumped together into uniform distancelessness. What is it that unsettles and thus terrifies? It shows itself and hides itself in the way in which everything presences, namely, in the fact that despite all conquest of distances the nearness of things remains absent. Notice the sense of terror of time-space compression, the fear of a loss of identity as the space-time coordinates of social life become unstable. This terror is omnipresent because all mortals persist through space by virtue of their stay among things and are therefore perpetually threatened by changing space relations among things. Furthermore, physical nearness does not necessarily bring with it understanding or an ability to appreciate or even appropriate a thing properly. Heidegger recognizes that the achieved shifts in space relations are a product of commodification and market exchange and invokes an argument close to Marx's. The object character of technological dominion spreads itself over the earth ever more quickly, ruthlessly, and completely. Not only does it establish all things as producible in the process of production, it also delivers the products of production by means of the market. In self-assertive production, the humanness of man and the thingness of things dissolve into the calculated market value of a market which not only spans the whole earth as a world market, but also, as the will to will, trades in the nature of being and thus subjects all beings to the trade of a calculation that dominates most tenaciously in those areas where there is no need of numbers. Heidegger, however, reacts to all this in a very particular way. He withdraws attention from the world market and seeks ways to uncover the truths of human existence phenomenologically. The concept which he focuses on is that of dwelling. He illustrates it with a description of a Black Forest farmhouse. Here the self-sufficiency of the power to let earth and heaven, divinities and mortals enter in simple oneness into things, ordered the house. It places the farm on the wind-sheltered mountain slope looking south, among the meadows close to the spring. It gave it the wide overhanging shingle roof whose proper slope bears up under the burden of snow, and which, reaching deep down, shields the chambers against the storms of the long winter nights. It did not forget the altar corner behind the community table. It made room in its chamber for the hallowed places of childbed and the tree of the dead, for that is what they call a coffin there, the Tottenbaum, and in this way it designed for the different generations under one roof the character of their journey through time. A craft which, itself sprung from dwelling, still uses its tools and frames as things, built the farmhouse. Dwelling is the capacity to achieve a spiritual unity between humans and 301 things. From this it follows that only if we are capable of dwelling, only then can we build. Indeed, buildings may even deny dwelling its own nature when they are pursued and acquired purely for their own sake. Although there is a narrow sense of homelessness which can perhaps be alleviated simply by building shelter, there is a much deeper crisis of homelessness to be found in the modern world. Many people have lost their roots, their connection to homeland. Even those who physically stay in place may become homeless through the inroads of modern means of communication. The rootedness, the autochthony, of man is threatened today at its core. If we lose the capacity to dwell, then we lose our roots and find ourselves cut off from all sources of spiritual nourishment. The impoverishment of existence is incalculable. The flourishing of any genuine work of art, Heidegger insists, depends upon its roots in a native soil. We are plants which, whether we like to admit it to ourselves or not, must with our roots rise out of the earth in order to bloom in the ether and bear fruit. Deprived of such roots, art is reduced to a meaningless caricature of its former self. The problem, therefore, is to recover a viable homeland in which meaningful roots can be established. Place construction should be about the recovery of roots, the recovery of the art of dwelling. Heidegger's ontological excavations have inspired a particular approach to understanding the social processes of place construction. He focuses our attention on the way in which places are constructed in our memories and affections through repeated encounters and complex associations. He emphasizes how place experiences are necessarily time-deepened and memory-qualified. He creates a new way to speak about and care for our human nature and environment, so that love of place and the earth are scarcely sentimental extras to be indulged only when all technical and material problems have been resolved. They are part of being in the world and prior, therefore, to all technical matters. This poses the whole question of the relation to nature. Place and environmental meanings and politics are inseparable because place is the locale of the truth of being in nature. There are, however, some difficulties with the Heideggerian argument. Like most great philosophers, he remained extraordinarily vague in his prescriptions, and his commentators have had a field day elaborating on what all this might mean. For example, what might the conditions of dwelling be in a highly industrialized, modernist, and capitalist world? We cannot turn back to the Black Forest farmhouse, but what is it that we might turn to? The issue of authenticity of the experience of place is, for example, a difficult one. To begin with, as Dovey observes, the problem of authenticity is itself peculiarly modern. Only as modern industrialization separates us from the process of production and we encounter the environment as a finished commodity does it emerge. Being rooted in place. 302. Tuan argues, is a different kind of experience from having and cultivating a sense of place. A truly rooted community may have shrines and monuments, but it is unlikely to have museums and societies for the preservation of the past. The effort to evoke a sense of place and of the past is now often deliberate and conscious. But herein lies a danger. The quest for authenticity, invented traditions, and a commercialized heritage culture. The final victory of modernity, McKennell suggests, is not the disappearance of the non-modern world but its artificial preservation and reconstruction. Nevertheless, there seems to be a widespread acceptance of Heidegger's claim that the authenticity of dwelling and of rootedness is being destroyed by the spread of technology, rationalism, mass production, and mass values. Place is being destroyed, says Ralph, rendered inauthentic or even placeless by the sheer organizational power and depth of penetration of the market. The response is to construct a politics of place which is then held up as the political way forward to the promised land of an authentic existence. Kirkpatrick Sale writes in a left-leaning journal The Nation, the only political vision that offers any hope of salvation is one based on an understanding of, a rootedness in, a deep commitment to, and a resacralization of, place. This permits a second cut at why place is becoming more rather than less important in the contemporary world. What Heidegger holds out, and what many subsequent writers have drawn from him, is the possibility of some kind of resistance to or rejection of any simple capitalist logic of place construction. It would then follow that the increasing penetration of technological rationality, of commodification and market values, and capital accumulation into social life together with time-space compression, will provoke resistances that increasingly focus on alternative constructions of place. The search for an authentic sense of community and of an authentic relation to nature among many radical and ecological movements is the cutting edge of exactly such a sensibility. Even Raymond Williams saw place as more than just the site of an event, but the materialization of a history which is often quite extensively retracted. His novels, as we have seen in Chapter 1, explore the political and effective meaning of place as a site of both complicity with and resistance to capital accumulation. There is certainly enough credibility in the Heideggerian argument to make it worthy of careful consideration, even if, as I shall show, there are strong grounds for rejecting it in its original guise. V. Place as the locus of environmental qualities. Heidegger, in conjuring up a process of presencing things in intimate closeness, cultivates immediately an imaginary of an unalienated relation to nature. 303. Through an intimate sensuous interaction in place. It is, Buell remarks, almost impossible to consider environmental issues without at some point confronting the idea of place. There is also a rather touching and abiding faith in much of the literature that by reviving a sense of place we may be able to reactivate the care of the environment, and that a reawakened sense of beauty of local places may fuel a deeply spiritual concern for the preservation of the ecological diversity and uniqueness of each place. This faith can be found not only in the theological literature, but is also strongly evident in bi-originalist, communitarian, and anarcho-socialist forms of ecological politics. It also plays a key role in environmental justice movements. Place is the preferred terrain of much environmental politics. Some of the fiercest movements of opposition to the political economy of capitalistic place construction are waged over the issue of the preservation or upsetting of valued environmental qualities in particular places. Much of this rests on the belief that deep experiential understanding of nature cannot be had on the run from one place to another. Some of the classics of natural history, such as Gilbert White's A Natural History of Selborne, testify to the importance of such deep local knowledge. A whole genre of ecologically sensitive writing about particular places, some of it peculiarly beautiful and powerful, has sprung up since the Enlightenment, in part through the aestheticization of a particular place-bound relation to nature as a key component to social life. The evocation of the particular qualities of place becomes a means to explore an alternative aesthetic to that offered through the restless spatial flows of commodities and money. This required a deep and often contemplative familiarity with local fauna and flora, soil qualities, geologies, and the like, as well as the intricate history of human occupancy, environmental modification, and the embedding of human labor in the land, particularly in the built environment. The connection between ecological sentiments and place deserves, however, some critical probing. The intimacy of many place-based accounts, Thoreau's famous and influential exploration of Walden being an exemplary case, yields only limited natural knowledge embedded in ecological processes operating at a small scale. Such knowledge is insufficient to understand broader socio-ecological processes occurring at scales that cannot be directly experienced and which are therefore outside of phenomenological reach. Furthermore, the penchant for regarding place as a privileged if not exclusive locus of ecological sensitivity rests on the human body as the measure of all things in an unmediated and very direct way. Sensuous interaction between the body and its environs can certainly carry with it a wide range of psychic as well as social meanings. The difficulty is that our relations as organisms embedded in nature extend far further into a chain of commodity production and exchange that reaches into every corner of the globe. Insofar as alienation from nature is 304. A widely acknowledged problem in contemporary society, then place comes into its own as a locus of some potentially unalienated direct sensuous interaction with environs. But it does so by hiding within the fetishism of commodities and ends up fetishizing the human body, the self, and the realms of human sensation as the locus of all being in the world. Nevertheless, much of the militant particularism to be found within ecological environmental movements rests on a certain sense of the intimacy of place-based ecological relations. Violation of the integrity of such relations often provokes local protests that can build outwards to a more universal ecological politics. 6. Place as the locus of collective memory. It is hard to probe very long in the extensive literature on place without encountering the idea of some strong associations between place, memory, and identity. Place is space which has historical meanings, where some things have happened which are now remembered and which provide continuity and identity across generations. Place is space in which important words have been spoken which have established identity, defined vocation, and envisioned destiny. Place is space in which vows have been exchanged, promises have been made, and demands have been issued. This was one of the strong points upon which Bachelard insisted in his Poetics of Space. It is worth following his argument briefly since it provides a powerful phenomenological baseline to understanding the significance of place in relation to memory. In the theater of the past that is constituted by memory, the stage setting maintains the characters in their dominant roles. At times we think we know ourselves in time, when all we know is a sequence of fixations in the spaces of the being's stability, a being who does not want to melt away, and who, even in the past, when he sets out in search of things past, wants time to suspend its flight. All really inhabited space bears the essence of the notion of home. Memory and imagination remain associated, each one working for their mutual deepening. In the order of values, they both constitute a community of memory and image. Thus the house is not experienced from day to day only, on the thread of a narrative, or in the telling of our own story. Through dreams the various dwelling places in our lives co-penetrate and retain the treasures of former days. 305. The house is one of the greatest powers of integration for the thoughts, memories, and dreams of mankind. Without it, man would be a dispersed being. But is this sense of place confined only to the house as home? Or does it extend to a broader sense of place as homeland, what the Germans refer to as Heimat? The latter word, says Edgar Reitz, director of the 1984 film of that name, is always linked to strong feelings, mostly remembrances and longing. It is, comment Morley and Robbins, about conserving the fundamentals of culture and identity and sustaining cultural boundaries and boundedness. As such, it appears to point solely to an exclusionary politics of nationalism and communitarianism precisely because memories built around places cannot easily be shared with outsiders. To put it in those terms is to cast something rather more fundamental in a purely negative light. Basso's study of the Western Apache shows, for example, how geographical features have served the people for centuries as indispensable mnemonic pegs on which to hang the moral teachings of their history. The permanence of places in the landscape coupled with stories told that invoke them provides a means to perpetuate a cultural identity. Appealing to Bakhtin's concept of the chronodope, Basso writes, "One forms the impression that Apaches view the landscape as the repository of distilled wisdom, a stern but benevolent keeper of tradition, an ever-vigilant ally in the efforts of individuals and whole communities to put into practice a set of standards for social living that are uniquely and distinctively their own. In the world that the Western Apache have constituted for themselves, features of the landscape have become symbols of and for this way of living, the symbols of a culture and the enduring moral character of its people. We here encounter, in the symbolic dimension, a particular version of that dialectic between the social and environmental that instantiates one within the other. By thinking and comprehending their relationships to the physical world in a particular way, Native Americans engage in a moral act of imagination that constitutes an understanding of the physical world at the same time as it constitutes an understanding of themselves. From this it follows that losing the land is equivalent to losing identity and that processes of modernization, capital accumulation, and spatial integration will be profoundly disruptive of such particular markers of cultural identity. But memory of the past is also about hope for the future. As Mary Gordon puts it, there is a link between hope and memory. Remembering nothing, one cannot hope for anything. And so time means nothing. 306. The preservation or construction of a sense of place is then an active moment in the passage from memory to hope, from past to future. And the reconstruction of places can reveal hidden memories that hold out the prospects for different futures. Critical regionalism, as it is called in architecture, invoking as it so often does vernacular traditions and icons of place, is considered a basis for a politics of resistance to commodity flows and monetization. Militant particularism seizes upon the qualities of place, reanimates the bond between the environmental and the social, and seeks to bend the social processes constructing space-time to a radically different purpose. Some memories can be suppressed and others rescued from the shadows as identities shift and political trajectories into the future get redefined. Imagination, says Bachelard, separates us from the past as well as from reality, it faces the future. Imagined places, the utopian thoughts and desires of countless peoples, have consequently played a vital role in animating politics. Time takes on its spatial meaning through the practices of place construction in the imagination, in discourse, as well as in material, social, and institutional forms. But are there principles of place construction that tie together time past with time future while acknowledging the importance of memory, the experience of environment and the capacity for dwelling in the land? This is the thesis that is explored through the idea of the genius loci. 7. The search for genius loci. Kirkpatrick Sale's call for the resacralization of place hints at how places exist in relation to a completely different space-time world to that given in capital accumulation. The worlds of myth, of religion, of collective memory, and of national or regional identity are space-time constructs that constitute and are constituted by the formation of distinctive places. Places expressive of distinctive beliefs, values, imaginaries, and social institutional practices have long been constructed both materially and discursively. The search to perpetuate such processes of place construction continues to this day. Many traditional institutions, such as those of church and nation, depend crucially upon the existence of a whole network of symbolic places to secure their power and express their social meaning. Places, as permanences, become symbolic and redolent of those values constructed through spatio-temporal practices. Many architects approach this process through Heideggerian channels. They have sought to capture something of the mythic qualities of places through the concept of the genius loci. Writes Norberg Schultz. Genius loci is a Roman concept. According to ancient Roman belief, every independent being has its genius, its guardian spirit. This spirit gives life to 307 people and places, accompanies them from birth to death, and determines their character or essence. The genius thus denotes what a thing is, or what it wants to be. Recognized that it is of great existential importance to come to terms with the genius of the locality where his life takes place. In the past, survival depended on a good relationship to the place in a physical as well as a psychic sense. In elaborating upon this idea, Norberg Schultz invokes Heidegger's conception of dwelling directly. When man dwells, he is simultaneously located in space and exposed to a certain environmental character. The two psychological functions involved may be called orientation and identification. To gain an existential foothold, man has to be able to orientate himself, he has to know where he is. But he also has to identify himself with the environment, that is, he has to know how he is in a certain place. Dwelling consequently entails above all identification with the environment, and from this it follows that the existential purpose of building, architecture, and urban design is to uncover the meanings potentially present in the given environment. To think this way is not to concede anything to environmental determinism, nor is it to insist upon a static conception of place. The structure of a place is not a fixed, eternal state. As a rule, places change, sometimes rapidly. This does not mean, however, that the genius loci necessarily changes or gets lost. First of all, we may point out that any place ought to have the capacity of receiving different contents, naturally within certain limits. A place which is only fitted for one particular purpose would soon become useless. Secondly, it is evident that a place may be interpreted in different ways. To protect and conserve the genius loci in fact means to concretize its essence in ever new historical contexts. We might also say that the history of a place ought to be its self-realization. What was there as possibilities at the outset, is uncovered through human action. The keying in on the exploration of possibilities of a place is a familiar theme in Raymond Williams' work. The invocation of self-realization should also alert us to certain parallels to the deep ecology position. Norberg Schultz also appeals to process-based philosophy and dialectical formulations. His examination of the dynamics of places makes these points explicit. Our examples show that economic, social, political, and cultural intentions have to be concretized in a way which represents the genius loci. If not, the place loses its identity. Thus we learn that cities have to be treated as individual places. 308. Rather than abstract spaces where the blind forces of economy and politics may have free play. To respect the genius loci does not mean to copy old models. It means to determine the identity of the place and to interpret it in ever new ways. Only then we may talk about a living tradition which makes change meaningful by relating it to a set of locally founded parameters. We may again remind ourselves of Alfred North Whitehead's dictum, the art of progress is to preserve order amid change, and change amid order. A living tradition serves life because it satisfies these words. It does not understand freedom as an arbitrary play, but as creative participation. Norberg Schultz's interpretation of the genius loci makes reference to a number of themes already examined. Buildings internalize relations to environment, gathering together social, symbolic, psychological, biological, and physical relations in place so as to offer some sort of identity. The meanings which are gathered by a place constitute its genius loci, he avers. Creative interventions in the construction of places as permanences are integral to a process of self-realization, as understood in Whitehead's philosophy of process and change. The dissolution of place amounts, then, to a loss of identity. It suggests a fundamental spiritual alienation from environment and self that demands remedial measures, be it constraints on freedom as arbitrary play, or constraints on action through fear of offending the genius loci. While such noble and high-sounding sentiments are directed in Norberg Schultz's work to the Acropolis or St. Peter's Square, they can be seen at work in far more ordinary circumstances such as those of Guilford in Baltimore. There is, at first sight, much to be said in favor of Norberg Schultz's argument. It has widespread appeal among groups as diverse as deep ecologists, architects, and urban designers. The dialectical language coupled with a strong penchant for internalizing relations indicates a potential consistency with the theses I have been advancing. But the dangers of what I earlier termed the Leibnizian conceit are everywhere apparent. Consider, for example, some of the controversies within architecture itself. Rossi complains with respect to the /ocus concept that, we continue to grasp at outlines which only evaporate and disappear. These outlines delineate the singularity of monuments, of the city, and of buildings, and thus the concept of singularity itself and its limits, where it begins and ends. They trace the relation of architecture to its location, the place of art, and thereby its connections to, and the precise articulation of, the locus itself as a singular artifact determined by its space and time, by its topographical dimensions and its form, by its being the seat of a succession of ancient and recent events, by its memory. All these problems are in large measure of a collective nature. They force us to pause for a moment on the relationship between place and man, and hence to look at the relationship between ecology and psychology. Rossi, at least, is willing to see the genius loci in terms of collective identity. 309. Residing at the intersection of singularity and universality. Furthermore, the fluidity of meaning that Norberg Schultz necessarily admits, is taken by Rossi in a more constructivist vein to mean the ability to explore possibilities in a far more open fashion. Rossi replaces the oppressive and homogenizing concept of man by collectivity while recognizing that the history of built urban artifacts is always the history of the architecture of ruling classes, and that monuments are constituted symbolically and collectively, as sites of memory. But Rossi still insists on some underlying notion of permanence. Myths come and go, passing slowly from one place to another. Every generation recounts them differently and adds new elements to the patrimony received from the past, but behind this changing reality, there is a permanent reality that in some way manages to elude the action of time. We must recognize the true foundation of this reality in religious tradition. I believe that the importance of ritual in its collective nature and its essential character as an element for preserving myth constitutes a key to understanding the meaning of monuments and, moreover, the implications of the founding of the city and of the transmission of ideas in an urban context. Attribute an especial importance to monuments, although their significance in the urban dynamic may at times be elusive. For if the ritual is the permanent and conserving element of myth, then so too is the monument, since, in the very moment that it testifies to myth, it renders ritual forms possible. Rossi's formulations open up a whole series of questions. Whose identity and which collectivity, for example? And if collective memory acquires a certain instantiation in place, and if that collective memory is vital to the perpetuation of some social order, then all essentialist formulations of the genius loci fall away to be replaced by a contested terrain of competing definitions. This is exactly the move that Lukács makes in her study of competing treatments and visions of the Acropolis over time. Discursive controversies among architects, archaeologists, and art historians over how to understand the genius loci here fade before the political power struggle coursing through Greek history as to whose genius gets to define the qualities of which/osi. And that contest, as Lukács shows, is not simply about the proper interpretation of the past, the authenticity of this or that collective memory, but it is also about all hopes for the future. To release a different imaginary concerning the past is to release a different imaginary as to possibilities in the future. The genius loci is open to contestation, both theoretically and concretely. The absence of active political controversy can then be taken only as a sign of the domination of some hegemonic power. What makes the site of the Acropolis so interesting, for example, is that not only are there competing claims based on class, national sentiments, and locale, but also competing claims of outside powers who appropriate the Acropolis as a symbol of the origins of Western civilization rather than respect it as a living monument embedded in the history of Greek geopolitical and political economic struggles. The burden that the Acropolis bears is that it simultaneously belongs to radically divergent imagined communities. And the question as to whom it truly belongs has no direct theoretical answer, it is determined through political contestation and struggle and, hence, is a relatively unstable determination. 8. Place as the locus of community. The invocation of Benedict Anderson's phrase imagined community links to yet another dimension of what the idea and practice of place might be about. The history of the word community is just as fraught and ambivalent as that of the concept of place. The intertwining of the two terms makes for even more complicated layers of meaning. But something has to be said, for places acquire much of their permanence as well as much of their distinctive character from the collective activities of people who dwell there, who shape the land through their activities, and who build distinctive institutions, forms of organization, and social relations within, around, or focused on a bounded domain. The collective memory that attaches to places connects to the imaginary of belonging. Imagined communities acquire a certain reality through practices that derive as much from imaginary and discursive links between individuals as from face-to-face contact. The practical and discursive practices of bounding space and creating the permanences of particular places is likewise a collective affair within which all sorts of contested administrative, military, and social practices occur. And this is as true of bounded communities like Guildford as it is of the nation-state. Such bounding activities are nearly always partial in their effects, and the socio-ecological processes that constitute space ensure that all places are to some degree open. This was precisely Whitehead's point about any kind of permanence, and in contemporary socio-ecological life the multiple flows and heterogeneity of processes at work ensure that all places are in a permanent state of flux. So how, then, should territorially bounded community be considered both empirically and normatively? Here is how Sandel sees it. 311. Insofar as our constitutive self-understandings comprehend a wider subject than the individual alone, whether a family or a tribe or a city or a class or nation or people, to this extent they define a community in the constitutive sense. And what makes such a community is not merely a spirit of benevolence, or the prevalence of communitarian values, or even certain shared final ends alone, but a common vocabulary of discourse and a background of implicit practices and understandings within which the opacity of persons is reduced if never finally dissolved. The emphasis on common discourse and implicit practices provides a quite distinctive point of entry to the issue of community and nation compared to that given by Zizek. It defines the commonality of some public realm within which notions of civic virtue, public responsibility, and the like can be defined. But there are plenty of critics of what is in effect a very Enlightenment view of public virtues and civic life. Young, for example, is critical of both the repressive homogeneity that such a universalism entails as well as the way that desire for unity or wholeness in discourse generates borders, dichotomies, and exclusions. Indeed, Young reserves her fiercest denunciations for the often narrow, place-based, and intimate versions of communitarianism that now hold center stage. Such a concept of community often implies a denial of time and space distancing and an insistence on face-to-face interaction among members within a plurality of contexts. But there are, she insists, no conceptual grounds for considering face-to-face relations more pure, authentic social relations than relations mediated across time and distance. This is a crucial issue for an understanding of place. For while it may be true that in modern society the primary structures of value formation as well as of alienation and domination are defined by state power and capital circulation, it does not follow that all mediated relations are necessarily alienating and that the intimacy of place is the only locus of authentic socio-ecological relations. By positing a society of immediate face-to-face relations as ideal, community theorists generate a dichotomy between the authentic society of the future and the inauthentic society we live in, which is characterized only by alienation, bureaucratization, and degradation. Jung's criticism of the Heideggerian tradition is strong. Racism, ethnic chauvinism, and class devaluation grow partly from the desire for community. In the United States today, she argues, the positive identification of some groups is often achieved by first defining other groups as the other, the devalued semi-human. This external oppressiveness, moreover, gets mirrored in internal repressions. The starting point of Jung's argument lies in her own experience of the enforced homogeneity of many radical groups. And it is worth remembering that Freud thought that hysteria was linked to place. But the issue is much broader. There is a quite different definition of community that has a dark and repugnant presence. Foucault, 4. 312. Example, highlights not only those sealed communities put under the strictest surveillance, the prison, the panopticon, the hospital, the school, the factory, but zones of control that produce docile bodies totally enclosed and imprisoned in the repressive mechanisms of disciplinary powers. This is the kind of community that Sennett, in The Uses of Disorder, so brilliantly dissects as a fundamentally repressive and inhibitory feature of much of contemporary urban life. Place here functions as a closed terrain of social control that becomes extremely hard to break once it achieves its particular permanence. And there are interests involved in building and maintaining such places. In the United States, for example, several isolated ethnic communities provide docile bodies for the innumerable sweatshops run by the same ethnically distinct capitalist class. Community solidarities promoted by that class, strongly supported by ideologies of ethnic and religious solidarity, are an assured vehicle for capital accumulation founded on some of the worst forms of exploitation. This is, for example, the import of several recent accounts of sweatshops run on indentured or effectively imprisoned labor in New York and Los Angeles. The effect of this is to create dualism within the communitarian argument. On the one hand, repressions and social control produce docile bodies in closed places open to all manner of exploitation, and at the other extreme the mobilization of communitarian powers can be the basis of a revolutionary militant particularism that can shake the world. Jung's idealist solution to these opposing tendencies is to replace the ideal of face-to-face community with an unoppressive city defined as openness to unassimilated otherness. While this term is naively specified in relation to the actual dynamics of urbanization, the direction to which it points, the celebration of difference and diversity with some overarching unity, is of interest. It seeks to build upon those positive experiences of city life in which differences of all sorts are embodied, negotiated, and tolerated. It presupposes, in effect, the possibility of somehow bridging the Marxian and Heideggerian conceptions within a new kind of radical politics. What that bridge might look like will be taken up later. The communitarian emphasis upon common discourses and implicit practices has the virtue of demonstrating that communities and places cannot be distinguished in the realms of discourse by their falsity/genuineness, but by the style in which they are imagined. This conclusion is fundamentally at odds with the idea of some easily definable distinction between authentic and inauthentic communities or places. If Marx is right and imagination and representation always precede production, then Heidegger's view becomes just one possible imagined kind. 313. Of place awaiting a material embodiment. Heidegger may have invoked a long deep past and the seemingly deep permanence of a pristine language, but he also recognized that it was impossible to go back to a world made up of black forest farmsteads, and that it was necessary to press forward, in ways which National Socialism then seemed to promise, to construct a new kind of authentic community appropriate to that time and place. Yet it is, paradoxically, the very conditions against which Heidegger revolts that permit the search for an imagined authentic community to become a political possibility, thus opening up the definition of the authentic to social construction as a manifestation of power relations and social struggle. 9. Heidegger contra Marx, splitting differences. Norberg Schultz argues that Marxism fails in its refusal to deal with the mythic qualities of places. Marxism, he says, does not arrive at a full understanding of dwelling, and fails in its attempt to recover from that human alienation which arises from man's loss of identification with the natural and man-made things which constitute his environment. Since this loss is also at the root of our actual loss of place, it follows that the insensitivity of Marxism to the diverse qualities of place and the rich range of meanings that can be derived therefrom is one of its most serious political liabilities. There are clear differences, therefore, between the Marxian and Heideggerian traditions with respect to the understanding of place. But are the differences so irreconcilable in principle? Or is there a certain unity within the difference? For Marx, analysis of the world of material social practices, of money circulation and commodity production, and exchange defines a spatio-temporal world of intricate social relations and universal valuations, within which places necessarily have their being as constitutive elements within the historical geography of capital accumulation. But this spatio-temporal world also defines an equally universal sphere of moral, economic, and political responsibility for our species being which, though characterized by alienation and exploitation, has to be rescued by a global political economic strategy of class struggle. This does not imply that the experiential world which lies immediately at hand is irrelevant. But what we learn from sensuous interaction with the things we touch and the processes we directly encounter is different from what we need to know to understand the processes of commodity production and exchange that put our global breakfast upon our individual tables. This was the distinction that Marx sought to capture in his thesis on the fetishism of commodities. What we immediately experience is, he argues, not adequate to understand the political economic realities of our world. But it is precisely Marx's point that immediate experience is so authentic as to permanently tempt us to regard it as all there is and so ground our sense of 314 being, of moral responsibility, and of political commitments entirely within its myopic frame. Marx seeks to go beyond and try, as he puts it in his early work, to construct a sense of species being by a politics in which individuals realize their full individuality only through free association with others across the surface of the earth. This is notoriously vague and uncertain rhetoric, but it suggests that we cannot go back, that we cannot reject the world of sociability which has been achieved by the interlinking of all peoples and places into a global economy, and that we should somehow build upon this achievement and seek to transform it in socially constructive ways. The network of places constructed through the logic of capitalist development, for example, has to be transformed and used for progressive purposes rather than rejected or destroyed. But place construction is now complicitous with the universalisms of money, commodity, capital, and exchange without in any way challenging the alienation. The instantiation of social relations through specific forms of environmental transformation here comes into play to make the production of place a moment in the consolidation of a capitalist-inspired regime of social relations, institutions, and political economic practices. Unfortunately, internationalist working-class politics often abstracted from the material world of experience in particular places. It lost some of its credibility and appeal because the promotion of universal considerations drove out sensitivity to the particularities of environment, milieu, collective memory, community, myth, built forms. While it is one thing to articulate a critical line against a politics based only on all of these, it is quite another, as Raymond Williams so effectively argued, to fashion a politics that treats the politics of place as nothing more than a numbing fantasy. Heidegger, at the other extreme, totally rejects any sense of moral responsibility beyond the world of immediate sensuous and contemplative experience. He rejects any dealings with the world of commodity, money, technology, and production via any international division of labor. He contracts his field of vision to a much narrower experiential world to ask questions about the innate and immanent qualities of experience of things. he insists upon the irreducibility of the experience of dwelling and specificities of place and environment. In so doing he denies the relevance of those processes that put breakfast on his table and evokes the loss of authentic community, of roots, and of dwelling in modern life. The former is a gross act of denial, but the latter strikes a potent chord with many people. If, says Ralph, places are indeed a fundamental aspect of man's existence in the world, if they are sources of security and identity for individuals and for groups of people, then it is important that the means of experiencing, creating, and maintaining significant places are not lost. The problem is that such sentiments easily lend themselves to an interpretation and a politics that is both exclusionary and parochialist, contemplative rather than activist, communitarian if not intensely nationalist. Heidegger refuses to see mediated social relationships with others as in any way expressive of any kind of authenticity. Indeed, mediated relationships of this sort are felt as threatening to identity and any true sense of self, while anything which contributes to or smacks of rootlessness is rejected outright. Experience, furthermore, becomes incommunicable beyond certain bounds because authentic art and genuine aesthetic sense can spring only out of strong rootedness in place. This, as we saw, was the case with the Western Apache. This exclusionary vision becomes even more emphatic, however, given his views on the power of language over social life. Places become the sites of incommunicable othernesses. There can be no interlinkage in the world of aesthetics or of communicable meanings of the sort that modernism often sought, even in a context of strong interlinkage in the material world of production and exchange. From this standpoint, it is not hard to see how Heidegger figures so often in postmodern thinking as a precursor of ideas concerning the creation of interpretive communities, fragmented language games, and the like. And it is not hard to see how the crass and commercial side of postmodernism could play upon these sentiments and market the vernacular, simulate the authentic and invent heritage, tradition, and even commercialized roots. Yet, oddly, there persists another commonality with Marx. Heidegger persists in seeing authentic communities as materially and physically rooted in particular places through dwelling, rather than as being constructed solely, as so frequently happens in postmodernist rhetoric, in the realms of discourse. Heidegger is, in the first analysis, just as committed to the vital moment of production as a privileged moment of sensual engagement with the world as is Marx. But if I am correct, and modernism and postmodernism are dialectically organized oppositions within the long history of modernity, then we should start to think of these arguments not as mutually exclusive but as oppositions which contain the other. For Marx, the potential repressions, misconceptions, and exploitation are emphasized as an outcome of a purely place-based politics in a spatially dynamic capitalist world. For Heidegger, the phenomenological realism of a place-based experience of dwelling is the only respite from that world. Marx regards experience within the fetishism as authentic enough but superficial and misleading, while Heidegger views that same world of commodity exchange and technological rationality as at the root of an inauthenticity in daily life which has to be repudiated. This common definition of the root of the problem provides a common base from which to reconstruct a better understanding of place. What happens, then, when we see the differences as dialectical oppositions? The simple answer is that we live in a world of universal tension between sensuous and interpersonal social relations in place and another dimension of awareness in which we more or less recognize the material and social connection between us and the millions of other people who have, for example, a direct and indirect role in putting our breakfast on the table. Put more formally, what goes on in a place cannot be understood outside of the space relations which support that place any more than the space relations can be understood independently of what goes on in particular places. This is, in any case, exactly what the abstract theory of place outlined at the beginning of this chapter tells us. While that may sound banal or trivially true, the manner of its conception has major ramifications for political thinking and practice. The construction of places through socio-spatial practices. Places are constructed and experienced as material ecological artifacts and intricate networks of social relations. They are the focus of the imaginary, of beliefs, longings, and desires. they are an intense focus of discursive activity, filled with symbolic and representational meanings, and they are a distinctive product of institutionalized social and political economic power. The dialectical interplay across these different moments of the social process is intricate and confusing. But it is precisely the way in which all of these moments are caught up in the common flow of the social process that in the end determines the conflictual processes of place construction, sustenance, and deconstruction. This may all seem rather daunting, but it is the only way to attack the rich complexity of social processes of place construction in a coherent way. Let me illustrate. Times Square in New York City was built up as a pure piece of real estate and business speculation around the creation of a new entertainment district in the 1890s. In the early 1900s, the name was pushed through by the New York Times, which had just relocated in the square. The Times organized the grand New Year's Eve celebration of fireworks and, ultimately, the celebratory lowering of the ball, as a promotional gimmick. Thousands came not only on that day but throughout the year to sample the entertainments, watch people, eat out, survey the latest fashions, and pick up gossip or information on anything from business and real estate deals to latest trends in entertainment, fashion, and the private lives of eminent people. And the square soon became the center of an advertising spectacle which in itself drew in the crowds. Times Square was, in short, created as a representation of everything that could be commercial, gaudy, promotional, and speculative in the political economy of place con. 317. Struction. It was a far cry from that authentic dwelling in the Black Forest, and on the surface at least it ought surely to qualify as the most ersatz, or as cultural critics might prefer to call it, pseudo-place or non-place on earth. Yet it soon became the symbolic heart of New York City and, until its decline from the 1950s onwards, was the focus of a sense of togetherness and community for many New Yorkers and even, for a while, for many Americans. Times Square became the symbolic place where everyone congregated to celebrate, mourn, or express their collective anger, joy, or fear. Produced and dominated in the mode of political economy, it was appropriated by the populace in an entirely different fashion. It became an authentic place of representation with a distinctive hold on the imagination, even though as a space of material social practices it had all the character of a purely speculative and commodified spectacle. How could this happen? Times Square rose to prominence as the modern metropolitan New York of 5 boroughs and sprawling suburbs began to take shape. Its rise coincided with an extraordinary boom in real estate speculation, the coming of mass transit systems which changed the whole nature of space relations between people within the city, the maturing of new systems of international and national communication, of information and money flow, of commercialism, and the marketing of fashion and entertainment as mass consumption goods. This was a phase of rapid time-space compression as Kern records and even many New Yorkers seemed to lose their sense of identity. The stresses of rapid urban growth kept New Yorkers on the run, perpetually undermining the fragile immigrant and neighborhood institutions which from time to time gave some sense of security and permanence in the midst of rapid change. What seems to have been so special about Times Square in its halcyon days was that it was a public space in which all classes of society could intermingle, and as a classless place it held out the possibility to be the focus of a sense of community which recognized difference but which also celebrated unity. The demi-monde rubbed shoulders with the aristocracy. Immigrants of all sorts could share the spectacle, and the democracy of money appeared to be in charge. But community in this instance was not shaped by face-to-face interaction. It was achieved by the act of a common presence in the face of the spectacle, a spectacle which was shamelessly about the community of money and the commodification of everything. New York's Times Square certainly represented the community of money, but it also became a representation of a quite different notion of community in the minds and affections of millions of New Yorkers who, to this day, continue to contest plans to transform and redevelop this particular public space precisely because of its unique symbolic meaning and place in the collective memory. It is, perhaps, rather too sadly symbolic to note that the rebirth of Times Square is to be led by its Disneyfication. 318. This same sort of story can be told, from an exactly opposite direction. The search for authentic community, and in particular a form of community which is expressive of values outside of those typically found in a capitalist, materialist and highly moneized culture, has frequently led into direct attempts at community and place construction according to alternative visions. Yet all of them that have survived have almost without exception done so by an accommodation to the power of money, to commodification and capital accumulation and to modern technologies. The survivors have also exhibited a capacity to insert and reinsert themselves into changing space relations. This is as true for such massive upheavals as the fundamentalist Islamic revolution in Iran as it was for the innumerable communitarian movements which hived off from capitalism only in many instances to become the cutting edge of further capitalist development, such as the French Icarians that settled in the United States, the extraordinary wave of communalism and place building that had its origins in western New York State in the first half of the 19th century, the anarchist and syndicalist movements which spawned dispersed settlements as far apart as Patagonia and Siberia and which even inspired the New Towns movement of Geddes and Ebenezer Howard. The whole history of place building suggests that a cultural politics has just as frequently been at the root of the inspiration of place construction as simple desire for profit and speculative gain. Yet the intertwining of the two is omnipresent, and in some instances the cultural politics seems more like a means to a political economic end than an end in itself. Fitzgerald in Cities on a Hill provides a fascinating picture of precisely this intersection in the context of the United States. The studies of the gay community's appropriation and subsequent domination of the Castro district of San Francisco, of Jerry Falwell's religious empire in Lynchburg, and of Sun City, a retirement community in Florida, all illustrate the cultural politics of capital accumulation in different ways. By far the oddest of Fitzgerald's studies is, however, that of Rajneeshpuram. Founded in 1981 in a sparsely populated and semi-arid ranching area of Oregon as a self-sufficient commune of the disciples of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, it had all the trappings of a New Age community from the standpoint of lifestyle, but yet it also was characterized by powerful use of money, high technology, and a worldwide internationalism founded on the network of disciples that Rajneesh had cultivated over the years. The ranch cost $1.5 million, and within 2 years the Rajneeshis had spent more than $60 million in Oregon, by Fitzgerald's account, and had gone a long way to building a whole new settlement replete with airstrip, large reservoir, power station, irrigated fields, housing, and a whole range of facilities which could support more than 3,000 people. 319. Permanently and offer temporary accommodation for many thousands more. Rajneesh looked down upon Gandhi and Mother Teresa because of their interest in the poor. Money became the means to the good life. Religion is a luxury of the rich, he argued, and had 21 Rolls-Royces to prove it. Yet the commune demanded at least 12 hours hard labor a day from its residents and pulled together some highly educated and often technically talented people who set to work in an overt atmosphere of non-hierarchical social relations and with seeming joy and relish to create a place within which the human potential for personal growth might be realizable. The exclusionary politics of the commune were, however, very strong. Internally it was represented and imagined as an island of virtue and authenticity in a sea of spiritual and material decay. Outsiders saw it as a cancerous foreign body inserted into the heart of rural United States. The dissolution of the commune, the deportation of Rajneesh, and the arrest of some of the leading luminaries who, within a few years, had turned the commune from a mecca of personal liberation and human growth into an armed camp, detracted little, according to Fitzgerald, from the intense feelings of affection that many who had passed through the commune felt for it. It had provided a place, a home, however temporary, and a range of personal experiences for which people felt grateful. It had met a need, fulfilled desires, allowed fantasies to be lived out in ways that were unforgettable. Yet it had also exhibited all of the intolerance of internal difference, all the subtle hierarchy and exclusionary politics which Young correctly fears is the inevitable end product of communitarian politics. And for the brief moment of its success, it had all the attributes of a low-wage work camp sustained out of moral fervor and delivering Rolls-Royces by the score to the guru of the establishment. This was not the first, nor will it be the last time that a cultural politics striving to produce an authenticity of place and of social identity was to be co-opted and used for narrow financial gain. The lesson is simple enough. Everyone who moves to establish difference in the contemporary world has to do so through social practices that engage with the mediating power of money. The latter is, after all, global and universal social power that can be appropriated by individual persons and any interpretive or political community which seeks to forge a distinctive identity in place has to accommodate to it. Indeed, in many instances possession of sufficient money power is a necessary condition for exploring difference through place construction. Rajneesh's comment that religion is a luxury of the rich is in this regard rather too close for comfort. It is, in short, precisely the universality and sociality of money power that allows all kinds of othernesses to take on an independent existence and to survive. There is nothing in itself particularly wrong with that. 320. But it does force us to consider the relation between the production of difference and otherness in the contemporary world and the organization and distribution of political economic power. The examples illustrate how cultural politics in general and political economic power intertwine in the social processes of place construction. It is impossible to examine one without the other. 11. Place and power. To write of the power of place, as if places possess causal powers, is to engage in the grossest of fetishisms, unless, that is, we confine ourselves rigorously to the definition of place as a social process. In the latter case, the questions to be posed can be rendered more explicit: why, by what means, and in what sense do social beings individually and, more importantly, collectively invest places with sufficient permanence to become a locus of institutionalized social power, and how and for what purposes is that power then used? The production and reproduction of power differentiations is central to the operations of any economy. Within capitalism there is not only that great divide between the proletariat and the capitalist class, but there are also the multiple and more nuanced hierarchical divisions which inevitably arise within the detail, social, and territorial divisions of labor, as well as those that factionalize the bourgeoisie. Differences that may have preceded the capitalist order of race, language, gender, ethnicity, religion, and pre-capitalist forms of social class have been absorbed, transformed, and reconstructed by a social system that seeks to assure the accumulation of capital through the domination of nature, the exploitation of wage labor, and a sophisticated system of ideological and social controls and state regulation. For example, the bourgeois tactic of depicting some segment of humanity as a part of nature, the repository of affectivity and therefore disposed to be chaotic, irrational, and unruly, allowed those segments to be subsumed as elements requiring domination within the general capitalistic project. The effect has been to transform gender and racial oppressions into forms not hitherto experienced. Furthermore, the revolutionary dynamic of capitalism ensures that such transformations are not once and for all events, but continuous and often contradictory movements within the historical geography of capitalist development. 321. While apartheid may make sense for a while, it is not hard to see how corporate capitalism might turn against it at a certain stage of development. Explicit struggle on the part of the oppressed or active engagement in the politics of place construction by otherwise disempowered social groups has played a role in that development. The long history of decolonization and struggles for national self-liberation have dominated the international stage, but these struggles have many local manifestations, as do the attempts by racially marked minorities and women to construct alternative kinds of places for living and working. In all of these instances, the construction of a secure place has been a fundamental moment in the struggle to acquire or resist political power. Anderson's account of the transformation of linguistic diversity through print capitalism into the imagined communities of nations that ground the modern state, is a useful example. But there is another way to put this. Those who live in any place, who have pretensions to create an institutionalized locus of social and political power, have to find or invent an imaginary sufficient to achieve some level of social cohesion, solidarity, and institutionalized order. There are many places in the world that were arbitrarily carved out as loci of political and social power, but where the imagined community to support the entity has yet to be properly forged. We have therefore to interpret the changing meaning of the production of place amongst all realms of the social order across all moments of the social process. We need to understand not merely how places acquire material qualities. The evaluation and hierarchical ranking of places occurs, for example, largely through activities of discourse and representation that connect to deeply held beliefs, values, and desires. Popular understandings of places are organized through the elaboration of often heterogeneous mental maps of the world, each of which can be invested with all manner of personal or collective hopes and fears. The wrong side of the tracks and Skid Row are hardly parallel places in our mind to the Gold Coasts of Miami Beach. Psychoanalytic theory teaches that the field of representation is not necessarily all that it seems, that there are all manner of representations to which places are prone. If individual identity is constituted by fantasy, then can the identity human beings give to places be far behind? Representations of places have material consequences insofar as fantasies, desires, fears, and longings are expressed in actual behavior. Evaluative schemata of places, for example, become grist for all sorts of policymakers' mills. Places in the city get redlined for mortgage finance, the people who live in them get written off as worthless, in the same way that much of Africa gets depicted as a basket case. The material activities of place construction may then fulfill the prophecies of degradation and dereliction. Similarly, places in the city are 322. Dubbed as dubious or dangerous, again leading to patterns of behavior, both public and private, that turn fantasy into reality. Other places are depicted as authentic and beautiful, testimonies to the power of human beings to shape permanences out of environments in such a way as to instantiate powerful cultural and moral meanings in the world around them. The political, economic, and symbolic possibilities of place construction are, in short, highly colored by the evaluative manner of place representation. Discursive struggles over representation are, as a consequence, as fiercely fought and just as fundamental to the activities of place construction as bricks and mortar. And there is much that is negative as well as positive here. The denigration of others' places provides a way to assert the viability and incipient power of one's own. The fierce contest over images and counter-images of places is an arena of action in which the cultural politics of places, the political economy of their development, and the accumulation of a sense of social power in place frequently fuse in indistinguishable ways. By the same token, the creation of symbolic places is not given in the stars but painstakingly nurtured and fought over precisely because of the hold that place can have over the imaginary. The survival of religion as a major institution within secular societies has been in part won through the successful creation, protection, and nurturing of symbolic places. But imaginations are not easily manipulated or tamed to specific political economic purposes. People can and do define monuments in ways that relate to their own experience and tradition. The places where martyrs fell have long gripped the imagination of working class movements. If places are the locus of collective memory, then social identity and the capacity to mobilize that identity into configurations of political solidarity are highly dependent upon processes of place construction and sustenance. Yet no amount of formal monument construction can make a hated dictator beloved. Materiality, representation, and imagination are not separate worlds. There can be no particular privileging of any one realm over the other, even if it is only in the social practices of daily life that the ultimate significance of all forms of activity is registered. Political mobilization through processes of place construction owes as much to the representational and symbolic realms as to material activities. But disjunctions and contradictions frequently occur between the different moments of place construction. Loyalty to place can have a powerful political meaning even when the daily practices of people in that place show little commonality or even outright political contradiction. Though the forces that came together to create the uprising of the Paris Commune in 1871, for example, were extraordinarily heterogeneous, they were all bound together by a common loyalty to the place they called Paris, and all agreed that the liberation of Paris was a crucial aim. 323. Less dramatically, the fact that a category like New Yorkers can make sense to the polyglot millions who occupy that place testifies precisely to the political power that can be mobilized and exercised through activities of place construction in the mind as well as on the ground. There is, then, a politics to place construction ranging dialectically across material, representational, and symbolic activities which find their hallmark in the way in which individuals invest in places and thereby empower themselves collectively by virtue of that investment. The investment can be of blood, sweat, tears, and labor. Or it can be the discursive construction of effective loyalties through preservation of particular imageries of place, of environment, and of vernacular traditions, or through new works of art and architecture to celebrate and become symbolic of some special place. It is dangerous to romanticize this process. Places constructed in the imagery of homogeneity of beliefs, values, ideals, and persuasions coupled with a strong sense of collective memory and spatially exclusionary rights can be extraordinarily powerful players upon the world stage. The effect is to convert the dialectic of community solidarity and repression into a quagmire of violence and oppression. And if, as is so often argued, a place divided against itself will fall, then the maintenance of that permanence that grounds politics becomes an end in itself, however self-destructive the ultimate outcome might be. And self-destructive it surely must be, for, as Eric Wolf so cogently puts it, all attempts to construct places and build imagined communities must take cognizance of processes that transcend separable cases, moving through and beyond them and transforming them as they proceed. The production of places of difference continues in a world in which the process of accumulation for accumulation's sake continues unabated, no matter what the political, social, or ecological consequences. While the decentralization of political power to places proceeds apace, there is a powerful simultaneous movement towards reconcentrations of economic and discursive power, particularly in multinational corporations, financial institutions, and the media. The exercise of this latter power has meant the destruction, invasion, and restructuring of socially constituted places on an unprecedented scale. The viability of actual places has been powerfully threatened through changing material practices of production, consumption, information flow, and communication, coupled with the radical reorganization of space relations and of time horizons within capitalist development. The contemporary necessity for place reconstruction has created dilemmas for spatial practices as well as for the way places get represented and become representations. It is in such a context that the febrile attempt to reconstruct places in terms of imagined communities, replete, even, with the building of places of representation or the forging of imagined communities as a defense against the new material and social practices of capitalist accumulation becomes more readily understandable. But the building of exclusionary walls implicit in the new communitarian politics, although it may intervene in relations of production, consumption, exchange, and reproduction, is always porous with respect to the universalizing power of money. At the same time as places are made more and more exclusionary, so they become less and less capable of developing a collective capacity to even influence, let alone control, money flow and capital accumulation. This condition has profound political implications. Anti-capitalist movements, as I have argued elsewhere, are generally better at organizing in and dominating their places than at commanding space. The otherness and regional resistances that postmodernist politics emphasize can indeed flourish in a multitude of particular places. But while such movements form a potential basis for that militant particularism that can acquire global ambitions, left to themselves they are easily dominated by the power of capital to coordinate accumulation across universal but fragmented space. The potentiality for militant particularism embedded in place runs the risk of sliding back into a parochialist politics. We need always to confront, as Buell remarks, the delicate issue of how the sense of place can be kept alert and sensitive rather than left to lapse into dogmatic slumber in some cozy ethnocentric alcove. Place-bound particularisms, it should be acknowledged, do not necessarily give rise to militant politics. They can just as easily be the locus of political passivity or of collaboration and complicity with the dominant social order. This was, recall, the central problem that Raymond Williams wrestled with for much of his political life. Says one of the characters in the fight for Monod, the whole of public policy is an attempt to reconstitute a culture, a social system, an economic order, that have in fact reached their end, reached their limits of viability. And then I sit here and look at this double inevitability, that this imperial, exporting and divided order is ending, and that all its residual social forces, all its political formations, will fight to the end to reconstruct it, to re-establish it, moving deeper all the time through crisis after crisis in an impossible attempt to regain a familiar world. So then a double inevitability, that they will fail, and that they will try nothing else. Is there, then, no way to break out of that inevitability? 12. Conclusion. Places, like space and time, are social constructs and have to be read and understood as such. There are ways to provide a materialist history of this literal and metaphorical geography of the human condition and to do it so as to shed 325. Light on the production of historical geographical difference. An understanding of that process makes it possible to ground a critique of both the chimerical ideals of an isolationist communitarian politics and the inevitable insensitivities of any kind of universal emancipatory politics. The political economic possibilities of place construction are highly colored by the evaluative manner of place representation. One of the most powerful strands of independent politics within what Daniel Bell calls the cultural mass, for example, is to focus rather strongly on the meaning and qualities of community, nation, and place. The shaping of place identity and local tradition is very much within the purview of such workers, and there are strong institutional forms which that shaping takes. As the cultural mass has dropped any strong association with proletarian movements and sought to avoid a directly subservient position to capitalist culture, it has become more closely identified with the cultural politics of place. Hence the outpouring of books on precisely that topic over the past 20 years and the rise of a whole set of supportive political activities within the cultural mass for place-bound cultural movements. The more the cultural mass explores its own interior values, the more it tends to align itself with the political economy and cultural politics of place, even though it is fundamentally subservient as a paid agent for the globalizing culture of capital accumulation. The effect is to produce a contradiction that can only partly be resolved by the selling of geographically embedded and place-specific difference as a commodity for international tourism. Deeper contradictions arise when institutional arrangements like GATT, NAFTA, and the European Union, designed to facilitate capital accumulation, spark their own regional resistances even in the very heart of capitalism. Political parties split and curious concordances of interest arise between, say, the left of the British Labour Party and Le Pen's fascist movement in France. The reawakening of place-bound politics clearly has its ugly side. The stereotyping of other places is one of the more vicious forms of bloodletting within the media. Defining the other in an exclusionary and stereotypical way is the first step towards self-definition. The rediscovery of place, as the case of Heidegger shows, poses as many dangers as opportunities for the construction of any kind of progressive politics. Deconstruction and the postmodern impulse, as Said demonstrates in his study of Orientalism, certainly provide a means to attack the appalling. 326. Stereotyping of other places, but there is a huge problem of public perspectives, representation, and politics within the overall work of the cultural mass in this regard that desperately needs to be confronted. The politics of place and of turf, of local identity and nation, of regions and cities, has long been with us. It has also been of great importance within the uneven geographical development of capitalism. The rediscovery of place as an object of discourse within the rhetoric of the cultural mass and, through that, within the rhetoric of politics is what is here significant rather than the fact that the world has changed in some way to make the political economy or cultural politics of place more important now than in the past. Yet there is indeed a sense in which the latter proposition is also true. In the face of a fierce bout of time-space compression and of all the restructurings to which we have been exposed these last few years, the security of places has been threatened and the map of the world rejigged as part of a desperate speculative gamble to keep the accumulation of capital on track. Such loss of security promotes a search for alternatives, one of which lies in the creation of both imagined and tangible communities in place. The issue of how to create what sort of place becomes imperative for economic as well as political survival. Talk to the mayors of Baltimore, Sheffield, and Lille and you will find that is exactly what they have been preoccupied with these last few years. And it is here, too, that the politics of the cultural mass can take on considerable importance. For if, as Marx insisted, we get at the end of every labor process a result which is the product of our imaginations at the beginning, then how we imagine communities and places of the future and how we talk about them becomes part of the jigsaw of what our future can be. Rajneesh existed in someone's imagination and captured the imaginations of many of those caught up in the human potential movement who worked so hard to make it the temporary place it was. And even if, as in this case, there is many a slip between imagination and realization and a whole host of unintended consequences to be countered and discounted on the path, the question of how we imagine the future of places and with what seriousness we invest in it is always on the agenda. Our future places are for us to make. But we cannot make them without inscribing our struggles in space, place, and environment in multiple ways. That process is ongoing and every single one of us has agency with respect to it. The places material, representational, and symbolic handed down to us by former generations were also built up through social struggles and strivings to create material, symbolic, and imaginary places to fit their own particular and contested aspirations. A better appreciation of such processes of the social and political dialectics of space, place, and environment has much to teach us about how to construct alternative futures. A renewed capacity to reread the production of historical geographical difference is a crucial preliminary step towards emancipating the possibilities for future place construction. And liberating places materially, symbolically, and metaphorically is an inevitable part of any progressive socio-ecological politics. Parry v. Copyright National Meteorological Office Library, Bracknell. Part 4 Prologue. The struggle for emancipation and self-realization, for personal liberty, freedom, and justice coupled with socio-political struggles to emancipate spaces and to free up time, to liberate places, and even, in the rhetoric of an ecological group like Earth First, to emancipate nature from the oppressive qualities of human control, have all played a critical role in the evolution of human historical geography, most particularly since the movement of the Enlightenment crystallized so many human emotions and desires around those beliefs and discursive themes. Our historical geography is, as Eagleton puts it, awash with the desire for justice and well-being, clamoring for Judgment Day. But what is this quality called justice? And how many past attempts to create a just society have crumbled into tyranny or dissolved into violence, corruption, and injustice? Is it possible ever to talk about justice as anything other than a contested effect of power within a particular place at a given time? Consider the following excerpt from Tony Hillerman's novel Sacred Clowns set in Navajo country. Says the tribal policeman she. We're dealing with justice. Just retribution. That's a religious concept, really. We'll say the tribal cop is sort of religious. He honors his people's traditional ways. He has been taught another notion of justice. He was a big boy before he heard about make the punishment fit the crime or an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Instead of that he was hearing of retribution in another way. If you damage somebody you sit down with their family and figure out how much damage and make it good. That way you restore household. You've got harmony again between the two families. Not too much difference from the standard American justice. But now it gets different. If somebody harms you out of meanness, then he's the one who's out of household. You aren't taught he should be punished. He should be cured. Gotten back in balance with what's around him. Made beautiful again, on the inside, of course. Back in harmony. So this hypothetical cop, that's the way he's been raised. Not to put value on punishment, but to put a lot of value on curing. So now what are you going to do if you're this cop? 330. It's hard to apply normal city street law school solutions when you are looking at this, Janet said. Maybe the landscape is part of the answer, Chi said. Maybe it makes the answer a little different. The landscape functions as a mnemonic, alive with particular meanings, upon which Native Americans typically hang their sense of collective identity and values, and in this case it speaks for a certain notion of justice that has its own distinctive qualities, integrities, and meanings. Two quite different notions of justice and retribution clash. Does this mean that there can never be a unitary notion of justice to which we can appeal? The historical geographical evidence suggests an unequivocal answer to that question. Like space, time, and nature, justice is a socially constituted set of beliefs, discourses, and institutionalizations expressive of social relations and contested configurations of power that have everything to do with regulating and ordering material social practices within places for a time. Once constituted, the trace of a particular discursive conception of justice across all moments of the social process becomes an objective fact that embraces everyone within its compass. Once institutionalized, a system of justice becomes a permanence with which all facets of the social process have to contend. To argue for a particular definition of social justice has always implied, however, appeal to some higher order criteria to define which theory of social justice is more just than another. An infinite regress of argument then looms, as does, in the other direction, the relative ease of deconstruction of any notion of social justice as meaning whatever individuals or groups, given their multiple identities and functions, at some particular moment find it pragmatically, instrumentally, emotionally, politically, or ideologically useful to mean. There are two ways to go with the argument. The first is to look at how the multiple concepts of justice are embedded in language, and this leads to theories of meaning of the sort that Wittgenstein advanced. How many kinds of sentence are there? There are countless kinds, countless different kinds of use to what we call symbols, words, sentences. And this multiplicity is not something fixed, given once and for all, but new types of language, new language games, as we may say, come into existence and others become obsolete and get forgotten. Here the term language game is meant to bring into prominence the fact that the speaking of language is part of an activity, or a form of life. How did we earn the meaning of this word? From what sort of examples? In what language games? Then it will be easier for us to see that the word must have a family of meanings. From this perspective, social justice has no universal agreed upon meaning but a family of meanings which can be understood only through the way each Part 4 Prologue 331 is embedded in a particular language game. But know two things about Wittgenstein's formulation. First, the appeal to a family of meanings suggests some kind of interrelatedness, and we should presumably pay attention to what those relations might be. Secondly, each language game attaches to the particular social, communicative, experiential, and perceptual world of the speaker. The upshot is to bring us to a point of cultural, linguistic, or discourse relativism, albeit based upon the material circumstances of the subject. We should also, then, pay careful attention to those material circumstances. The second path is to admit the relativism of discourses about justice, but to insist that discourses are expressions of social power and that the family of meanings derives its interrelatedness from the power relations pertaining within and between different social formations. The simplest version of this idea is to interpret social justice as embedded in the hegemonic discourses of any ruling class or ruling faction. This is an idea which goes back to Plato, who, in the Republic, has Thrasymachus argue that each ruling class makes laws that are in its own interest, a democracy democratic laws, a tyranny tyrannical ones, and so on, and in making these laws they define as right for their subjects what is in the interest of themselves, the rulers, and if anyone breaks their laws he is punished as a wrongdoer. That is what I mean when I say that right is the same in all states, namely the interest of the established ruling class. Plato advanced the argument in order to refute it, but Marx and Engels, not taken with Plato's idealism, resurrected it as having deep historical force. Engels, for example, wrote, "The stick used to measure what is right and what is not is the most abstract expression of right itself, namely justice. The development of right for the jurists is nothing more than a striving to bring human conditions, so far as they are expressed in legal terms, ever closer to the ideal of justice, eternal justice. And always this justice is but the ideologized, glorified expression of the existing economic relations, now from their conservative and now from the revolutionary angle. The justice of the Greeks and Romans held slavery to be just, the justice of the bourgeois of 1789 demanded the abolition of feudalism on the ground it wasn't just. The conception of eternal justice, therefore, varies not only with time and place, but also with the persons concerned. While in everyday life, expressions like right, wrong, justice, and sense of right are accepted without misunderstanding even with reference to social matters, they create the same hopeless confusion in any scientific investigation of economic relations as would be created, for instance, in modern chemistry if the terminology of the phlogiston theory were to be retained. From this it follows that the situatedness or standpoint of whoever makes the argument is relevant if not determinant to understanding the particular. 332. Meaning put upon the concept. Sentiments of this sort have been taken much further, as we shall see, in the postmodern literature. But there is a double message within Engels' formulation. While conceptions of justice may vary according to time, place, and the individuals concerned, the acceptance of a particular conception without misunderstanding can provide a powerful mobilizing discourse for political action. Furthermore, projection of particular meanings across the space of the world as if they have universal meaning has been of major significance in shaping global historical geography. Here we find a form of militant particularism gone universal with all sorts of remarkable effects. The United Nations Charter, for example, enshrines a declaration of universal human rights. Amnesty International pursues a universalistic politics, and the international observance of market contracts imposes the rough justice of the marketplace wherever capitalism and commodity exchange does business. Notions of rightness, fairness, justice are so firmly entrenched in our vocabularies, that we seem powerless to make any political decision without appealing to them. The question of justice falls squarely into the middle of the tension between particularity and universalism, and does it in such a way as to make it impossible to remain securely lodged at either end of that polarity. The effect is, to put it mildly, deeply curious. Justice appears to be a foundational concept that is quite indispensable in the regulation of human affairs. Yet the foundational concept is held to have no foundation save as an arbitrary effect of arbitrary power in particular places and times. While, like space, time, place, and environment, justice is open to being socially constituted and produced, there seems no easy way to bridge the gulf between universalism/particularity, between systematicity/arbitrariness, and between necessity/contingency. But to talk of an alternative kind of social order is to explore a possible world in which alternative ways of construing and institutionalizing justice are also possible. We owe the idea of possible worlds to Leibniz, who, as was shown in Chapter 10, used it to establish the relational theory of space-time. There is a useful parallel here for understanding how a relational theory of justice might work. A utopianism of spatial form is just as absolute as anything that Newton came up with. By the same token, discursive absolutism concerning the nature of justice is likewise authoritarian. So what kind of utopianism is possible, or, put more directly, how can the human imaginary concerning a just society play a creative role in anti-capitalist politics? This is the crucial question that Mailer so brilliantly brings back. Part 4, Prologue 333. As a central motif in Marx's search for an anti-capitalist politics and an anti-capitalist rhetoric. In the case studies that follow, I offer thoughts on how this problem might be negotiated in a manner consistent with a relational and dialectical view of the social process. The effect is, I hope, to make it possible to use the mobilizing powers of the quest for justice not as a mere matter of pragmatism or opportunism, but as a principled way in which to talk about the need to regulate human relationships and our collective endeavors so as to achieve a particular set of goals under a given set of ecological, historical, and geographical conditions. But understanding the embeddedness of particular ideals of justice in particular processes is critical to the endeavor. While, therefore, no society can do without a working and workable concept of justice any more than it can dispense with workable concepts of space, time, place, and nature, the way these concepts get constituted through social practices has to be the primary focus of attention. The implication, as I hope to show most clearly in the final essay, is that a utopianism of process looks radically different from a utopianism of form. The implication of the dialectical/relational view is that the former deserves to be pursued with all the intellectual powers at our command, while the latter must needs be rejected as self-negating. Live class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference. It is hard to discuss the politics of identity, multiculturalism, otherness, and difference in abstraction from material circumstances and of political project. I shall, therefore, situate my discussion in the context of a particular problematic, that of the search for a socially just social order within the particular material circumstances prevailing in the United States today. Hamlet, North Carolina. In the small town of Hamlet, North Carolina, there is a chicken processing plant that was run in the 1980s by Imperial Foods. Organized on a mass production basis under low-cost conditions of industrialized management, broiler chicken production has now become big business. For many of the us, sport chicken has become a major source of protein, and health concerns have led even the rich to indulge their taste for all manner of chicken dishes. Chicken consumption consequently doubled in the 1980s to equal and then surpass that of beef. Businesses grew rapidly and consolidated even more so. What was once a family farm affair became a vast agribusiness almost overnight, in which a mere 20 companies ended up controlling more than 3/4 of the output, now valued at more than $20 billion a year. The broiler chicken industry stretches in a vast arc running from Maryland's eastern shore through the Carolinas and across the deep south into the Texas Panhandle. In this broiler belt, as it is known, agricultural incomes are dominated by the industry, and in some states, Arkansas being a prime example, the industry is the leading employer and producer of wealth. With economic clout of that sort, political influence cannot be far behind. In the state of Arkansas, the then Governor Clinton lost his first re-election bid largely because he had antagon class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 335ized Tyson Foods, the biggest chicken producer in the world. His re-election as governor and, some say, his eventual transition to the White House, depended heavily upon compromising, if not currying considerable favor with Don Tyson, the self-made king of the broiler business, whose main claim to fame, apart from organizing the slaughter of 29 million chickens a week and having a company that ranks 100 in the Fortune 500, is to have provided suspicious support and advice to various influential figures within the Clinton administration. The conditions prevailing within the chicken broiler industry are less than salubrious. Salmonella contamination is an endemic danger, pollution problems are rife, and descriptions of production conditions are liable to stir the ire of those only mildly sensitive to animal rights. Ancillary to broiler chicken production, is a chicken processing industry employing 150,000 workers in 250 or so plants, mostly located in very small towns or rural settings throughout the broiler belt. And while some attempts have been made to make the production process more humane for the chickens, the industry has not managed to do much for its workers. On Tuesday, September 3, 1991, the day after the United States celebrated its Labor Day, the Imperial Foods plant in Hamlet caught fire. Many of the exit doors were locked. 25 of the 200 workers employed in the plant died and a further 56 were seriously injured. It was a cataclysmic industrial accident, at least by the standards of any advanced industrial country, but it also revealed, as Struck, one of the few journalists to investigate, discovered, some very harsh truths about the latest industry of toil to reign in the South. Those employed in the plant start off at minimum wage and later progress to $5.60 an hour, which translates into take-home pay of less than $200 per week, which is below the poverty line for a single-headed household with children. But there is little or no alternative employment in Hamlet, and for this particular town, as for many others throughout the broiler belt, the plant is a vital economic asset precisely because for a lot of people, any kind of job is better than no job at all. Those living in relatively geographically isolated rural towns of this sort are, consequently, easy prey for an industry seeking a cheap, unorganized, and easily disciplined labor force. Struck continues his account thus. The workers at the Imperial Foods plant describe demeaning conditions with few benefits and no job security. They were routinely cursed by bosses, the employees say. They were allowed only one toilet break from the processing line. A single day off required a doctor's permission. Any infraction was noted as an occurrence and 5 occurrences would get a worker fired. The supervisors treated you like nothing, and all they want you to do is get their chicken out, said Brenda McDougald, 36, who had been at the plant 2 years. They 336 treated people like dogs, said a bitter Alfonso Anderson. Peggy, his wife of 27 years, died in the fire. She had worked there for 11 years, despite her complaints. Around here, you have to take some stuff and swallow it to keep a job, he said, fighting back tears. North Carolina as a state has long had the habit of openly touting low wages, a friendly business climate and right-to-work legislation which keeps the unions at bay as the bait to pull in more and more manufacturing employment of exactly this sort. The poultry industry as a whole is estimated to add more than $1.5 billion annually to North Carolina's economy. In North Carolina, the friendly business climate translates into not enforcing laws on occupational health and safety. North Carolina has only 14 health inspectors and 27 safety inspectors, lowest in the nation in proportion to the number of inspectors recommended under federal guidelines. Federal personnel are supposed, under congressional mandate, to make up the difference, but none have visited the plants in North Carolina in recent years. The Hamlet plant had not, therefore, been inspected in its 11 years in operation. There were no fire extinguishers, no sprinkler system, no safety exit doors. Other plants in the state have rarely been inspected, let alone cited for violations, though fires have been common and the occupational injury rate in the industry is nearly 3 times the national average. There are a number of compelling reflections which this incident provokes. First of all, this is a modern industry whose employment conditions could easily be inserted as a description into Karl Marx's chapter on the working day in Capital without anyone noticing much of a difference. It surely bodes ill for the free market triumphalism to which we are currently exposed when looking towards the East that such a miserable equation can so easily be made in the West between 19th century levels of exploitation in Britain and employment conditions in a recently established industry in the most powerful advanced industrial capitalist country in the world. As for the incident itself, the most obvious comparison in the United States is with the Triangle Shirtwaist Company fire of 1911, in which 146 employees died. This led over 100,000 people to march down Broadway in protest, and it subsequently became the cause célèbre for the labor movement to fight for better workplace protection. Yet, as Davidson notes, despite a dizzying matrix of laws, regulations, and codes enacted to protect workers, most of the Imperial workers died as the women in New York had, pounding desperately on locked or blocked fire doors. The second reflection is that we should pay close attention to the industrial structures developing in rural and small town settings in the United States, for it is here where the decline of agricultural employment over the past decade or so has left behind a class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference. 337. relatively isolated industrial reserve army which is far more vulnerable to exploitation than its urban counterpart. U.S. industry has long used spatial dispersal and the geographical isolation of employees as one of its prime mechanisms of labor control. But recent transformations in industrial organization, flexible locational choices, and deregulation have here been turned into a totally unsubtle form of coercive exploitation which is pre rather than post-Fordist in its organizational form. The effect in North Carolina, for example, is to produce a dramatic contrast between the much touted and much research triangle park of high-tech information-based companies and the radically different and largely ignored world of scattered rural enclaves of the chicken processing plants an hour or so away. This leads to a third reflection concerning the dismantling, through deindustrialization and industrial reorganization over the last 2 decades, of many of the forces and institutions of traditional working-class forms of power. The dispersal and creation of many new jobs in rural settings has facilitated capitalist control over labor by searching out non-unionized and pliable workforces. The manufacturing sectors of central cities, which have always been more vulnerable to expressions of organized discontent or political regulation, have been reduced to zones of either high unemployment or of unorganized sweatshop-style industries. The non-financial zones of inner cities, which have quite rightly been the focus of so much attention in the past, have increasingly become, therefore, centers of unemployment and oppression rather than creatures of labor exploitation and working-class political organization of the classic sort. But the immediate matter I wish to concentrate attention upon here, is the general lack of political response to this cataclysmic event. For while the Triangle Shirtwaist Company fire provoked a massive protest demonstration at the beginning of the 20th century in New York City, the fire in Hamlet, North Carolina at the end of the 20th century received hardly any media or political attention, even though some labor groups and political organizations did try to focus attention upon it as a matter of ethical and moral urgency. The interesting contrast in September of 1991, was with the Clarence Thomas Supreme Court nomination hearings, which became a major focus for a great deal of political agitation and action as well as of media debate. These hearings, it should be noted, focused on serious questions over race and gender relations in a professional rather than 338 working-class context. It is also useful to contrast events in Hamlet, North Carolina, with those in Los Angeles, in which oppression as expressed in the beating of Rodney King on a highway and the failure to convict the police officers involved, sparked a virtual urban uprising of the underprivileged, while the deaths of 25 people through exploitation in a rural factory setting provoked almost no reaction at all. Those contrasts become even more significant when it is realized that of the 25 people who died in the Hamlet fire, 18 were women and 12 were African American. This is not, apparently, an uncommon profile of employment structure throughout the broiler belt, though Hispanics would typically substitute for African Americans in the Texas Panhandle sector in particular. The commonality that cuts across race and gender lines in this instance is quite obviously that of class, and it is not hard to see the immediate implication that a simple, traditional form of class politics could have protected the interests of women and minorities as well as those of white males. And this in turn raises important questions of exactly what kind of politics, what definition of social justice, and of ethical and moral responsibility, is adequate to the protection of such exploited populations irrespective of their race and gender. The thesis I shall explore here is that it was raw class politics of an exploitative sort which created a situation in which an accident could have the effects it did. For what happened in Hamlet, North Carolina, Struck surmised, was an accident waiting to happen. Consider, first, the general history of workplace safety and of regulatory practices and enforcements in the United States. Labor struggles around events such as the Triangle Shirtwaist Company fire put occupational safety and health very much upon the political agenda during the 1920s, and it was a fundamental feature of Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, which included the labor unions, to try to satisfy some minimum requirements on his score without alienating business interests. The National Labor Relations Board acquired powers to regulate class conflict in the workplace as well as to specify the legal conditions under which unions could be set up. But it was not until 1970 that a democratically controlled Congress consolidated the bits and pieces of legislation that had accumulated from New Deal days onwards into the organization of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration with real powers to regulate business practices in the workplace. This legislation was, it should be noted, part of a package of reforms which set up the Environmental Protection Agency, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the National Traffic Safety Commission, and the Mine and Safety Health Administration, all of which signaled a much greater preparedness of a Democrat-controlled Congress in the early 1970s to enact legislation that would extend state powers to intervene in the economy. Class Relations, Social Justice, and the Political Geography of Difference 339. I think it important to recognize the conditions which led the Democratic Party, a political party which from the New Deal onwards sought to absorb but never to represent, let alone become an active instrument of, working class interests, to enact legislation of such an interventionist character. The legislation was not, in fact, an outcome of the class and sectional alliance politics which had created the New Deal, but came at the tail end of a decade in which politics had shifted from universal programs to specially targeted programs to help regenerate the inner cities, take care of the elderly or the particularly impoverished, and target particular disadvantaged groups in the population. This shift from universalism to targeting of particular groups inevitably created tensions between groups and helped fragment rather than consolidate any broader sense of a progressive class alliance. Each piece of legislation which emerged in the early 1970s appealed to a different group. Nevertheless, the net effect was to create a fairly universal threat of intervention in the economy from many special interest groups and in certain instances, OSHA in particular in the realm of production. The latter is, of course, very dangerous territory upon which to venture. For while it is accepted, even by the most recalcitrant capitalist interests, that the state always has a fundamental role in ensuring the proper functioning of the market and respect for private property rights, interventions in that hidden abode of production in which the secret profit-making resides, is always deeply resisted, as Marx long ago pointed out, by capitalist class interests. This treading on the hallowed ground of the prerogatives of business provoked an immediate political response. Edsel early on spotted its direction. During the 1970s, business refined its ability to act as a class, submerging competitive instincts in favor of joint, cooperative action in the legislative arena. Rather than individual companies seeking only special favors, the dominant theme in the political strategy of business became a shared interest in the defeat of bills such as consumer protection and labor law reform, and in the enactment of favorable tax, regulatory and antitrust legislation. In acting as a class, business increasingly used its financial power and influence during the 1970s and 1980s, to effectively capture the Republican Party as its class instrument and forge a coalition against all forms of government intervention as well as against the welfare state. This culminated in the Reagan administration's policy initiatives which centered on an across-the-board drive to reduce the scope and content of the federal regulation of industry, the environment, the workplace, healthcare, and the relationship. 340. Between buyer and seller. The Reagan administration's drive toward deregulation was accomplished through sharp budget cuts reducing enforcement capabilities, through the appointment of anti-regulatory, industry-oriented agency personnel, and, finally, through the empowering of the Office of Management and Budget with unprecedented authority to delay major regulations, to force major revisions in regulatory proposals, and through prolonged cost-benefit analyses, to effectively kill a wide range of regulatory initiatives. This willingness of the Republican Party to become the representative of its dominant class constituency during this period contrasted with the ideologically ambivalent attitude of the Democrats, which grew out of the fact that its ties to various groups in society are diffuse, and none of these groups, women, blacks, labor, the elderly, Hispanics, urban political organizations, stands clearly larger than the others. The dependency of Democrats, furthermore, upon big money contributions rendered many of them also highly vulnerable to direct influence from business interests. The outcome was predictable enough. When a relatively coherent class force encounters a fragmented opposition which cannot even conceive of its interests in class terms, then the result is hardly in doubt. Institutions like the National Labor Relations Board and OSHA were crippled or turned around to fit business rather than labor agendas. Moody notes, for example, that by 1983 it took on average 627 days for the NLRB to issue a decision on an unfair labor practice, which is an impossible time to wait if the unfair labor practice involves dismissal and the person dismissed has nothing to live on in the meantime. It was this political and administrative climate of total disregard for laws governing labor rights and occupational health and safety which set the stage for that accident waiting to happen at Hamlet, North Carolina. The failure to register political anger of the sort which followed the Triangle Shirtwaist Company fire in 1911 in New York City also deserves some comment. A similar event in a relatively remote rural setting posed immediate logistical problems for massive on-the-spot political responses, illustrating the effectiveness of capitalist strategies of geographical dispersal away from politicized central city locations as a means of labor control. The only other path to a generalized political response lay in widespread media attention and public debate, surely, given modern communications technology, a very real possibility. But here two other elements to the situation prevailing in 1991 came into play. First, the conditions of media dissemination of political issues has changed, rendering the graphic video of the beating of Rodney King and the soap operatic Clarence Thomas hearings far more powerful as political icons than the static pictures of the aftermath of the North Carolina fire. Secondly, not only were the working class institutions which class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 341 might have taken up the cause greatly weakened, both in their ability to react as well as in their access to the media, but the very idea of any kind of working class politics was likewise on the defensive, even though capitalist class interests and an increasingly captive Republican Party had been waging a no-holds-barred and across-board class war against the least privileged sectors of the population for the previous 2 decades. This weakening of working class politics in the United States from the mid-1970s on can be tracked back to many causes which cannot be examined in detail here. But one contributory feature has been the increasing fragmentation of progressive politics around special issues and the rise of the so-called new social movements focusing on gender, race, ethnicity, ecology, sexuality, multiculturalism, community, and the like. These movements often become a working and practical alternative to class politics of the traditional sort and in some instances have exhibited downright hostility to such class politics. I think it instructive here to note that as far as I know, none of the institutions associated with such new social movements saw fit to engage politically with what happened in Hamlet, North Carolina. Women's organizations, for example, were heavily preoccupied with the question of sexual harassment and mobilizing against the Clarence Thomas appointment, even though it was mainly women who died in the North Carolina fire and women who continue to bear an enormous burden of exploitation in the broiler belt. And apart from the Rainbow Coalition and Jesse Jackson, African American organizations also remained strangely silent on the matter, while some ecologists exhibited more sympathy for the chickens than for the workers. The general tone in the media, therefore, was to sensationalize the horror of the accident, but not to probe at all into its origins and certainly not to indict capitalist class interests, the Republican Party, the failures of the state of North Carolina or OSHA as accessory to a murderously negligent event. 2. The postmodern death of justice. According to most common-sense meanings of the word, many of us would accept that the conditions under which men, women, and minorities work in the Hamlet plant are socially unjust. Yet to make such a statement presupposes that there are some universally agreed upon norms as to what we do or ought to mean by the concept of social justice and that no barrier exists, other than the normal ambiguities and fuzziness, to applying the full force of such a powerful principle to the circumstances of North Carolina. But universality is a word which conjures up doubt and suspicion, downright hostility even, in these postmodern times, the belief that universal truths are both discoverable. 342. And applicable as guidelines for political economic action is nowadays often held to be the chief sin of the Enlightenment project and of the totalizing and homogenizing modernism it supposedly generated. The effect of the postmodern critique of universalism has been to render any application of the concept of social justice problematic. And there is an obvious sense in which this questioning of the concept is not only proper but imperative. Too many colonial peoples have suffered at the hands of Western imperialism's particular justice, too many African Americans have suffered at the hands of the white man's justice, too many women from the justice imposed by a patriarchal order, and too many workers from the justice imposed by capitalists, to make the concept anything other than problematic. But does this imply that the concept is useless, or that to dub events at Hamlet, North Carolina as unjust has no more force than some localized and contingent complaint? The difficulty of working with the concept is compounded further by the variety of idealist and philosophical interpretations put upon the term throughout the long history of Western thought on the matter. There are multiple competing theories of social justice, and each has its flaws and strengths. Egalitarian views, for example, immediately run into the problem that there is nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequals. Positive law theories, utilitarian views, social contract, and natural right views, together with the various intuitionist, relative deprivation, and other interpretations of justice, all compete for our attention, leaving us with the conundrum: which theory of social justice is the most socially just? Social justice, for all of the universalism to which proponents of a particular version of it might aspire, has long turned out to be a rather heterogeneous set of concepts. Furthermore, situatedness, otherness, and positionality also become crucial elements in defining how particular differentiated discourses arise and how such discourses are put to use as part of the play of power. There can be no universal conception of justice to which we can appeal as a normative concept to evaluate some event, such as the Imperial Foods plant fire. There are only particular, competing, fragmented, and heterogeneous conceptions of and discourses about justice which arise out of the particular situations of those involved. The task of deconstruction and of postmodern criticism is to reveal how all discourses about social justice hide power relations. The effect of this post-class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference. 343. Modern extension of Engels' line of reasoning is well described by White. Postmodernists argue that we are far too ready to attach the word just to cognitive, ethical, and political arrangements that are better understood as phenomena of power and oppress, neglect, marginalize, and discipline others. In unmasking such claims about justice, postmodern thinkers imply that their work serves some more valid but unspecified notion of justice. One sees this in Derrida's declaration that deconstruction is justice, but also in his cautioning that one can neither speak directly about nor experience justice. In answering the sense of responsibility to otherness, one serves justice, but one does so with a sense of the infinite, open-ended character of the task. The effect, however, is to produce a rather simple bipolar world: deconstructionists and other postmoderns who struggle for justice, and traditional ethical and political theorists who are the ideologues of unjust orders. And this in turn produces a serious dilemma for all forms of postmodern argumentation. On the one hand, its epistemological project is to deflate all totalistic, universalistic efforts to theorize about justice and the good life, and yet on the other hand, its practical project is to generate effective resistance to the present dangers of totalizing, universalizing rationalization processes in society. In short, the source of much injustice in contemporary society is seen as general and systematic. The response, however, bars itself from normatively confronting the problem on a comparable level by employing a theory of justice offering universally valid, substantive principles. Postmodern reflection thus seems to deny itself just the sort of normative armament capable of conducting a successful fight. We can see precisely this difficulty emerging in the circumstances that led up to events in Hamlet, North Carolina. When business organized itself as a class to attack government regulation and the welfare state, it did so in the name of the unjust and unfair regulation of private property rights and the unfair taxation of the proper fruits of entrepreneurial endeavor in freely functioning markets. Just deserts, it has long been argued by the ideologues of free market capitalism, are best arrived at through competitively organized, price-fixing markets in which entrepreneurs are entitled to hang on to the profit engendered by their endeavors. There is then no need for explicit theoretical, political, or social argument over what is or is not socially just, because social justice is whatever is delivered by the market. Each factor of production, for example, will receive its marginal rate of return, its just reward, according to its contribution to production. The role of government should be confined to making sure that markets function freely and that they are 344. Properly organized. Yet there is widespread, perhaps even hegemonic acceptance of such a standpoint, as the numerous tax revolts in the United States over the last decades have shown. From this standpoint, the incident in North Carolina can be interpreted as an unfortunate accident, perhaps compounded by managerial error, in a basically just system which provides employment where there otherwise would be none at wages determined by the demand and supply conditions prevailing in the local labor market, and fills the shops with a vast supply of cheap protein which poor people can for the most part afford to buy. Insofar as this doctrine of just deserts in the marketplace is ideologically hegemonic, protest in the North Carolina case would be minimized and confined simply to an inquiry into who it was that locked the doors and who should compensate the victims. In the Imperial Foods case, in a surprise plea bargain, the owner, Emmett Rowe, took the blame and admitted to 25 counts of involuntary manslaughter in return for dropping all criminal charges against the two managers of the plant, one of whom was his son. Rowe, 65 years old, nominally sentenced to 20 years, was expected to be released after 3 years. "I'm confident," said one of the prosecutors, "that the person who's responsible for that locked door policy is in prison." The defense was equally delighted with the plea agreement, and took great pains to praise the way the elderly owner had sacrificed himself to save his family. The company itself was forced into bankruptcy by a fine of over $800,000 levied by the state, leaving the question of compensation for victims in chaos for more than a year. In November 1992, immediately in the wake of Clinton's electoral victory, the insurance companies that had resisted payouts on the grounds that conditions were so bad that the bankrupt owner should be solely liable, finally agreed to pay $16.1 million compensation to be divided among the 80 or so families bereaved or injured. The tempered and entirely legalistic response to the Hamlet case, and the manner of its handling, can be interpreted as an indication of precisely how dominant the market-led conception of justice is in the United States today. That this is the predominant way in which issues are mediated through market mentality and market justice is suggested by a parallel case in Shanghai. Mai Zaiwen, the Taiwan businessman who ran the Fuzhou textile warehouse in Shanghai, in which 61 workers, locked in the building, died in a fire, received a lenient 2-year suspended sentence, ostensibly because he had showed repentance and cooperated in the aftermath of the fire. But it was widely acknowledged that China, seeking to encourage foreign investment under something like free market conditions of wage labor, was most anxious not to send the wrong signals to foreign investors by any harsh reprisals. The point here is not to cavil at the leniency of treatment to guilty parties, but to marvel at the way in which a condition of systematic violence towards workers is translated into a question of individual culpability and negligence before being thrown into a calculus of extenuating circumstances. The obvious discourse with which to confront this market justice is that of workers' rights, deploying the whole rhetoric of class struggle against exploitation, profit-making, and worker disempowerment. Neither Marx nor Engels would hear eschew all talk of rights and justice. While they clearly recognize that these concepts take on different meanings across space and time and according to persons, the exigencies of class relations inevitably produce, as Marx argues in the case of the fight between capital and labor over the proper length of the working day, an antinomy, right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchanges. Between such equal rights force decides. What is at stake here, is not the arbitration between competing claims according to some universal principle of justice, but class struggle over the particular conception of justice and rights which shall be applied to a given situation. In the North Carolina case, had the rights of workers to be treated with dignity under conditions of reasonable economic security and safety and with adequate remuneration been properly respected, then the incident almost certainly would not have happened. And if all workers were accorded the same rights and if the exorbitant rates of profit in broiler chicken processing had been curbed, then the importance of the relatively low price of this source of protein for the poor would have been significantly diminished. The problem, however, is that such working-class rhetoric on rights and justice is as open to criticism and deconstruction as its capitalistic equivalent. Concentration on class alone is seen to hide, marginalize, disempower, repress, and perhaps even oppress all kinds of others precisely because it cannot and does not acknowledge explicitly the existence of heterogeneities and differences based on, for example, race, gender, sexuality, age, ability, culture, locality, ethnicity, religion, community, consumer preferences, group affiliation, and the like. Open-ended responsibility to all of these multiple othernesses makes it difficult if not impossible to respond to events in North Carolina with a single institutionalized discourse which might be maximally effective in confronting the rough justice of capitalism's political economy at work in the broiler belt. We here encounter a situation with respect to discourses about social justice which closely matches the political paralysis exhibited in the failure to respond to the North Carolina fire. Politics and discourses both seem to have become so mutually fragmented that response is inhibited. The upshot appears to be a double injustice. Not only do men and women, whites and African Americans die in a preventable event, but we are simultaneously deprived of any normative principles of justice whatsoever by which to condemn or indict the responsible parties. 3. The resurrection of social justice. There are abundant signs of discontent with the impasse into which postmodernism's and post-structuralism's approach to the question of social justice has fallen. And a number of different strategies have emerged to try to resurrect the mobilizing power of arguments about justice in ways which either permit appeal to carefully circumscribed, but nevertheless general, principles or which, more ambitiously, try to build a bridge between the supposed universalisms of modernism and the fragmented particularities left behind by post-structuralist deconstructions. I note, for example, Walzer's attempt to pluralize the concept of justice as equality so as to respect the cultural creations of others, and Peffer's attempt to construct principles of social justice which are consistent with Marxist social theory and as an antidote to that wing of Marxism which regards all talk of justice and of rights as a pernicious bourgeois trap. From multiple directions, then, there emerges a strong concern to reinstate concern for social justice and to re-elaborate upon what it takes to create the values and institutions of a reasonably just society. I think it important at the outset to concede the seriousness of the radical intent of post-structuralism to do justice in a world of infinite heterogeneity and open-endedness. Their reasons for refusing to apply universal principles rigidly across heterogeneous situations are not without considerable weight. To begin with, as Derrida for one correctly insists, the founding moment of any institutionalized regime of justice rests on an extra-legal moment of violence. All revolutionary situations, all revolutionary discourses, on the left or on the right, justify the recourse to violence by alleging the founding, in progress, or to come, of a new law. As this law to come will in return legitimate, retrospectively, the violence that may offend the sense of justice, its future anterior already justifies it. The foundation of all states occurs in a situation that we can thus call revolutionary. It inaugurates a new law, it always does so in violence. The trace of that force which is, as Marx has it, always the midwife of history, ever leaves its stain upon the social order, and it is partly Derrida's intent to insist that the trace is always with us, that it can never be erased. This further alerts us to the unfortunate ways in which many social movements in the Class Relations, Social Justice, and the Political Geography of Difference 347 20th century have foundered on the belief that because their cause is just they cannot possibly themselves behave unjustly. The warning goes even deeper. The application of a universal principle of social justice entails an injustice to someone, somewhere. But, on the other hand, at the end of a road of infinite regret for any founding act of violence, of questioning the superimposition of singular rules in a situation of infinite heterogeneity, and insisting upon open-endedness about what justice might mean, there lies at best a void or at worst a rather ugly world in which the needs of the exploiters or oppressors can be regarded as just on equivalent terms with those of their victims. We shrink from any founding act of justice in which the expropriators are expropriated precisely because it is a moment of violence that will forever leave its trace. We refuse the institutionalized arbitrariness of law because it forms as a recalcitrant permanence in the face of the fluidity of social change. And, reducing everything to flows, we refuse to contemplate the construction of those permanences that can give order to social being and direction to social becoming. Affirming the importance of infinite heterogeneity and open-endedness in a world of unstructured processes and infinitely complex flows, directly connects to the charge against post-structuralism that it is an anything-goes way of thinking within which no particular moral or ethical principles can carry any particular weight over any other. At some point, says White, one must have a way of arguing that not all manifestations of otherness should be fostered, some ought to be constrained. And this presumes some general principles of right or justice. There is, White goes on to assert, often a tacit admission of such a problem in some of the post-structuralism's founding texts. Foucault, having argued strenuously that we can never disentangle mechanisms of discipline from principles of right, ends up raising the possibility of a new form of right, one which must be anti-disciplinarian, but at the same time liberated from the principle of sovereignty. Lyotard likewise argues explicitly for the creation of a pristine but non-consensual notion of justice in the postmodern condition. And Derrida is deeply concerned about ethics. But in no case are we told much about what, for example, a new form of right might mean. Initiatives have consequently emerged to try to resurrect some general principles of social justice while attending to post-structuralist criticisms of universalizing theory which marginalizes others. There are four particular debates that deserve scrutiny. 1. Breaking out of the local. Most post-structuralist critical interventions tend to confine their radicalizing politics to social interactions occurring below the threshold where the systemic 348 imperatives of power and money become so dominant. The politics of resistance which they indicate are typically attached to small-scale communities of resistance, marginalized groups, abnormal discourses, or simply to that zone of personal life sometimes termed the life world which can be identified as distinct from and potentially resistant to penetration by the rationalizing, commodified, technocratic, and hence alienating organization of contemporary capitalism. It is hard to read this literature without concluding that the objective of reform or revolutionary transformation of contemporary capitalism as a whole has been given up on, even as a topic for discussion, let alone as a focus for political organization. This opting out from consideration of a whole range of questions is perhaps best signaled by the marked silence of most postmodern and post-structuralist thinkers when it comes to critical discussion of any kind of political economy. The best that can be hoped for, as someone like Foucault seems to suggest, is that innumerable localized struggles might have some sort of collective effect on how capitalism works in general. Dissatisfaction with such a politics has led some socialist feminists in particular to seek ways to broaden the terrain of struggle beyond the world of face-to-face communalism and into battles over such matters as welfare state policy, public affairs, political organization via, in Fraser's case, an ethic of solidarity and, in Young's case, through explicit statement of norms of social justice. Young complains that the attempt to counter the alienation and individualism we find hegemonic in capitalist patriarchal society, has led feminist groups impelled by a desire for closeness and mutual identification, to construct an ideal of community which generates borders, dichotomies, and exclusions at the same time as it homogenizes and represses difference within the group. She turns the tools of deconstruction against such ideals of community in order to show their oppressive qualities. But she distances herself from Derrida because she thinks it both possible and necessary to pose alternative conceptualizations rather than to rest content with the idea that deconstruction is justice. The first step to her argument is to insist that individuals be understood as heterogeneous and dissented. No social group can be truly unitary in the sense of having members who hold to a singular identity. Jung strives on this basis to construct some norms of behavior in the public realm. Our conception of social justice requires not the melting away of differences, but institutions that promote reproduction of and respect for group differences without oppression. We must reject the concept of universality as embodied in Republican versions of Enlightenment reason because it sought to suppress the popular and linguistic heterogeneity of the urban public. In open and accessible public spaces and forums, one should expect to encounter and hear class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 349. From those who are different, whose social perspectives, experience, and affiliations are different. The ideal to which she appeals is openness to unassimilated otherness. This entails the celebration of the distinctive cultures and characteristics of different groups and of the diverse group identities which are themselves perpetually being constructed and deconstructed out of the flows and shifts of social life. But we here encounter a major problem. In modern mass urban society, the multiple mediated relations which constitute that society across time and space are just as important and as authentic as unmediated face-to-face relations. It is just as important for a politically responsible person to know about and respond politically to all those people who daily put breakfast upon our table, even though market exchange hides from us the conditions of life of the producers. When we eat chicken, we relate to workers we never see of the sort that died in Hamlet, North Carolina. Relationships between individuals get mediated through market functions and state powers. And we have to define conceptions of justice capable of operating across and through these multiple mediations. But this is the realm of politics which postmodernism and communitarianism typically avoids. Jung therefore proposes a family of concepts and conditions relevant to a contemporary conception of social justice. She identifies 5 phases of oppression: exploitation, marginalization, powerlessness, cultural imperialism, and violence. Such a multidimensional conception of social justice is useful even if it smacks of a mere extension of traditional liberal notions of toleration across a broader spectrum of social affairs than usual. It alerts us to the existence of a long social and political frontier of political action to roll back multiple oppressions. It also emphasizes the heterogeneity of experience of injustice. Someone unjustly treated in the workplace can act oppressively in the domestic sphere, and the victim of that may, in turn, resort to cultural imperialism against others in the neighborhood. Yet there are many situations, such as those in Hamlet, North Carolina, where these multiple forms of oppression coalesce. 350. Unfortunately, Jung leaves in abeyance the question of how and why these different dimensions of injustice intersect in the ways they do in particular places and times. She also avoids the questions of how one discourse on justice can be used politically and discursively to erase and frustrate concerns about another. While it is not, plainly, Jung's intent to bury question of exploitation that were so transparent in the Imperial Foods fire under a morass of questions about gender, race, and culture of the sort that dominated the Anita Hill or Rodney King cases, the political effect with respect to the North Carolina fire was, as we have seen, to do exactly that. But there are chinks in the armor of Jung's idealist conception of a just society. The danger in affirming difference is that the implementation of group-conscious policies will reinstate stigma and exclusion. In the past, group-conscious policies were used to separate those defined as different and exclude them from access to the rights and privileges enjoyed by dominant groups. Group-conscious policies cannot be used to justify exclusion of or discrimination against members of a group in the exercise of a general political and civil rights. A democratic cultural pluralism thus requires a dual system of rights, a more general system of rights which are the same for all, and a more specific system of group-conscious policies and rights. The double meaning of universality then becomes plain. Universality in the sense of the participation and inclusion of everyone in moral and social life does not imply universality in the sense of adoption of a general point of view that leaves behind particular affiliations, feelings, commitments, and desires. But nota bene, universality is no longer rejected out of hand. It is reinserted in a dialectical relation to particularity, positionality, and group difference. But what constitutes this universality? Who is to determine how it is to be specified, and in what ways is it really so different from what liberal theory and the Enlightenment all along maintained? Young provides no answer to these questions, but, plainly, the question of social justice awaits exactly such a clarification. 2. On not romancing the geographical stone, these questions have been posed in another way in the contested and often testy debates on the politics of recognition and on multiculturalism. I begin here with Walzer's formulation of a radically particularist theory in which every substantive account of distributive justice is a local account. We are all of us, he says, culture-producing creatures. We make and inhabit meaningful worlds. Since there is no way to rank and order these worlds with regard to their understanding, class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 351 of social goods, we do justice to actual men and women by respecting their particular creations. And they claim justice, and resist tyranny, by insisting on the meaning of social goods among themselves. Justice is rooted in the distinct understandings of places, honors, jobs, things of all sorts, that constitute a shared way of life. To override those understandings is to act unjustly. This, it seems to me, is Raymond Williams' thesis of militant particularism seen through the other end of the telescope. The only permissible form of universality is infinite respect for that particularity founded on historically produced shared ways of life, each with its own distinctive structure of feeling. Since such structures are often implicated in processes of place construction, we find ourselves at the very minimum invited to a veritable feast of geographically fragmented notions of justice that frequently take on territorial expression through the institutions of state, constitutionality, and law, and the rituals of custom. But the demand now exists to respect equally forms of cultural achievement. Gutman points out, however, that this requirement of political recognition of cultural particularity extended to all individuals is compatible with a form of universalism that counts the culture and cultural context valued by individuals as among their basic interests. The arguments presented in favor of recognizing cultural particularity are now well rehearsed. Many would now accept Taylor's judgment that the politics of equal respect, as enshrined in a liberalism of rights, has historically proven inhospitable to difference, because it insists on uniform application of the rules defining these rights, without exception, and it is suspicious of collective goals. It cannot, therefore, respond to reasonable demands to support collective goals, survival of cultures, preservation of ecological habitats of special significance, and the like. Nor can it be sensitive to the quite disparate notions of justice and of just retribution that can arise out of radically different cultural traditions. But there is, as I argued in Chapter 11, a downside to this. To begin with, the repudiation of all possible standards of evaluation undermines judgments of equal worth as much as it undermines judgments of inferior worth. It is therefore destructive to the very goals that arguments of respect for particularity are supposed to support. If we take Walzer at this word, it would be as unjust to try to override the cultural achievements of slavery, apartheid, fascism, or a caste society as it would be to deny the rights to self-determination of Native Americans or Vietnamese peasants. The AFL-CIO, for example, could be accused of injustice when it petitioned the federal government to reclaim regulatory authority over North Carolina employers in the wake of the Imperial Foods fire, since North Carolina, judging by its promotional literature, is proud of its particular anti-union way of doing business. 352. Recognizing this difficulty, leads Taylor to reformulate the idea into a presumption of equality of achievement of cultures that may or may not be sustained on further inspection. But this presumes two things. First, there is some universal standard of judgment as to when a particular cultural condition is unacceptable. Secondly, it presumes there are valid entities called cultures in places that have distinctive achievements to be evaluated. This flies in the face of historical geographical processes of place and community construction and ignores the fact that cultures are just as relationally constructed as individuals and a good deal more porous. Not to acknowledge these processes of cultural construction/dissolution and to build a particularist theory of justice with respect to cultures as embodied things is to advocate a politics that would effectively freeze geographical structures of place forevermore. The effect would be as dysfunctional as it might be oppressive. There is a third objection, the substantive demand to protect a cultural form on the basis of a presumption of its worth can be oppressive and unjust to those who do not share its values. Individuals and subgroups might not want their cultural specificity recognized because that specificity is precisely the social prison from which they desire to escape. Women, for example, do not lack recognition or valuation in our society. The problem lies, rather, in the particular way they are recognized and valued. Here the deconstructionist demand to dissolve rather than respect the categories makes sense. Unfortunately, the absence of any cultural or social categories upon which respect and recognition might be bestowed is just as damaging as assuming a historical geography of cultural achievement that is set in stone. The problem with this idealist political argument is that it fails to understand how places and cultures are constructed, sustained, and dissolved. The fundamental dialectical question of how processes and cultural entities relate in place is averted. The political struggle to protect supposed cultural permanences as high points of human cultural achievement may be understandable at a historical conjuncture when flows and processes are rapidly shifting through time-space compression, threatening the achieved qualities of all places. But if all societies, as Taylor observes, are becoming more multicultural, while at the same time becoming more porous, and if, as Wolff has it, all attempts to construct places and build imagined communities must take cognizance of processes that transcend separable cases, moving through and beyond them and transforming them as they proceed, then considerations of social justice cannot be particularized in the radical way that Walzer initially imagined. 3. The politics of scale. There is another dimension to this that goes back to the production of multiple class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference. 353 Spatio-temporalities and value structures. If, to echo Raymond Williams, there is a perpetual ambivalence as to what kind of permanence we belong to, or if we take a much more ecological view, of biotic community, then we must perforce recognize the hierarchical organization of places within which we have our being. Neighborhood, city, region, nation, the globe refer to quite different processes of socio-ecological interaction occurring at quite different spatio-temporal scales. Individuals have membership in all of them. Communitarians are forced to define a scale at which to bound their concerns, and where the boundaries are drawn makes all the difference. For example, the Commission on Global Governance pursues a politics in which a world community founded on the growth of international civil society seeks to weave a tighter fabric of international norms expressive of certain common values informed by a sense of common responsibility. The militia movement in the United States, on the other hand, regards this as a manifestation of betrayal of the principles of the founding constitution of the nation, but is equally communitarian in its rhetoric. Etzioni, in lauding the new communitarianism as a basis for political solutions to economic and social problems, bounds his argument within the ties of the federated United States. But conflictual loyalties and values derive from different scales, as the ecological environmental issue so clearly demonstrates. The contemporary emphasis on the local, while it enhances certain kinds of sensitivities, totally erases others and thereby truncates rather than emancipates the field of political engagement and action. While we all may have some place in the order of things, we can never ever be purely local beings, no matter how hard we try. And while membership in one sort of permanence defined at a given scale may be more important to each of us than others, Such identifications as we do acquire are rarely so singular as to create no conflicting loyalties. Communication from one spatio-temporal scale to another, or across spaces, languages, imagined communities, nation-states, legal entities, and systems, etc. is not easy. This is a condition that has preoccupied Habermas, by far the most outspoken critic of postmodern and post-structuralist particularisms and a strong proponent of universalist arguments. While Habermas never seeks to distill universal principles, he does insist on a process-based metanorm of free and unfettered communication occurring in the public sphere of civil society. His aim is to democratize communicative action to the point where it can be the bearer of powerful ethical principles, such as those pertaining to justice. Howell considers his argument as a rebuttal of the most drastic of our normative localizations, promoting the development of a revitalized democratic political life. It puts back a normative standard into political theory, and one that reaches out beyond the bounds of 354. The community, beyond particular interests and specific social contexts. It recovers a universalism that, at least in principle, is extendable historically and geographically. It avoids both the relativism of postmodern political ethics, and the closely allied localism of communitarian political philosophy, nor is it simply an abstract contractarian normative theory. The difficulty here is with the way Habermas believes the universalism is extendable historically and geographically. For all of his occasional references to material circumstances, he treats of the problem of communicative action as a linguistic discursive problem and consequently provides a very weak understanding of how the discursive moment internalizes effects of power, of material practices, of imaginaries, of institutions, and of social relations, all operating in a world of rapidly diversifying spatio-temporalities and valuation systems. Howell is right to object to Habermas' inability to think through the realities of differentiated political space but does not take the criticism far enough. Habermas has, in short, no conception of how spatio-temporalities and places are produced and how that process is integral to the process of communicative action and of valuation. What Habermas does hold out is the ideal of a process-based understanding of how norms and values of justice might better become universalized, even on the basis of certain powerful militant particularisms. For situating situated knowledges, the fourth debate concerns what it means to say that all knowledges are situated in a heterogeneous world of difference. Situatedness can be construed in different ways. What I shall term the vulgar conception of it dwells almost entirely on the relevance of individual biographies. I see, interpret, represent, and understand the world the way I do because the particularities of my life history. The separateness of language games and discourses is emphasized, and difference is treated as biographically and sometimes even institutionally, socially, historically, and geographically determined. It proceeds as if none of us can throw off even some of the shackles of personal history or internalize what the condition of being the other is all about. In a way, it assumes we cannot even learn another's language. It is inevitably associated with an exclusionary politics of the sort that Young rejects. And it is frequently used as a rhetorical device either to enhance the supposed authenticity and moral authority of one's own accounts of the world or to deny the veracity of other accounts. Individual class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 355. Biographies do, of course, matter, and all sorts of problems arise when someone privileged purports to speak for or even about others. This is a difficult issue for contemporary social science and philosophy to confront, as Spivak shows. But a relativist, essentialist, and non-dialectical view of situatedness generates immense political difficulties. I would not be permitted to speak about the experiential horror of the North Carolina fire, for example, because I am not working class, nor a woman, nor an African American. Economically secure professional white feminists could not, likewise, speak for any woman whose situation is different. No one in fact could assume the right or obligation to speak for others, let alone against the oppression of anyone whose identity is construed as other. There is, however, a far profounder and more dialectical sense of situatedness to which we can appeal. Its first, and I think weaker version occurs in Hegel's parable of the master and the slave. Situatedness is not seen as separate and unrelated difference, but as a dialectical power relation between oppressor and oppressed. Both need the other and both internalize a relation to the other in their own identity. Marx appropriated, radically transformed, and strengthened this Hegelian dialectic in his examination of the relation between capital and labor. His long and critical engagement with bourgeois philosophy and political economy then became the means to define an alternative subaltern and subversive science situated from the perspective of the proletariat. Feminist writers such as Harvey and Hartsock examine gender difference and ground their feminist theory in a similar way. Such a dialectical conception pervades Derrida's view of the individual subject as someone who has no solid identity, but who is a bundle of heterogeneous and not necessarily coherent impulses and desires. Multiple forms of interaction with the world construct individuals as a play of difference that cannot completely be comprehended. Othernesses are necessarily and inevitably internalized within the self in a dialogical mode. Situatedness is then taken out of its wooden attachment to identifiable individuals and their biographies and is itself situated as a play of difference. When I eat Kentucky Fried Chicken, I am situated at one point in a chain of commodity production that leads right back to Hamlet, North Carolina. When I interact with my daughter, I am inevitably caught in a game of the construction of gender identities that have meaning only in terms of the social processes of gendering that also bear their burden of historical geographical construction. When I refrain from using bait to destroy the slugs that have eaten every flower I have nurtured, then I situate myself in an ecological chain of existence that has a quite different spatio-temporality to that I invoke as I try to economize on energy use out of a fear of global warming. Individuals are heterogeneously constructed subjects internalizing othernesses by virtue of their intricate relations to a highly diversified world. If 356 individuals are, as we have already argued, relationally constructed entities, then the definition of individual is vacuous without understanding what relations are being internalized. This leads to Spivak's answer to the whole dilemma of political representation of the other, which rests on invoking Derrida's call to render delirious that interior voice that is the voice of the other in us. Unfortunately, this does not exhaust the problem for two reasons that derive directly from considerations on the dialectics of spatio-temporality and identity laid out in Chapter 10. First, we face the danger of the Leibnizian conceit with all of its associated hubris. Even if we, as individuals, can in some sense be construed as monadic entities internalizing everything there is no way in which we can internalize everything equally or sharpen our perceptions so as to be able to speak for all. If we are not monadic entities, but dialogically constructed individuals produced and individuated by and therefore sensitive to certain dominant processes of socio-ecological interaction into which we insert ourselves as transformative beings, then what we say on behalf of others depends crucially upon who or what we are primarily in sensual contact and communication with and how and why we engage in certain transformative activities rather than others. Rendering delirious that interior voice of the other within us is, surely, a vital political moment. But what we say still depends on the sensory, material, and communicative world in which our imaginaries, our desires, our discourses and our practices get formed. Secondly, as Ricoeur notes, our own sense of selfhood and of identity in part gets constructed through the narrative devices which we use to describe our temporal relation to the world, and so assumes relatively durable configurations. While identity does not rest upon sameness or essence, it does acquire durability and permanence according to the stories we tell ourselves and others about our history and our geography, about, in short, our place in the order of things. Although identity internalizes othernesses, it nevertheless delimits and renders relatively durable both the field of othernesses brought into play and the relation of those others to a particular sense of selfhood. Whites may construct their identity through historical development of a particular relation to blacks, for example. Indeed, both groups may use the other to construct themselves. This intertwining of black and white identities in U.S. history was, as Gates has recently shown, fundamental to James Baldwin's conception of race relations. but it is precisely within such a process of internalization that much of the racial problematic of contemporary culture resides. To break with racism therefore requires that we break with that process rather than with the discursive categories it produces. Nevertheless, we can, from this dialectical perspective, better appreciate Hartsock's claim that attention to the epistemologies of situated knowledges can expose and clarify the theoretical basis for political alliance. Class Relations, Social Justice, and the Political Geography of Difference 357 and Solidarity at the same time as it provides important alternatives to the dead-end opposition set up by postmodernism's rejection of the Enlightenment. We must pay close attention to the similarities that can provide the basis for differing groups to understand each other and form alliances. Refusing the postmodern formulation of the problem, Hartsock insists that we engage with dominant discourses precisely because we cannot abstract from the complex play of power relations. That wing of postmodernism which holds to the vulgar version of situatedness, cannot engage with the dominant lines of political economic power at work under capitalism, and thereby typically marginalizes itself. But that wing of postmodernism that reduces everything to undifferentiated multiplicities and infinite flows also encounters difficulties because the capacity for directed action becomes blocked by the sheer confusion of identities. Kaminer recounts how the children of identity politics routinely deconstruct themselves. As an educated, married, monogamous, feminist, Christian, African-American mother, I suffer from an acute case of multiplicity, Sonia D. Curry Johnson explains. Sometimes the explanations are sad. I am not just a woman or just an African American, Cheryl Green writes. I am also a person with visible disability, and I have also been shaped by my awareness that my beliefs and experiences conflict with those of white, non-disabled women, non-disabled African Americans and many women and men with disabilities. I identify partially with all these groups, yet at times I feel contempt and exclusion from each of them. Somewhere between the vulgar essentialist view and the potentially infinite fluidity of multiple and shifting identifications there has to be a sufficient permanence established to give direction to political action. And that means prioritizing which identities are important. This parallels my conclusion in the condition of postmodernity. While opens up a radical prospect by acknowledging the authenticity of other voices, postmodernist thinking immediately shuts off those other voices from access to more universal sources of power by ghettoizing them with an opaque otherness, the specificity of this or that language game. It thereby disempowers those voices in a world of lopsided power relations. The language game of a cabal of international bankers may be impenetrable to us, but that does not put it on a par with the equally impenetrable language of inner-city blacks from the standpoint of power relations. By insisting upon mutually exclusionary discourses of the sort to which narrow or multiple definitions of situatedness gives rise, we would foreclose. 358. Upon the most obvious implication of the North Carolina fire, that pursuit of working-class politics might protect, rather than oppress and marginalize, interests based on gender and race, even if that working-class politics makes no explicit acknowledgement of the importance of race and gender. The failure of a feminist movement strongly implanted within the professions in the United States to respond to events in North Carolina while mobilizing around the nomination of a Supreme Court judge, either suggests that narrowly construed views of situatedness have rather more practical political purchase than many would care to admit, or else it tacitly orders situatedness in such a way that what happened to those others in North Carolina was viewed as somehow less important than the nomination of a Supreme Court judge of highly dubious moral standing. They were not necessarily wrong in this, for as Haraway points out, it is not difference which matters, but significant difference. In the consciousness of our failures, we risk lapsing into boundless difference and giving up on the confusing task of making partial, real connection. Some differences are playful, some are poles of world historical systems of domination. Epistemology is about knowing the difference. But what is this epistemology which permits us to know the difference? How should we pursue it? And to what politics does it give rise? For class relations, social justice, and the politics of difference. there are a number of disparate threads to be drawn together in the guise of a general conclusion. On the one hand, we find a line of argument about social justice that passes through postmodernism and post-structuralism to arrive at a point of recognition that some kind of universals are necessary and that some sort of epistemology is needed to establish when, how, and where difference and heterogeneity are significant. On the other hand, we have a political economic situation, as characterized by the North Carolina deaths, which indicates a seeming paralysis of progressive politics in the face of class oppression. How, then, are we to link the two ends of this theoretical and political tension? Consider, first, the obvious lesson of the Imperial Foods plant fire, that effective working-class politics would have better protected the rights of men and women, whites and African Americans in a situation where those particular identities, rather than those of class, were not of primary significance. This conclusion merits embellishment. I first need to define the phrase working class politics, since the idea it contains is by no means universally acceptable. To go back to basics, I insist. Class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 359. That class is not a thing, an entity, or a permanence, but fundamentally a process. But what kind of process? Marx appears to define class relationally as command over the means of production. I prefer to define class as situatedness or positionality in relation to processes of capital accumulation. All of us who live under capitalism live out our lives under conditions of embeddedness in such processes. But those processes are often disparate and chaotic, also operating at radically different spatio-temporal scales, so that our individual positionality in relationship to those processes can also be as complicated as it is confused. When I think of my pension fund and insurance, I situate myself very differently from how I think about the selling of my labor power or my role as purchaser of commodities. But the fact that each of us has multiple roles in relation to different circuits of capital does not mean that coherent class politics is impossible or undesirable. What it does indicate is that the formation of those permanences required for class politics to function is itself a process that takes time, persuasion, and a good deal of hard work and cunning. And processes of dissolution are always at work, bringing into question the particular permanences shaped to bring political pressure to bear upon capital accumulation. This is what the process of class is all about. Certain permanences form in a given place and time and are more or less effective in relation to processes of capital accumulation across a certain space for a time. But the question that each generation has to answer for itself, given its own situatedness in relation to capital accumulation, is, why does it make sense to struggle to form certain permanences rather than others as necessary way stations en route to transforming the socio-ecological processes of capital accumulation? Let me now put this definition to work in relation to feminist politics. Lynn Siegel has recently noted that despite the existence of the largest, most influential, and vociferous feminist movement in the world, it is U.S. women who have seen the least overall change in the relative disadvantages of their sex, compared to other Western democracies over the past 20 years. The huge gains made in the United States by women within the most prestigious and lucrative professions have been offset entirely by a life of increasing frustration, impoverishment, and powerlessness for the rest. The feminization of poverty has been, for example, one of the most startling social shifts in the United States over the past 2 decades, a direct casualty of the Republican Party class war against the welfare state and working class rights and interests. In countries where there have been longer periods of social democratic government and stronger trade unions, Siegel continues, there is far less pay differential and occupational segregation between women and men, and far greater expansion. 360. Of welfare services. Given the far superior material conditions of life achieved for women in such social democracies, it seems strange for feminists to ignore the traditional objectives of socialist or social democratic parties and organized labor, even though such institutions have obvious weaknesses and limitations as vehicles for pursuit of feminism's objectives. Nevertheless, Siegel continues, At a time when the advances made by some women are so clearly overshadowed by the increasing poverty experienced so acutely by others, it seems perverse to pose women's specific interests against rather than alongside more traditional socialist goals. Unless, of course, women's interests are either construed in a very narrow professional and class-biased sense or seen as part of an endless game of self-exploration played out on the great board of identity. Siegel here parallels Hartsock's concern for the basis for political alliances and solidarity. This requires that we identify the similarities that can provide the basis for differing groups to understand each other and form alliances. Young likewise ties the universality criteria she deploys to the idea that similarity is never sameness. Difference can never be characterized, therefore, as absolute otherness, a complete absence of relationship or shared attributes. The similarity deployed to measure difference and otherness requires, then, just as close an examination as does the production of otherness and difference itself. Neither can be established without the other. To discover the basis of similarity is to uncover the basis for alliance formation between seemingly disparate groups. But in today's world, similarity largely resides in that realm of political economic action so often marginalized in post-structuralist accounts, for it is in terms of commodities, money, market exchange, capital accumulation, and the like that we find ourselves sharing a world of similarity increasingly also characterized by homogeneity and sameness. The radical post-structuralist revolt against that sameness has set the tone of recent debates. But the effect has been to throw out the living baby of political and ethical solidarities and similarities across differences, with the cold bathwater of capitalist-imposed conceptions of universality and sameness. Only through critical re-engagement with political economy, with our situatedness in relation to capital accumulation, can we hope to re-establish a conception of social justice as something to be fought for as a key value within an ethics of political solidarity built across different places. Although, therefore, the conception of justice varies not only with time and place, but also with the persons concerned, we must also class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 361. Recognize the political force of the fact that a particular conception of it can be accepted without misunderstanding in everyday life. Though hopelessly confused when examined in abstraction, ideals of social justice can still function as a powerful mobilizing discourse for political action. We can certainly find plenty of room to deploy it in relation to our situatedness within the dynamics of capital accumulation. But 2 decades of postmodernism and post-structuralism have left us with little basis to accept any particular norm of social justice without misunderstanding, while in everyday life a titanic effort unfolds to convince all and sundry that any kind of regulation of market freedoms or any level of taxation is unjust and that class politics is an anachronism. Empowerment is then conceived of as leaving as much money as possible in the wage earners as well as in the capitalists' pockets. Freedom and justice are attached to maximizing market choice, and rights are interpreted as a matter of consumer sovereignty free of any government dictates. Perhaps the most important thing missing from the postmodern debate these last 2 decades is the way in which this right-wing and reactionary definition of market justice and of rights has played such a revolutionary role in creating the kind of political economy which produced the effects of the North Carolina fire. And I think it is particularly instructive in this regard to note that as market capitalism has re-entered into the hitherto protected space of China, so it has brought with it both the employment conditions and discursive attitudes that surrounded events in Hamlet. Under such circumstances, reclaiming the terrain of justice and of rights for progressive political purposes appears as an urgent theoretical and political task. But in order to do this we have to come back to that epistemology which helps us tell the difference between significant and non-significant others, differences, and situatedness, and which will help promote alliance formation on the basis of similarity rather than sameness. My own epistemology for this purpose rests on a modernized version of historical and geographical materialism, which forms a meta-theoretical framework for examining not only how differences understood as power relations are produced through social action but also how they acquire the particular significance they do in certain places and situations. From this standpoint it is perfectly reasonable to hold on the one hand, that the philosophical, linguistic, and logical critiques of universal propositions about social justice are correct, while acknowledging on the other hand the putative power of appeals to social justice in certain situations, such as the contemporary United States, as a basis for political action. Struggles to bring a particular kind of discourse about justice into a hegemonic position have then to be seen as part of a broader struggle over ideological hegemony between conflicting groups in society. 362. V. Conclusions. The overall effect is to leave us with some important analytical, theoretical, and political tasks, which can be summarized as follows. 1. The universality can never be avoided, and those who seek to do so only end up hiding rather than eliminating the condition. But universality must be construed in dialectical relation with particularity. Each defines the other in such a way as to make the universality criterion always open to negotiation through the particularities of difference. Universality must, furthermore, be construed as a differentiated construction embedded in processes operating at quite different spatio-temporal scales. It therefore internalizes contradictions between these scales, thus ensuring that there can never be some irreducible principle. It is useful here to examine the political economic processes by which society actually achieves such a dialectical unity. Money, for example, possessed universal properties as a measure of value and medium of exchange at the same time as it permits a wide range of highly decentralized and particularistic decision-making in the realm of market behaviors. These feed back to define what the universality of money is all about. Money is also, as we have seen, a highly fragmented form with uses that relate to quite different spatio-temporal processes. It is precisely this dialectical power of money which gives such strength to right-wing claims concerning individual freedoms and just deserts through market coordinations. While the injustice that derives is plain, the individual appropriation and accumulation of the social power which money represents produces massive and ever-widening social inequality. The subtle power of the universality particularity dialectic at work in the case of money has to be appreciated. The task of progressive politics is to find an equally powerful, dynamic, and persuasive way of relating the universal and particular at different scales in the drive to define social justice from the standpoint of the oppressed. Respect for identity and otherness must be tempered by the recognition that though all others may be others, some are more other than others, and that in any society certain principles of exclusion have to operate. How this exclusion shall be gauged is embedded in the first instance in a universality condition which prevents groups from imposing their will oppressively on others. This negative freedom cannot, however, be imposed hierarchically from above. It must be open to constant negotiation, precisely because of the way in which disparate claims may be framed. More serious difficulties arise when we try to speak of the positive freedoms that might be acceptable as collective projects and how we select those that are desirable and those that are not. If, for example, we reduce ethics to a matter of evolutionary biology, then what is to prevent rapists from claiming the freedom to perpetuate their genetic heritage as a matter of right? We typically refute such a claim on the grounds that it involves coercion, but since, as Derrida insists, all legal systems are founded in violence, we are left with a principled arbitrariness that excludes that particular otherness from inclusion in our conception of a civilized society. 3. All propositions for social action must be critically evaluated in terms of the situatedness or positionality of the argument and the arguer. But it is equally important to recognize that the individuals developing such situated knowledge are not themselves homogeneous entities but bundles of heterogeneous impulses, many of which derive from an internalization of multiple othernesses within the self. Such a conception of the subject renders situatedness itself heterogeneous and differentiated, highly dependent upon social processes operating at quite different spatio-temporal scales. In the last instance, it is the social construction of situatedness at different scales which matters, and in that social construction the agency of personal political choice and commitment, of loyalties, Brooks large, however embedded individuals may be in macro processes of capital accumulation on the world stage. 4. The epistemology that can tell the difference between significant and insignificant differences or othernesses is one which can understand the social processes of construction of situatedness, places, otherness, difference, political identity, and the like. And we here arrive at what seems to me to be the most important epistemological point, the relation between social processes of construction of identities on the one hand and the conditions of identity politics on the other. If respect for the condition of the homeless does not imply respect for the social processes creating homelessness, then identity politics must operate at a dual level. A politics which seeks to eliminate the processes which give rise to a problem looks very different from a politics which merely seeks to give full play to differentiated identities once these have arisen. There here exists a peculiar and difficult tension that we have already encountered in Chapter 1. The identity of the homeless person, the racially 364 oppressed, the economically deprived, the woman beset by violence, the worker, the colonial subject, is forged out of certain conditions embedded in the social process. Perpetuation of that sense of self and of identity, I argued in Chapter 1, may depend on perpetuation of the processes which gave rise to it. This is a pervasive problem. Poor people rehoused after clearance of even the most appalling slums frequently find themselves grieving for a lost home. Even working class movements may seek to perpetuate or return to the conditions of oppression that spawned them, in much the same way that those women who have acquired their sense of self under conditions of male violence may return again and again to living with violent men. It may be, as many feminists have argued and many women have shown, possible to break the pattern, to come out of the dependency. But the first step down that path is to recognize rather than deny the problem. Working class movements can similarly hope to retain their revolutionary impulse while taking on new political identities under transformed conditions of working and living. But it is a long hard process that needs a lot of careful work. A political program which successfully combats any form of oppression has to face up to the real difficulty of a loss of identity on the part of those who have been victims of that oppression. And there are subtle ways in which identity, once acquired, can, precisely by virtue of its relative durability, seek out the social conditions necessary for its own sustenance. It then follows that the mere pursuit of identity politics as an end in itself may serve to perpetuate rather than to challenge the persistence of those processes which gave rise to those identities in the first place. The same issue arises even within the ideological debates swirling around identity politics in academia. Recall Spivak's commentary on the French post-structuralists. Forget at their peril that whole overdetermined exercise was in the interest of a dynamic economic situation requiring that interests, motives, and power be ruthlessly dislocated. To invoke that dislocation now as a radical discovery that should make us diagnose the economics, as a piece of dated analytic machinery may well be to continue the work of that dislocation and unwittingly to help in securing a new balance of hegemonic relations. Perhaps this is the best of all possible lessons we can learn from the political failure to respond to events in Hamlet, North Carolina, and from the lack of a convincing discourse about social justice with which to confront it. For if the historical and geographical process of class war waged by the Republican Party and the capitalist class these last few years in the United States has feminized poverty, accelerated racial oppression, and further degraded the class relations, social justice, and the political geography of difference 365 ecological conditions of life, then it seems that a far more united politics can flow from a determination to check that process than will likely flow from an identity politics which largely reflects its fragmented results. 13. The environment of justice. The bourgeoisie has only one solution to TDS pollution problems: it moves them around. Saying adapted from Frederick Engels. The movement for environmental justice. The Economist reported on a leaked World Bank internal memorandum from the pen of Lawrence Summers, a Harvard economist of considerable reputation. Summers, an oft-quoted advisor to Democratic presidential candidates, then chief economist of the World Bank and subsequently Undersecretary of State for Trade in the Clinton administration, wrote, "Just between you and me, Shouldn't the World Bank be encouraging more migration of the dirty industries to the LDCs? I can think of 3 reasons. The measurement of the costs of health-impairing pollution depends on the foregone earnings from increased morbidity and mortality. From this point of view, a given amount of health-impairing pollution should be done in the country with the lowest cost, which will be the country with the lowest wages. I think the economic logic behind dumping a load of toxic waste in the lowest wage country is impeccable, and we should face up to that. The costs of pollution are likely to be nonlinear, as the initial increments of pollution probably have very low cost. I've always thought that underpopulated countries in Africa are vastly underpolluted. There is probably vastly inefficiently low compared to Los Angeles or Mexico City. Only the lamentable facts that so much pollution is generated by non-tradable industries, and that the unit, the environment of justice 367 transport costs of solid waste are so high prevent world welfare enhancing trade in air pollution and waste. 3. The demand for a clean environment for aesthetic and health reasons is likely to have a very high income elasticity. The concern over an agent that causes 1 in a million change in the odds of prostate cancer is obviously going to be much higher in a country where people survive to get prostate cancer than in a country where under 5 mortality is 200 per thousand. Also, much of the concern over industrial atmosphere discharge is about visibility of particulates. These discharges may have little direct health impact. Clearly, trade in goods that embody aesthetic pollution concerns could be welfare enhancing. While production is mobile, the consumption of pretty air is a non-tradable. The Washington office of Greenpeace faxed copies of the memo around the world. Environmental groups had, and continue to have, a field day. The World Bank, already a strong focus for criticism for its lack of environmental concerns, was put very much on the defensive at the very moment it was seeking to influence the Rio Summit on the environment through publication of its 1992 report on development and the environment. Brazil's Secretary of the Environment described Summers' reasoning as perfectly logical but totally insane. Summers was featured in People magazine in its special Earth Day issue as one of the top 8 enemies of the Earth, and even the Financial Times thought it time to save planet Earth from economists. The Economist, however, editorialized that his economic logic was indeed impeccable. The Summers memo appears to endorse toxic colonialism or toxic imperialism. The final paragraph of the memo points out, however, that the problem with all of these arguments is that they could be turned around and used more or less effectively against every bank proposal. This suggests that Summers was not himself endorsing such ideas but trying to point out to his colleagues, steeped in neoclassical economic theory, the logical consequences of their own mode of thought. While this may exculpate Summers somewhat, it broadens the questions the memo raises to a whole mode of discourse about environmental and economic issues. So what objections can be raised? To begin with, the class-situatedness of the argument is transparent. Affluent groups, including most professional economists, do not have to accept toxic wastes on their own doorstep to survive, whereas child care workers, janitors and cleaners, and sewing machine operators do not have the same range of choice. The logic also pays scant attention to questions of distributive justice, except in the narrowest sense that trade in toxics is meant to be welfare enhancing for all. This presumes that one way to raise incomes of the poor is to pay them to absorb toxins. Any negative health impacts, it should be noted, will then be visited on those least able to deal with them. Since most of the poor and the disempowered are people of color, the impact is racially discriminatory. And if we care to think about it at all, there is a symbolic dimension, a kind of cultural imperialism embedded in the whole proposal. Are we not presuming that only trashy people can stomach trash? The question of stigmatization of the other through, in this instance, association of racially marked others with pollution, defilement, impurity, and degradation becomes a part of the political equation. If, as Douglas claims, some pollutions are used as analogies for expressing a general view of the social order, and if pollution beliefs can be used in a dialogue of claims and counterclaims to status, then claims about pollution as matter out of place cannot be separated from claims about the impurities and dangers of people out of place. questions of how and why wastes in general and hazardous wastes in particular are produced in the first place are, of course, never even mentioned in discussions of the summer's sort. Yet, as Commoner has, among others, again and again emphasized, the question of prevention surely should take precedence over disposal and cure of any side effects. But posing that question requires a discursive shift to the far more politically charged terrain of critique of the general characteristics of the mode of production and consumption in which we live. Though the impeccable economic logic advanced by Summers is not hard to deconstruct as the characteristic discourse of a particular kind of political economic power and its discriminatory practices, it unfortunately approximates as a description of what usually happens. The market mechanism naturally works that way. Property values are lower close to noxious facilities, and that is where the poor and the disadvantaged are by and large forced by their impoverished circumstances to live. The insertion of a noxious facility causes less disturbance to property values in low-income areas, so that an optimal lowest-cost location strategy for any noxious facility points to where the poor live. Furthermore, a small transfer payment to cover negative effects may be very significant to and therefore more easily accepted by the poor, but largely irrelevant to the rich, leading to what I long ago referred to as the intriguing paradox in which the rich are unlikely to give up an amenity at any price, whereas the poor who are least able to sustain the loss are likely to sacrifice it for a trifling sum. If, as is usually the case, areas where low-income, disempowered, and marginalized others live are also zones of more political organization, and weak political resistance, then the symbolic, political, and economic logic for the location of noxious facilities works in exactly the way that the Summers memo envisages. As a consequence, one of the best predictors of the location of toxic waste dumps in the United States is a geographical concentration of people of low income and color. The dumping of toxic wastes on indigenous Indian, the environment of Justice 369 reservations or in communities of color across much of the South and West of the United States is now well documented. Even more remarkable are the bidding wars between, for example, different Native American groups or less developed countries to accommodate the waste in return for money incomes. While that practice might be better understood in the case of dictators or military regimes who receive all the benefits while visiting the costs on their own populations, it is not unknown for reasonably democratic debate to generate a political consensus in favor of accepting toxic waste facilities on the grounds that this generates otherwise unavailable income and employment. In Alabama's Black Belt, for example, the question of hazardous landfills in Sumter County is politically contested. Those who have most to lose from denying the facility, in terms of jobs and incomes, are in this instance at odds with the middle class and often white environmentalists who seek to close such facilities down. The same conflict holds in Mississippi. The political economy of waste creation and circulation under capitalism incorporates Summers' logic, including some of its inherent social contradictions. The practice of that logic has, however, sparked militant resistance. In the United States, the movement for environmental justice and against environmental racism has become a significant political force. It is a political movement that has been long in gestation, owing its most recent reincarnation to two particular incidents. First, the celebrated case of Love Canal in 1977, when houses built on top of an infilled canal in Buffalo, New York, found their basements full of noxious liquids with serious health effects on resident children. This led to the formation of a citizens' clearinghouse for hazardous waste which, according to Taylor, now works with over 7,000 community and grassroots groups nationwide. The second arose out of the 1982 protests in Warren County, North Carolina, when a mostly African American community was selected as the site for burial of soil contaminated with PCBs. The vigor of the protests and the involvement of a wide range of organizations focused attention on what soon came to be known as environmental racism. In 1991, a very dispersed and highly localized movement came together around the first National People of Color Environmental Leadership Summit held in Washington, D.C. There it adopted a manifesto defining environmental justice in no less than 17 different clauses. I select just a few. Environmental justice. affirms the sacredness of Mother Earth, ecological unity and the interdependence of all species, and the right to be free from ecological destruction. 370. Mandates the right to ethical, balanced and responsible uses of land and renewable resources in the interest of a sustainable planet for human and other living things. Demands the cessation of the production of all toxins, hazardous wastes, and radioactive materials, and that all past and current producers be held strictly accountable to the people for detoxification and the containment at the point of production. Affirms the need for urban and rural ecological policies to clean up and rebuild our cities and rural areas in balance with nature, honoring the cultural integrity of all our communities, and providing fair access for all to the full range of resources. Opposes the destructive operations of multinational corporations, military occupation, repression and exploitation of lands, peoples and cultures, and other life forms. Requires that we, as individuals, make personal and consumer choices to consume as little of Mother Earth's resources and to produce as little waste as possible, and make the conscious decision to challenge and reprioritize our lifestyles to ensure the health of the natural world for present and future generations. I shall return to these principles later, though it is not hard to see how many professionals might regard them as just as insane as Summers' memo, while lacking the virtue of elementary let alone impeccable logic. The militant local struggles for environmental justice that coalesced to advance these theses created sufficient national political ferment, however, to force the EPA, even in its most recalcitrant Reagan-Bush years, to take up the issues of environmental equity. The EPA's 1992 report on that issue conceded that there were problems of unequal exposure of minority and low-income populations to environmental risks, but asserts that there was not enough hard information to substantiate effective discrimination. In February 1994, however, the Clinton administration, responding to its constituencies of environmentalists, minorities, and the poor, issued an executive order to all federal agencies to ensure that programs would not unfairly inflict environmental harm on the poor and minorities. This means that the environmental needs of low-income and minority communities must be fairly addressed and that environmental issues can be adjudicated in terms of civil rights. That move did not pacify many in the environmental justice movement, in part because they recognized that co-optation into such a legal political quagmire would be the kiss of death. The reason that hardly any new hazardous waste sites have been opened these last 10 years has to do precisely with the fact that movements against such sites have been organized outside of channels. For this reason too, the environmental justice movement has frequently been at odds with the main environmental groups. The division here reflects class, race, and gender. It also reflects an intense politics of place versus the more abstract politics of the mainstream environmental movement. People of color and working-class women have been most active in the grassroots movement, in particular places where the Big Ten are dominated, in membership but more particularly in organization, by white, middle-class professional men, largely concentrated in the centers of political power. Lois Gibbs, organizer of the original Love Canal protest, recalls her attempt to bring these groups together. It was hilarious. People from the grassroots were at one end of the room, drinking Budweiser and smoking, while the environmentalists were at the other end of the room eating yogurt. We wanted to talk about victim compensation. They wanted to talk about 10 parts per billion benzene and scientific uncertainty. A couple of times it was almost war. We were hoping that, by seeing these local folks, the people from the Big Ten would be more apt to support the grassroots position, but it didn't work out that way. They went right on with the status quo position. The Big Ten approach is to ask, what can we support to achieve a legislative victory? Our approach is to ask, what is morally correct? We can't support something in order to win if we think it is morally wrong. This sort of distinction in allegiance and membership has been playfully characterized as follows. Citizens Clearinghouse typical member, quit the church choir to organize toxic dump protest, Natural Resources Defense Council typical member, Andover 63, Yale 67, Harvard Law 70, Pentagon anti-war marches 68, 69, 70. Environmental Defense Fund typical member, lawyer with a green conscience and a red Miata. This does not imply that all forms of cooperation are ruled out. Greenpeace, for example, helped the concerned citizens of South Central Los Angeles to fight off the Lancer mass burn incinerator that was to be located in a poor and heavily minority community. Nevertheless, the environmental justice movement preserves its fiercely independent militant particularism. It rejects government and broadly bourgeois attempts at co-optation and absorption into a middle-class and professional-based resistance to that impeccable economic logic of environmental hazards that the circulation of capital defines. 372. Two discourses of complicity and dissent. In recent years the environmental issue has, as I argued in chapters 7 and 8, generated a vast diversity of antagonistic and mutually exclusive discourses. There are, to be sure, some common underpinnings. Most apart, of course, from those who enter only to scoff at the whole idea, except that there exists a class of problems which might reasonably be dubbed environmental, and many use a language of actual or potential crisis. Most also argue that the difficulties arise out of the particular way we relate to something external to us called nature, and that some ameliorative or in some instances revolutionary measures must be taken to put us on some more sustainable or harmonious trajectory of development. Beyond that, the multiplicity of discourses becomes confusing, and I now want to take a closer look at how and why this might be the case, focusing particularly upon the political and environmental vision incorporated in discourses about environmental justice. In so doing, I shall make active use of the framework constructed in Chapter 4. There, I argued that discourses do not exist in isolation from beliefs, social relations, institutional structures, material practices, or power relations. Discourses internalize effects from all of these domains while reciprocally entering in, though never as pure mirror images, to all of the other moments of the social process. The advantage of construing things thus is that it allows me to look on a discourse about environmental justice not simply as a philosophical and ethical debate, but rather in terms of the environmental conditions that give rise to such a discourse and become internalized within it. It also permits a closer analysis of how a discourse about environmental justice might do work within other moments of the social process. All environmental ecological arguments, I showed in Chapter 8, are arguments about society and, therefore, complex refractions of all sorts of struggles being waged in other realms. Aldo Leopold's land ethic, for example, arose out of a fusion of a discourse on national identity, religion, and Darwinian science. Garrett Hardin's Tragedy of the Commons is relentlessly built up through fusion of contemporary Darwinian thinking, the mathematical logic of diminishing returns, and a political economy of an individualized, utility-maximizing, property-owning democracy. Animal rights theorists accept the liberal rhetoric about individual rights and seek to extend it to sentient beings, or, as Reagan prefers to call them, subjects of a life. Ecological modernization theory forges a unity between doctrines. The environment of justice 373 of efficiency in production and the efficient as well as equitable workings of ecological aggregates. Ecofeminism builds a powerful link between traditional liberal humanism and a vision of women's role as close to nature through nurturing and caring. Each one of these composite discourses shapes a unique blend of complicity and dissent with respect to existing beliefs, institutions, material social practices, social relations, and dominant systems of organizing political economic power. This is their specific virtue. They pose problems of defining relations across different moments in the social process and reveal much about the pattern of social conflict in all realms of social action. Consider, for example, the general content in which Summers' version of what to do with toxic wastes becomes possible. It is not sufficient here to argue that it is a typical manifestation of neoclassical economic logic itself, an engaging set of particular metaphors in which welfare-enhancing trade in waste can be envisaged under conditions of resource scarcity. For there is a prior question to be answered: why is it that neoclassical economics is such a well-accepted discourse in relation to the dominant forms of political economic power in capitalist society? And what effects does the privileging of neoclassical economic discourse have on beliefs, the functioning of institutions, social relations, material practices, and the like. I shall not attempt to answer these questions directly here, though I believe a strong case could be made for the deep penetration of neoclassical ways of economic thought into all of these realms. Instead, I shall look more closely at some dominant forms of environmental-ecological discourse in an attempt to gain some insights as to why they hold the particular positions they do and how, given their character and their extensive grip upon the public imagination and public institutions, they have created a set of environmental conditions in which the movement for environmental justice has been forced to articulate its oppositional arguments in very particular ways. With this in mind, let me begin by outlining what seem to be the dominant forms of discourse about the environment in the late 20th century. 3. The standard view of environmental management. Capitalism has frequently encountered environmental problems. Over the last 2 centuries or so, institutions, scientific understandings, public policies, and regulatory practices have been evolved to deal with them. These practices have converged over time into something that I will call the standard view of environmental management in advanced capitalist societies. In the standard view, the general approach to environmental problems is to intervene only after the event. This strategy in part stems from the belief that no general environmental concerns should stand in the way of progress and that any after-the-event environmental 374 difficulties can be effectively cleaned up if need be. This implies no irreversibility problems of the sort that arise with species extinction or habitat destruction, and that a remedial science exists to cope with any difficulties that do arise. This after-the-event emphasis means that environmental issues are essentially regarded as incidents, the result of errors and mistakes that should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. The preference is, furthermore, for environmental cleanups of particular sites and end-of-pipe solutions rather than for preemptive or proactive interventions. The only general problem sometimes admitted under the standard view is so-called market failure, which occurs because firms can externalize costs by free use of the environment for procuring resources or for waste disposal. The theory of the firm developed in neoclassical economics effectively describes why it might be economically rational for individual firms to plunder common resources like fisheries, to pollute, to expose workers to toxic hazards and consumers to environmental degradation under conditions of market failure. It then becomes the task of the state to evolve a regulatory framework that either forces firms to internalize the external costs or to mandate standards that firms must meet with respect to resource management, occupational safety and health, environmental impacts, and the like. It also becomes the task of the state to provide those public goods and public infrastructures conducive to environmentally sound conditions of public health and sanitation. Periodically, as was the case in the Progressive Era and in the early stages of the New Deal, this leads to the idea of considerable state intervention to ensure the proper conservation and efficient management of national resources, thus challenging the rights of private property in the interest of a state-managed class strategy for capital accumulation. Against this, neoclassical economics has also evolved a defense of private property solutions under the aegis of the so-called Coase theorem, which holds that both the polluter and any injured party can equally be regarded as wrongdoers, since the presence of the latter limits the property rights of the former to emit pollutants. All state interventions, the logical tool of environmental management, are typically limited under the standard view by 2 important considerations. First, intervention should occur only when there is clear evidence of serious damage through market failure, and preferably when that damage can be quantified. This requires strong scientific evidence of connections between, for example, exposure to asbestos in the workplace and cancers developing 20 years later, or power plant emissions and acidification. The environment of Justice 375 of lakes hundreds of miles away. And it also requires careful measurement of costs of pollution and resource depletion, because the second constraint is that there is thought to be a zero-sum trade-off between economic growth and environmental quality. To be overly solicitous with respect to the latter is to forego unnecessarily the benefits of the former. This is the domain of Monetized cost-benefit analysis, which now plays such an important role in shaping environmental politics under the standard view. Getting to the heart of what the trade-offs might be requires a particular combination of engineering and economic expertise coupled with scientific understandings of ecological processes. The translation of the environmental problem into the domain of expert discourses permits the internalization of environmental politics and regulatory activity largely within the embrace of the state apparatus or, more loosely, under the influence of corporate and state finance of research and development. This entails an application of bureaucratic technocratic rationality under the dual influence of the state and corporations. The rough and tumble of democratic politics is generally viewed as getting in the way of proper, rational, and sensible regulatory activities. The preferred strategy, except in those periods of euphoric state strategizing, is to negotiate out solutions between the state and the private sector, often on an ad hoc and case-by-case basis. Under the standard view, the basic rights of private property and of profit maximization are not fundamentally challenged. Concerns for environmental justice are kept strictly subservient to concerns for economic efficiency, continuous growth, and capital accumulation. The view that capital accumulation is fundamental to human development is never challenged. The right of humanity to engage in extensive environmental modifications is tacitly accepted as sacrosanct. The only serious question is how best to manage the environment for capital accumulation, economic efficiency, and growth. From this standpoint, negative externality effects deserve to be countered and serious attention should be given to proper conservation and wise use of resources. Given the framework, ecological issues within the standard view are generally viewed as a concern of the nation-state, in some instances devolving powers to lower levels of government. National politics and cultural traditions then typically play an important role in affecting the way in which the standard view gets worked out and presented in different nation-states and even in different localities. Put in the prevailing terms of economics, socially based and often locally specific preferences for environmental qualities can be factored into the argument as a particular manifestation of consumer preference. 376. A powerful and persuasive array of discourses are embedded within this standard view and its associated practices, institutions, beliefs, and powers. Environmental economics, environmental engineering, environmental law, planning, and policy analysis, as well as a wide range of scientific endeavors are ranged broadly in support of it. Such discourses are perfectly acceptable to the dominant forms of political economic power precisely because there is no challenge implied within them to the hegemony of capital accumulation. Financial and logistical support therefore flows from the state and corporations to those promoting such environmental discourses, making them distinctive discourses of power. This is not to say that there is no contestation within the standard view. There is abundant room for dispute over the scientific evidence of connection between environmental change and social effects, the extent and measure of damage, the designation of liability, where the trade-offs between economic growth and environmental quality should lie, how divergent consumer preferences for environmental qualities might be measured and expressed, how far into the long run environmental concerns should be projected, and how comprehensive state regulation should be. The intensity of debate within this overall discursive frame often precludes general discussion of broader let alone radically different alternatives. But, the debates have sometimes generated contradictions that do prepare the way for discursive shifts into radically different ways of thinking. While, for example, the apparent intent of Summers' memo was to wake up some of his colleagues to a stronger sense of how to negotiate issues of environmental equity and market forces within the standard view, it subsequently became an icon whose shock value could be used to press for an alternative discourse of environmental justice. The standard view has a considerable history. Beginning with the extensive public health measures in 19th-century urban settings and following through to present-day efforts to improve air and water quality in many areas of the advanced capitalist world, the working out of the standard view has not been without a substantial record of successes to its credit. Were this not the case, it would long ago have been abandoned. At its best, even some of its seemingly negative features have a virtuous side. For example, the ad hoc and fragmented approach has sometimes permitted a degree of local and particularist sensitivity to consumer preferences and considerable flexibility in environmental interventions. but there are, plainly, serious limitations to the effectiveness of the standard approach, and in recent years some of its more glaring internal contradictions have spawned the search for some alternative way to look at environmental issues. The Environment of Justice 377. 4. Ecological modernization. The thesis of ecological modernization has periodically emerged as one way to structure thinking about the dialectics of social and ecological change. In the United States it became popular during the Progressive Era and re-emerged during the 1930s in the soil conservation movement and within institutions like the National Resources Planning Board. In recent years there are signs of its adoption/co-optation by both environmental pressure groups and certain institutionalized configurations of political economic power. Ecological modernization depends upon and promotes a belief that economic activity systematically produces environmental harm and that society should therefore adopt a proactive stance with respect to environmental regulation and ecological controls. Prevention is regarded as preferable to cure. This means that the ad hoc, fragmented and bureaucratic approach to state regulation should be replaced by a far more systematic set of politics, institutional arrangements, and regulatory practices. The future, it is argued, cannot be expected to look after itself, and some sorts of calculations are necessary to configure what would be a good strategy for sustainable economic growth and economic development in the long run. The key word in this formulation is sustainability. And even though there are multiple definitions of what this might mean, the concept nevertheless lies at the heart of the politics of ecological modernization. The rights of future generations and the question of appropriate temporality therefore move to the center of discussion rather than being assumed away within market forces as typically occurs within the standard view. This shift in emphasis is justified in a variety of ways. The irreversibility problem, in the standard view, becomes, for example, much more prominent, not only with respect to biodiversity but also with respect to the elimination of whole habitats, permanent resource depletion, desertification, deforestation, and the like. High orders of environmental risk are emphasized, coupled with the rising recognition that unintended ecological consequences of human activity can be far-reaching, long-lasting, and potentially damaging. Beck's formulation of the idea that we now live in a risk society has proven a useful and influential adjunct to the discursive thrust to define a risk-minimizing politics of ecological modernization. There has also been growing recognition that ad hoc and after-the-fact practices can produce unbalanced and ineffective results. The role of scientists in promoting the discursive shift from the standard view to ecological modernization was important. It was science that revealed global problems demanding wide-ranging collective action beyond nation-state borders, thereby posing a challenge to the closed bureaucratic rationality of the nation-state. And some individual scientists pushed the knowledge of ecological systems and interrelatedness to the point where the unintended consequences of human activities could be seen to be far more widespread, irreversible, and potentially serious than had previously been recognized. This made the business as usual and after-the-fact approach of the standard view appear more and more inadequate. This kind of science provided crucial support to many environmental pressure groups, many of whom initially viewed scientific rationality with skepticism and distrust. The thesis of ecological modernization has now become deeply entrenched within many segments of the environmental movement. The effects, as we shall see, have been somewhat contradictory. On the one hand, ecological modernization provides a common discursive basis for a contested rapprochement between them and dominant forms of political economic power. But on the other, it presumes a certain kind of rationality that lessens the force of more purely moral arguments and exposes much of the environmental movement to the dangers of political co-optation. The general persuasiveness of the ecological modernization thesis rests, however, on one other radical discursive shift. This refuses to see the supposed trade-off between environmental concerns and economic growth in zero-sum terms. What are known as win-win examples of ecological control are increasingly emphasized. Given the power of money, it is vital to show that ecological modernization can be profitable. Environmental care, it is argued, often contributes to efficiency and long-term preservation of the resource base for capital accumulation. If, furthermore, pollution is merely being moved around under standard practices, then aggregate efficiency is being impaired in the long run if, as is increasingly the case, there are fewer and fewer empty sinks within which pollutants can costlessly be absorbed. And if, to take the parallel case of supposedly natural resources, depletion is occurring too fast to allow for smooth market adjustment and measured technological change, then costly disruptions to economic growth may be in the wind. To some degree, the search for win-win solutions has also been prompted by environmental litigation, environmental impact legislation and, in some sectors, like those directly associated with occupational and consumer safety and health, by extraordinarily high compensation awards for injured parties. The costliness of recent cleanup efforts, the Superfund experience in the United States to clean up hazardous waste sites being perhaps the best example, has also pushed many to take a new look at prevention. The Environment of Justice 379. Environmental equity has a stronger role to play in ecological modernization arguments. This is in part due to the inroads made by the environmental justice movement and various other movements around the world expressive of what Martinez Allier calls the environmentalism of the poor. But leaving these aside, cooperation is required to gain support for proactive environmental initiatives so that the question of environmental justice has to be integrated into the search for long-term sustainability, partly as a pragmatic adaptation to the internationalism of several key contemporary ecological issues. Sovereign nation-states, including those that are poor, have to agree to a certain regulatory environment on, for example, carbon emissions and CFC use, and, furthermore, enforce its provisions. Negotiating with China and India is politically quite different from negotiating the location of a hazardous waste site in Mississippi. So some sort of configuration has to be envisaged in which ecological modernization contributes both to growth and global distributive justice simultaneously. This was a central proposition in the Brundtland Report, for example. How, and if, that can be done is at the heart of deeply contentious debates. There are also signs of a discursive shift, perhaps fashioned as a response to the contentiousness of the distributive justice issue, in which economic development is seen as quite distinctive from economic growth. If governments can be persuaded to take the former path, then the competitive challenge to the hegemony of the advanced capitalist powers with respect to capital accumulation through economic growth will be lessened. One side consequence of these shifts is that environmental management is no longer seen to be the exclusive provenance of governments or the nation-state. The nation-state, while clearly still important, should be supplemented by strong international organizations as well as local governments. The general import of the Rio Conference, for example, was to give far greater powers to international organizations and to set up local government mandates for environmental quality. Many layers of government operating at many different scales should be implicated as partners in the search for better paths of environmental management. This move to construct some sort of hierarchy of powers tacitly recognizes the diverse spatial scales at which environmental issues can arise. While very little of this has actually been worked out in practice, a discursive shift away from the nation-state towards some sort of recognition of the spatial scalar layering of environmental issues can certainly be detected. A wide range of forces in civil society can then become involved. The public debate over values has consequently become much more explicit, preparing the ground for a 380. Veritable industry of philosophical reflection devoted to environmental ethics. And much more open and democratic as well as wide-ranging discussions of environmental issues become possible. It is precisely at this interface that the fine line between incorporation and open contestation again and again gets crossed and recrossed, with legal, scientific and economic discourses, institutions, and practices becoming a deeply implicated and contested terrain. In portraying the general characteristics of the ecological modernization thesis in this systematic way, I am exaggerating both its coherence and its difference from the standard view. The raggedness of the environmental ecological debate the last 20 years defies any such simple characterization. But the debate in the public realm has been much more open to ecological modernization arguments than was previously the case. And as often happens with a public discourse in formation, All sorts of interventions and openings have occurred, through which quite a bit of radicalization has been achieved. Some radical environmental groups have been partially drawn to the ecological modernization thesis, sometimes as a tactic because it provides convenient and more generally persuasive public arguments with which to pursue other objectives, but sometimes as a matter of deeper conviction, viewing it as the only way to move a deeply entrenched capitalism towards ecological sanity and a modicum of global justice. And there is some evidence that the nascent European bureaucracy in Brussels saw ecological modernization as a means of empowerment against narrower national and corporate interests. Socialists, for their part, could take to the argument as a way of combining traditional commitments to growth and equity with rational planning under socialized control. Commoners making peace with the planet Earth and left's green production, toward an environmental rationality can be read, for example, as left-wing versions of this thesis. I shall come back to this particular line of thinking by way of conclusion. But the discourse would not have the purchase it evidently has had without a significant tranche of support from the heartland of contemporary political economic power. The rising tide of affluence in the advanced capitalist countries after World War II increased middle-class interest in environmental qualities and amenities, nature tourism, and deepened concerns about environmental dangers to health. While this lent an indelible bourgeois aesthetic and politics to much of the environmental movement, it nevertheless pushed environmental issues to the political agenda where they could not easily be controlled as a mere adjunct of bourgeois fashion. The health connection, as Hayes points out, became particularly salient and peculiarly open-ended in relation to environmental concerns in the United States after 1950 or so. Systematic environmental concern for everything from landscape despoliation, heritage and wilderness preservation, control of air and water quality, exposure to toxics, waste disposal, regulation of consumer products, and the like became much easier to voice given middle-class acceptance of such. The environment of Justice 381 issues as fundamental to its own qualities of life. This aspect to the problem has been strongly emphasized by Beck, who argues that the costs of the contemporary form of a high environmental risk society are spread across the class spectrum, thereby turning the environmental issue into a populist issue. The Limits to Growth, published in 1972, which in many respects was a powerful warning shot to say that the standard view was inadequate, was supported by the Club of Rome and the Brundtland Report of 1987, which consolidated the ecological modernization discourse in important ways, bringing the question of sustainability to the fore, was an effort supported by many government officials, industrialists, financiers, and scientists. And since that time, major world institutions, such as the World Bank, which previously paid no attention whatsoever to environmental issues, some corporations and powerful establishment politicians, like Margaret Thatcher and Al Gore, have been converted to some version of the ecological modernization thesis. Even The Economist now sees fit to celebrate a budding romance between Greens and business in an article entitled "How to Make Lots of Money, and Save the Planet Too." There is a more sinister aspect to this argument, however. The severe recession of 1973-5, the subsequent slowdown in economic growth and rise of widespread structural unemployment, made an appeal to some notion of natural limits to growth more attractive. Scapegoating natural limits rather than the internal contradictions of capitalism is a well-tried tactic. When faced with a crisis, said Marx of Ricardo, he takes refuge in organic chemistry. This particular way of thinking puts particular blame on population growth, again and again raising the specter of Malthus, thereby reducing much of the ecological environmental problem to a simple population problem. But this essentially reactionary political approach was paralleled in the Limits to Growth and the Brundtland Report by concerns for natural limits to capital accumulation. The rhetoric of sustainable development could then be attached to the ideal of a growth economy that had to respect natural limits. Demands for higher wages or more rapid economic growth in poorer parts of the world were countered by appeal to certain immutable laws of nature, thus diverting attention from the far more mutable laws of entrenched class and imperialist privilege. The supposed sheer physical inability of the planet to support global populations with aspirations to a living standard of Sweden or Switzerland became an important political argument against even trying to spread the benefits of capitalist growth around. The evident failures of capitalist modernization and resource management in many developing countries also made the rhetoric of ecological modernization more attractive. In many developing countries this meant a partial return. 382. To traditional methods as more ecologically sensitive and hence more efficient. The World Bank, for example, took to blaming the governments of Africa for the failure of its own development projects there and then sought to decentralize the process of development to see if indigenous methods led by indigenous peoples, with women cast in a much more central role, could work so as to pay off the accumulating debts built up precisely through World Bank-imposed Western-style development. Finally, many corporations, like IBM, saw a great deal of profit to be had from superior environmental technologies and stricter global environmental regulation. For the advanced capitalist nations, struggling to remain competitive, the imposition of strong environmental regulations demanding high-tech solutions promised not only a competitive advantage to their own industries but also a strong export market for the more environmentally friendly technology they had developed. If only a small fragment of corporate capital thought this way, it was nevertheless a significant dissident voice arguing for ecological modernization from within a powerful segment of the bourgeoisie. Global environmental management for the good of the planet and to maintain the health of planet Earth could also be conveniently used to make claims on behalf of major governments and corporations for their exclusive and technologically advanced management of all the world's resources. So while a good deal of corporate capture of the ecological modernization rhetoric could be found, there are also positive reasons for some segments of corporate capital to align themselves with a movement that emphasized certain kinds of technological change coupled with highly centralized global environmental management practices. The cleanup industry alone now has a value of some $200 billion within the OECD and, being heavily dependent upon proper regulation, forms a significant pressure group for regulatory action and ecological modernization. As a discourse, ecological modernization internalizes conflict. It has a radical populist edge, paying serious attention to environmental ecological issues and most particularly to the accumulation of scientific evidence of environmental impacts on human populations, without challenging the capitalist economic system head-on. It does imply strict regulation of private property rights, however, and insofar as it leads to action it can de facto, through regulatory action, curb the possibilities for uncontrolled capital accumulation. Yet it is also a discourse that can rather too easily be corrupted into yet another discursive representation of dominant forms of economic power. It can be appropriated by multinational corporations to legitimize a global grab to manage all of the world's resources. Indeed, it is not impossible to imagine a world in which big industry, big governments and establishment, high-tech big science can get to dominate the environment of justice 383 the world even more than they currently do in the name of sustainability, ecological modernization and appropriate global management of the supposedly fragile health of planet Earth. This is precisely the shift that Sachs fears. As governments, business, and international agencies raise the banner of global ecology, environmentalism changes its face. In part, ecology understood as the philosophy of a social movement is about to transform itself from a knowledge of opposition to a knowledge of domination. In the process, environmentalism becomes sanitized of its radical content and reshaped as expert-neutral knowledge, until it can be wedded to the dominating worldview. Class forces resolutely opposed to such a reshaping can be found at both ends of the political spectrum. Let us look first at the reaction of the libertarian right. Wise use and the defense of private property. Ecological modernization is anathema to certain segments of capital. There is a strong desire to smother it in many quarters. While some corporations are favorably disposed towards it, most are not. By far the most powerful opposition derives from its impacts upon the rights of private property. The whole idea of ecological modernization, and the planned government-led or collective interventions it presupposes, is anathema to the libertarian wing of conservative politics. And through the wise use movement, particularly focused in the US West, it has found a libertarian equivalent of the environmental justice movement with which to attack not only ecological modernization but anything except minimalist appeal to the standard view. The wise use movement draws in fact on a long tradition of environmental activism, though, as we shall see, of a very special sort. The appropriation of the term wise use is not merely an opportunistic rhetorical device with which to counter any form of governmental intervention or regulation. The tradition has its origins in classical liberal theories, particularly those generally attributed to Locke, and their translation into political economic practices, most particularly in the United States with its tradition of Jeffersonian democracy. The argument is in part based on the inalienable right of individuals to mix their labor with the land in such a way as to make the earth fruitful and to multiply. But it is also strongly based on the view that private property owners have every incentive in the world to maintain and sustain the ecological conditions of productivity that furnish them with a living, and that 384. Left to their own devices, they will more likely pass on the land to their offspring in an improved rather than deteriorated condition. Arthur Young, an influential commentator on agricultural affairs in late 18th century England, put it this way: on an annual rental a man will turn a garden into a desert, but give a man a 14-year lease and he will turn a desert into a garden. This was, of course, exactly the sentiment that led William Lloyd to propose the tragedy of the commons thesis in 1833. And some commentators on Hardin's influential restatement of that idea have treated it as a plea for private property arrangements as the best protection against those abuses of the commons which governments by their very nature are powerless to prevent. Even if Hardin does not himself follow that line of reasoning, it has not been hard for legal scholars and for theoreticians to argue that the taking away of private property rights without full compensation for environmental reasons is unjustified, and that the wisest and best organizational form for ensuring proper use of the land is a highly decentralized property-owning democracy. Von Hayek, Nozick, and a whole host of contemporary economists and legal scholars would agree. The wise use movement in the United States has its roots in a long tradition of opposition to the powers of the federal government to regulate private property. The so-called Sagebrush Rebellion of Western cattle ranching interests against federal control over extensive tracts of land in the U.S. West was just one incident in that history. It appeals to popular common sense and makes effective use of powerful anecdotes of personal injustice on the part of individuals caught in the regulatory thickets of government action. In treating the rights of private property as sacrosanct, the wise use doctrine gathers many powerful adherents from the corporate sector which, when coupled with a populist base, makes for a potent political force. It became dominant in the Congress of the United States with the Republican victory of 1994, for example, though there is abundant evidence that it was gathering momentum in the courts as well as within various levels of government in the United States from Reagan's election in 1979 onwards. The wise use movement has two other arguments which it adds to its strong defense of private property against governmental constraints. The first is that the right to jobs must take precedence over the rights of nature. The wise use movement thrives on zero-sum arguments of the sort that pitted the fate of the spotted owl in the U.S. Northwest against employment opportunities in logging. And the second is that universal land use rules necessarily do an injustice to local and private determinations. Even the most sophisticated science allied with big government cannot come up with regulations sufficiently sensitive to cover all contingencies in all particulars. The Environment of Justice 385. Private property owners are judged in principle much more knowledgeable about their own particulars than state bureaucrats and scientists. In all of these respects, the wise use movement has some strong arguments on its side. Keith Schneider, an environmental journalist of some repute, considers it as maybe one of the most important and interesting movements to arise in environmentalism in a long time, precisely because of its ability to question much of the environmental orthodoxy that has arisen in recent years. So although the movement has been powerfully co-opted and funded by corporate, industrial, and, perhaps most important of all, by commercial logging, ranching, and agribusiness interests, it has sufficient of a democratic and populist edge to deserve serious consideration. The case against the wise use movements is strong if not fatal to its pretensions. Even presuming that private property owners are paragons of bourgeois virtue and that they stay in place long enough to become deeply familiar with their local ecological conditions of production, there is no ground to believe in principle that each owner is more knowledgeable than the collective. There is even less ground for believing that the territorial purview of the private owner bears any relationship whatsoever to the spatio-temporal scale of ecological processes varying from the microcosm of the field through regional questions concerning land use, amenities, resource allocations, water and air qualities, to global questions of biodiversity, climate warming, and the like. Since the pattern of property ownership is ecologically chaotic and socially lopsided, there are absolutely no grounds for believing that appeal to its commonsensical wisdoms can allow for any wisdom at all with respect to environmental justice, let alone ecologically sustainable development even in its most naked capitalistic form. 6. Environmental justice and the defense of the poor. The environmental justice movement advances a discourse radically at odds with the standard view and ecological modernization. It is also profoundly at odds with the wise use movement, though for quite different reasons. Of all the discourses considered here, it has proven far less amenable to corporate or governmental co-optation. 5 issues stand out. 1. Inequalities in protection against environmental hazards have been felt in very tangible ways in enough instances, such as Love Canal, to make compensation for and elimination of such inequalities a pressing material issue for many. Putting the inequalities at the top of the environmental agenda directly challenges the dominant discourses. 386. 2. Expert and professional discourses have frequently been mobilized by dominant forms of political economic power to either deny, question, or diminish what were either known or strongly felt to be serious health effects deriving from unequal exposure. The resultant climate of suspicion towards expert and professional discourses underlies the search for an alternative rationality with which to approach environmental hazards. While science, medicine, economics, and the law may remain important ingredients within the discourse of environmental justice, they are not therefore ever permitted to frame the arguments in toto. In this regard there is a similarity of sorts between the wise use and the environmental justice movements. 3. The adoption of biocentric discourses that focus on the fate of nature rather than of humans on the part of many environmental groups has prompted its own reaction. As Taylor notes, the more established environmental organizations do fight issues of survival, and they use the survival theme to get the support of their members, but these are survival issues as they pertain to endangered species, national parks and preserves, threatened landscapes. These survival debates are not linked to rural and urban poverty and quality of life issues. If it is discovered that birds have lost their nesting sites, then environmentalists go to great expense and lengths to erect nesting boxes and find alternative breeding sites for them. When whales are stranded, enormous sums are spent to provide them food and shelter. When forests are threatened, large numbers of people are mobilized to prevent damage. But we have yet to see an environmental group champion the cause of homelessness in humans or joblessness as issues on which it will spend vast resources. It is a strange paradox that a movement which exhorts the harmonious coexistence of people and nature, and worries about the continued survival of nature, somehow forgets about the survival of humans. The environmental justice movement therefore puts the survival of people in general, and of the poor and marginalized in particular, at the center of its concerns. 4. The marginalized, disempowered, and racially marked positions of many of those most affected, together with the strong involvement of women as dominant carers for the children who have suffered most from, for example, the consequences of lead paint poisoning or leukemia, have forced otherwise disempowered individuals to seek empowerment outside of prevailing institutions. The coupling of the search for empowerment and personal self-respect on the one hand with environmentalist goals on the other means the environment of justice. 387 That the movement for environmental justice twins ecological with social justice goals in quite unique ways. In so doing, the movement opens itself to distinctive positionalities from which injustice can differentially be measured. As Krauss observes, Women's protests have different beginning places, and their analyses of environmental justice are mediated by issues of class and race. For white blue-collar women, the critique of the corporate state and the realization of a more genuine democracy are central to a vision of environmental justice. For women of color, it is the link between race and environment, rather than between class and environment, that characterizes definitions of environmental justice. African American women's narratives strongly link environmental justice to other social justice concerns, such as jobs, housing, and crime. Environmental justice comes to mean the need to resolve the broad social inequities of race. For Native American women, environmental justice is bound up with the sovereignty of the indigenous peoples. Such different positionalities create, as we shall see, interpretive tensions within the environmental justice movement across the themes of class, race, gender, and national identity. Bullard summarizes evidence to show, for example, that people of color are much more vulnerable to environmental hazards even when controlling for social status and class, and concludes that the injustice is fundamentally a race and not a class problem. 5. Doing battle with the lack of self-respect that comes from being associated with trash lends a very emotive symbolic angle to the discourse and highlights the racial and discriminatory aspects to the problem. This ultimately pushes discussion far beyond the scientific evidence on, for example, health effects, cost-benefit schedules or parts per billion to the thorny, volatile, and morally charged terrain of symbolic violence, cultural imperialism and personalized revolt against the association of pollution in its symbolic sense of defilement and degradation with dangerous social disorder and supposed racial impurities of certain groups in the population. These conditions of production of an environmental justice movement in the United States account for some of its central features. To begin with, the focus on particular kinds of pollution, toxics and dangerous contaminants loads the discussion towards symbolic questions, making clear that the issue is as much about claims and counterclaims to status, as it is about pollution per se. This is what gives the movement so much of its moral force and capacity for moral outrage. But the corollary, as Zass points out, is that the movement relies heavily upon symbolic politics and powerful media icons of pollution incidents. Toxics in someone's basement at Love Canal in Buffalo, New York is a much more powerful issue from this perspective, even though it involves a very small number of people, than the diffuse cloud of 388 ozone concentrations in major cities that affects millions every summer throughout much of the United States. In the case of Love Canal, there was an identifiable enemy, a direct and unmistakable effect, a clear threat to public trust in government, a legal capacity to demand personal compensation, an undefinable fear of the unknown, and an excellent opportunity for dramatization that the media could and did use with relish. In the case of ozone concentration, the enemy is everyone who drives. Governments have very little mandate to intervene in people's driving habits, the effects are diffuse, demands for compensation hard to mount, and the capacity for dramatization limited, making for very little media coverage. The resultant bias in choice of targets permits critics to charge that the emphases of the environmental justice movement are misplaced, that its politics are based on an iconography and politics of fear, and that the movement has more to do with moral outrage than the science of impacts. Such criticisms, which are frequently made of Greenpeace as well, are often justifiable by certain standards, but precisely for that reason are largely beside the point. The refusal to cast discussion in monetary terms, to take another example, reflects an intuitive or experiential understanding of how it is that seemingly fair market exchange always leads to the least privileged falling under the disciplinary sway of the more privileged, and that costs are always visited on those who have to bow to money discipline while benefits always go to those who enjoy the personal authority conferred by wealth. There is an acute recognition within the environmental justice movement that the game is lost for the poor and marginalized as soon as any problem is cast in terms of the asymmetry of money exchange. Money is always a form of social power and an instrument of discipline in social relations rather than a neutral universal equivalent with which to calculate welfare-enhancing benefits. This active denial of the neutrality of the monetary calculus perhaps accounts for the somewhat medieval tone of the Declaration on Environmental Justice adopted at the 1991 conference. The affirmation of the sacredness of Mother Earth, ecological unity, and the interdependence of all species, and the right to be free from ecological destruction parallels in interesting ways Gurevich's characterization of medieval justice as, at one and the same time, a moral and a cosmic principle, to which all human activity must be subordinated. Any departure from this principle is equivalent to transgression of the divine order of things and of natural law, social justice that by which the harmony of the whole is sustained, and which denies none their due deserts. The Environment of Justice 389. I do not present this parallel in order to undermine, but rather to suggest that the principles of environmental justice, though cast in a somewhat unfamiliar mold to many of us, would be familiar to those upon whom what Benton calls the liberal illusion has yet to do its insidious work. This illusion takes the following form. In societies governed by deep inequalities of political power, economic wealth, social standing and cultural accomplishment, the promise of equal rights is delusory, with the consequence that for the majority, rights are merely abstract, formal entitlements with little or no de facto purchase on the realities of social life. Insofar as social life is regulated by these abstract principles, and insofar as the promise is mistaken for its fulfillment, then the discourse of rights and justice is an ideology, a form of mystification which has a causal role in binding individuals to the very conditions of dependence and impoverishment from which it purports to offer emancipation. The environmental justice movement has, by and large, seen through this illusory state of affairs. But this means that it also has to do battle with the liberal illusion and its pervasive effects, as well as with direct forms of ecological harm. In so doing, some have indeed been led into backward-looking praise for the medieval world and sidewards-looking admiration for those marginalized peoples who have not yet been fully brought within the global political economy of technologically advanced and bureaucratically rationalized capitalism. The affirmation of the sacredness of Mother Earth and other rhetoric of that sort is, I want to suggest, both problematic and empowering. It is empowering precisely because it permits issues to be judged in terms of moral absolutes, of good and evil, right and wrong. By posing matters in terms of the defilement, violation, or even rape of a sacred Mother Earth, the environmental justice movement adopts a non-negotiable position of intense moral rectitude untouchable by legal, scientific, or other rationalistic discourses. It permits the assertion, in quasi-religious language, of the widespread view that the proper approach is to ask, in Lois Gibbs' words, what is morally correct, rather than what is legally, scientifically, and pragmatically possible. It also permits, through the medium of social protest, the articulation of ideas about a moral economy of collective provision and collective responsibility as opposed to a set of distributive relations within the political economy of profit. While the moral economy being proposed is definitely not that of the traditional peasant, the very grounding of the discourse in a language of sacredness and moral absolutes creates a certain homology between, say, struggles over exposure to environmental hazards in urban areas, nativist beliefs on the relation to nature, and peasant movements throughout the developing 390 worlds such as that of the Chipko or the Amazon rubber tappers. It is therefore not surprising to find that the fundamental right to political, economic, cultural, and environmental self-determination of all peoples is asserted as one of the principles of environmental justice. It is precisely through this discursive strategy that links can then be found between the environmental justice movement as shaped within the specific conditions of the United States, and the broader movements that Martinez-Ollier refers to as the environmentalism of the poor. These movements fundamentally concern either the defense of livelihoods and of communal access to natural resources threatened by commodification, state takeovers, and private property arrangements, or more dynamic movements arising as a response to ecological scarcities, threats to survival and destruction of long-standing ways of life. But, as with the environmental justice movement, the symbolic dimension, the struggle for empowerment, for recognition and respect, and above all for emancipation from the oppressions of material want and domination by others, inevitably has a powerful role to play, making the environmentalism of the poor focus upon survivability in all of its senses. From this standpoint, it is not hard to understand the fierce critique of sustainable development and ecological modernization launched by Sachs. The ecocratic view likes universalist ecological rules, just as the developmentalist liked universalist economic rules. Both pass over the rights of local communities to be in charge of their resources and to build a meaningful society. The conservation of nature intimately related to rights of communal ownership, traditional ways of knowing, cultural autonomy, religious rituals, and freedom from state-centered development. Doctrines of cultural autonomy and dispersion of tradition and difference nevertheless carry with them a more universal message which permits a loose alliance of forces around alternative strategies of development that focus as much upon diversity of places and geographical difference as upon the necessary homogeneities of global market integrations. What seems to be at work here is the conversion of ideals learned through intense ecologically based militant particularism into some universal principles of environmental justice. The environmental justice movement, like other militant particularist movements, has tried to connect particular struggles to a general struggle in one quite special way. It has set out, as a movement, to make real what is at first sight the environment of justice. 391 extraordinary claim that the defense and advancement of certain particular interests, properly brought together, are in fact the general interest. This connection is nowhere more apparent than in the shift from not in my backyard politics to not in anyone's backyard principles in the United States. Environmental philosophy and decision-making has often failed to address the justice question of who gets help and who does not, who can afford help and who cannot, why industry poisons some communities and not others, why some contaminated communities get cleaned up but others do not, and why some communities are protected and others are not protected. The grassroots environmental justice movement seeks to strip away the ideological blinders that overlook racism and class exploitation in environmental decision-making. From this critical vantage point, the solution to unequal environmental protection is seen to lie in the struggle for justice for all Americans. No community, rich or poor, black or white, should be allowed to become an ecological sacrifice zone. Saying no to the continued poisoning of our communities of color is the first step in this struggle. Yet our long-range vision must also include institutionalizing sustainable and just environmental practices that meet human needs without sacrificing the land's ecological integrity. If we are to succeed, we must be visionary as well as militant. Our very future depends on it. This is not, however, the only leap that the environmental justice movement is prepared to make. The environment itself gets to be redefined to include the totality of life conditions in our communities: air and water, safe jobs for all at decent wages, housing, education, healthcare, humane prisons, equity, justice. And this leads straight back to the connection between environmental and social justice. It also leads to a consideration of urban settings, since this is where most people now live in the advanced capitalist world. 7. Environmental justice and the city. The long-standing hostility of what now passes in the public eye for the environmental movement to the very existence of cities has created a blind spot of startling proportions. Usually depicted as the high point of the pollution and plundering of planet Earth, cities are either ignored or denigrated in the deep ecology literature as well as in that wing of environmentalism that focuses primarily. 392. On nature as wilderness, species, and habitat preservation. Theoretically, ecologists may claim that everything is related to everything else, but they then marginalize or ignore a large segment of the practical ecosystem. If biocentric thinking is correct and the boundary between human activity and ecosystemic activities must be collapsed, then this means not only that ecological processes have to be incorporated into our understanding of social life, it also means that flows of money and of commodities and the transformative actions of human beings have to be understood as fundamentally ecological processes. The environmental justice movement, with its emphasis upon marginalized and impoverished populations exposed to hazardous ecological circumstances, freely acknowledges these connections. Many of the issues with which it is confronted are specifically urban in character. Consequently, the principles it has enunciated include the mandate to address environmental justice in the city by the cleaning up and rebuilding of urban environments. In so doing, the environmental justice movement connects back into a much neglected facet of environmental politics. Gottlieb puts it this way: pollution issues are not just a recent concern, people have recognized, thought about and struggled with these problems for more than a century in significant and varied ways. A history that separates resource development and its regulation from the urban and industrial environment disguises a crucial link that connects both pollution and the loss of wilderness. If environmentalism is seen as rooted primarily or exclusively in the struggle to preserve or manage extra-urban nature, it becomes difficult to link the changes in material life after World War II, the rise of petrochemicals, the dawning of the nuclear age, the tendencies towards overproduction and mass consumption, with the rise of new social movements focused on quality of life issues. Gottlieb correctly seeks to interpret environmentalism as part of a complex of social movements that arose in response to rapid urbanization and industrialization, accelerating strongly after World War II. He reinscribes in environmental history a whole set of urban environmental concerns that conventional accounts conveniently misplace. In so doing, Gottlieb suggests a way to take the supposed holism of the environmental movement at its word and to overcome a long-standing ideological predilection to oppose city and country in ways that denigrate the former and romanticize the latter. Consider, for example, the case of lead paint poisoning, an issue that has been of major concern for environmental justice advocates. Lead has been known to be a highly toxic substance for hundreds of years. Yet the use of lead continued to expand well into the 1970s, and lead-based paints were banned only in 1978, after repeated and conclusive studies had shown a strong relation between them and serious brain damage in children. But the lead-based paints almost universally deployed in houses before 1950 have remained as a serious environmental hazard. Since its effects were largely concentrated in areas of housing dilapidation and poor maintenance, the lead paint problem was increasingly seen as an exclusively inner-city problem. Largely for that reason, the problem did not command the sort of urgency of action that lead-based additives in gasoline commanded through their impacts across all class and race lines. So on an issue where, as early as the 1960s, the epidemiology was clear, its victims could be predicted, its health effects could be identified, and its treatment was known to the medical profession, little or nothing was done. In Baltimore City, for example, more than 5% of the 25,000 or so children under 6 screened in 1992 suffered from poisoning, while 12% had elevated lead levels in their blood. Nationwide, nearly half of all African American inner-city children are exposed to dangerous levels of lead, compared to 16% of white inner-city children. And the discriminatory impacts are even more startling when race and income are factored together. The reason for the lack of action over nearly 20 years goes back to that infernal economic logic that Summers so brilliantly encapsulated: the costs of lead removal would either drive rents up or render inner-city landlordism for the poor so unprofitable as to exacerbate already serious problems of housing. Table 13.1 Numbers of children screened diagnosed with lead poisoning or elevated lead levels in their blood, contrasting Baltimore City and Baltimore County in 1992. Children percentage under 6 of total poisoning elevated of units built screened children cases levels before 1950. Baltimore City 25,503 I 1,295 2,794 49. Baltimore County 7,600 1,535, 69 143 19 I. Source: Baltimore Sunday, February 27, 1994. 394. Table 13.2 Estimated percentages of children 0.55.0 years old in U.S. cities over 1 million, with lead blood levels greater than 15 G/DL, by race and income in 1988. Income: race less than $6,000, $6,000 to $15,000, greater than $15,000. African American 68%, 54%, 38%. White 36%, 23%, 12%. Source: Bullard. Abandonment in inner city areas. In either case, one consequence is greater homelessness, implying a social choice for the poor between living with lead paint or being on the street. To this is now added another wrinkle: liability suits against landlords after proven exposure of children to lead poisoning have led insurers to deny coverage in many inner city areas. That leads to even more housing abandonment, as landlords prefer to leave a building vacant rather than have it occupied and face personal liability if an occupant suffers from the paint. State government has sought to broker some sort of compromise, but again and again agreements break down and legislation falters in the face of the twin tragedies: childhood lead poisoning and the disappearance of affordable housing. But this irrationality has been long-standing. The 1947 Housing Act in the United States affirmed the right of everyone to a decent house in a suitable living environment. The report of the National Commission on Urban Problems, published in 1968 in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King, not only lamented the failure to progress towards such a goal but focused particularly on the failure to define what a suitable living environment might mean. In seeking to rectify that omission, the Presidential Commission not only focused on the environment of jobs, racial discrimination, poor social infrastructures, and accessibility, but also inserted a strong chapter on more conventional environmental issues. America will surely fail to build a good urban society unless we begin to have a new respect. Reverence is not too strong a word for the natural environment that surrounds us. None of us can afford to be ignorant or silent about what the despoilers are doing to our environment. We must respond to growing reports of smog-choked cities, air pollution alerts, communities drying up, industries fleeing, people thirsting for lack of water supply, lakes dying, bird species threatened by chemical poisoning, and all life jeopardized by radiation waste hazards. The Environment of Justice 395. In seeking solutions to housing questions, the Commission went on to argue that it is impossible to conceive of good housing downwind from a factory spewing ashes and noxious gases, in neighborhoods so poorly served by local government that trash and filth dominate the scene, in sections where open sewers or seepage from septic tanks spread disease, or adjacent to rivers or ponds that would poison or infect anyone who used the water for swimming. But this was a rare historical conjuncture. The dominant forms of power were forced to take a closer look at the wide-ranging environmental conditions underlying the political unrest in the inner cities of the United States, at the same time as a whole range of aesthetic, health, and environmental quality questions were being placed upon the political agenda by the middle class, aided and abetted by a restless student movement which, from Paris to Mexico City and from Santa Barbara to Tokyo, was raising profound questions, including that of a supposedly alienated relation to nature. At that time, therefore, it was a matter of almost common consensus that social and environmental justice concerns were inseparable from each other in urban settings. Only since then has the environmental issue been weaned away from its urban basis. It has, however, taken the multiple and diversified efforts of the environmental justice movement to revive and keep alive such long-standing concerns. Consider, for example, the case of Chicago's notorious Southeast Side. Home to 150,000 people, mostly African American or Hispanic, it has 50 active or closed commercial hazardous waste landfills, 100 factories, and 103 abandoned toxic waste dumps. Altgeld Gardens, a segregated African American community in the area, is surrounded on all four sides with the most toxic facilities in all of Chicago, and, no surprise, has one of the highest cancer rates in the United States. The seriousness of such urban environmental hazards has long been obvious. Various workers associated with the Hull House settlement organized by Jane Addams in the 1890s recognized then that much of Chicago was nothing short of an urban environmental catastrophe that demanded immediate and swift remedies if public health was to be protected and a modicum of social justice achieved. They also recognized, as the contemporary environmental justice movement has rediscovered, that the only path to improvement was empowerment of the poor and working classes in the face of a recalcitrant, obdurate, and often corrupt corporate power structure. Sarah Peretski's novel Bloodshot, set in contemporary Chicago, captures the nature of this struggle most graphically. 396. But the whole question of the link between environmental and social justice in a rapidly urbanizing world does not stop at the borders of communities differentially impacted by exposure to environmental hazards. Urbanizing processes are much more multilayered than that, as are the environmental and social justice issues with which they are associated. Changing patterns of urban organization, for example, simultaneously produce configurations of uneven social and economic development at different scales, coupled with multiple displacements of environmental issues to different scales. Highly localized urban smogs are reduced at the expense of a regionalized acid deposition problem. Middle-class commuters escape toxic zones and urban heat islands only to contribute to global warming and high metropolitan-wide concentrations of ozone in summer. The health and quality of urban food provision is much improved by resort to packaging practices that create an immense plastics and paper waste disposal problem. Battery-driven cars are advocated as a solution to ozone-producing automobiles, but there is lead in those batteries. Electrical power contributes to the cleanliness and health of urban environments only at the expense of massive carbon dioxide, nitrous oxides, and sulfur emissions that give rise to acid deposition and global warming. Refrigeration cuts down on food contamination, dysentery, and disease, but the CFCs deplete the ozone layer. In all of these issues, the activities of urbanization pose a distinctive set of environmental problems and foment a wide range of environmental consequences that have uneven social impacts at quite different spatial scales. Furthermore, the immense concentrations of population now occurring throughout the world create their own milieus in which distinctive and often new hazards can all too easily flourish. New diseases emerge and old ones return. Measles epidemics occur for the most part only in urban concentrations of more than 250,000 people, and outbreaks of plagues such as the pneumonic plague that shattered Surat in India in 1994 and the Ebola virus that hit urban concentrations in Zaire in 1995 take the course they do in part because of the form that contemporary urbanization takes. Yet only recently has the link between urbanization and environmental questions begun to be explored in any systematic way. How to do that in ways that are sensitive to social justice questions, in the midst of the complex scalar layering of environmental and developmental issues, has hardly begun to be integrated into any environmental discourse, let alone that of environmental justice. Certainly, the complexity of the issues will make for an abundance of confusion and argument. But amidst all of the disagreements, both actual and potential, as to how environmental justice might be established, the one solid foundational argument to which all proponents again and again return, is the primacy of social relations and of the justice of those relations. Commoner summarizes it this way. When any environmental problem is probed to its origin, it reveals an inescapable truth that the real root cause is to be found in how interact with each other, that the debt to nature cannot be paid person by person, in recycled bottles or ecologically sound habits, but in the ancient coin of social justice. But of what metal is that ancient coin? 8 Principles of Justice and Environments of Difference. A comparison of environmental discourses and principles of social justice suggests a crude set of pairings. Utilitarian theories of justice are strongly associated with the standard view. The intermingling of both these discourses in the advanced capitalist societies is fairly evident, making this by far the most prevalent and hegemonic mode of thinking for regulating institutional behaviors, political action, and material practices. Ecological modernization, particularly in terms of its concerns for the rights of future generations, seems more compatible with some sort of social contract view, and I think it is significant that several attempts to adapt the Rawlsian version of the social contract have emerged in recent years. Wise use doctrine appeals directly to libertarian views and draws much of its strength precisely from that association. The environmental justice movement, by contrast, frequently invokes egalitarian principles in its demands for a more equitable distribution of environmental advantages and burdens. Each of these broadly anthropocentric theoretical positions has its biocentric analog. The libertarian view, for example, produces strong doctrines of animal rights when extended onto the terrain of rights accorded to all subjects of a life. The utilitarian view can be extended to accord rights to as many species as possible in terms of their ability to flourish and to multiply. Radical egalitarianism across all species and habitats characterizes the deep ecology movement, while the contractarian view suggests a strong appreciation for rights of the less well-off as well as a conservative approach to habitat transformation. It is on this sort of terrain that we now find an essentially irresolvable debate on the proper form of environmental ethics unfolding. And the arguments can be bitter. For example, concern for whole ecosystems and habitats as against the rights of individual organisms is tantamount to fascism in Reagan's view. We are then left with a case of determining which 398 is the most socially just theory of social justice. In the case of lead paint poisoning in Baltimore City, for example, the conflict is not between just and unjust solutions but between different conceptions of justice. Libertarian views put the rights of private property owners at a premium, and what happens between the parties is a private matter. Utilitarians would treat the problem as a public health nuisance that ought to be cleaned up insofar as it imposes intolerable burdens of long-term losses from mental impairment for life. Contractarians of a Rawlsian persuasion would take it more as a question of an inequality of exposure that benefits no one, and most certainly not the least privileged. If none of us knew what our location or position in life might be, all parties would presumably choose to eliminate the hazard altogether. Egalitarians would treat differential exposure to lead paint hazards as an affront to their principles. But the egalitarian principle is not so helpful when it comes to allocating the cost of remediation. Should the poor pay for the cleanup of their own rather dirty environments on an equal footing with the rich who live in cleanlier circumstances? Non-funded federal mandates with respect to clean water and sewage treatment in the United States, for example, will impose enormous financial burdens on older cities where the less affluent live, making this an intractable problem for environmental justice if the raw equality principle is adhered to rigorously. These are all valid theoretical positions. Each can be subjected to philosophical critique. Benton thus provides a deep and trenchant analysis of animal rights and social justice theories. Dishlet subjects the contractarian theory to a sympathetic critique, and Wenz examines the whole spectrum of possible theories of environmental justice only to decide that each theory failed when taken by itself. We are therefore confronted with a plurality of theories of justice, all equally plausible and all equally lacking in one way or other. We are, Wenz notes, attracted to using one theory in one kind of situation and a different theory in a different kind of situation, and in a conflict, such as that surrounding lead paint poisoning, different groups will resort to different concepts of justice to bolster their position. Wenz's answer to this situation is to abandon the search for coherency among moral judgments and for a singular theory applicable to a diversity of environmental issues arising at different scales. The difficulty with such a solution is evident. Why one particular blend of principles rather than another? And what is to prevent the vaunted flexibility of some? The Environment of Justice 399 Pluralistic discourse on environmental justice being perverted by acts of power to the material advantage of the already elite and powerful? Trade in toxics, as Summers argued, can indeed be welfare enhancing for all given certain suppositions about how to theorize just outcomes from trade. Class struggle is then over exactly which principles of justice shall prevail. So while philosophers can operate as sophisticated under-laborers, clearing away much of the underbrush that clutters the way to defining more pristine principles of environmental justice, there is no way to define a philosophical and discursive answer to intense questions of social relations, power, beliefs, and institutions in relation to environmental practices. Between equal rights, force decides, Marx argued. And so it is with the diversity of currencies to measure that most ancient of all coin, that of social justice. It is therefore vital to move from a predisposition to regard social justice as a matter of eternal justice and morality, to regard it as something contingent upon the social processes operating in society as whole. The practice of the environmental justice movement has its origins in the inequalities of power and the way those inequalities have distinctive environmental consequences for the marginalized and impoverished, for those who may be freely denigrated as others or as people out of place. The principles of justice it enunciates are embedded in a particular experiential world, and environmental objectives are coupled with a struggle for recognition, respect, and empowerment. But as a movement embedded in multiple militant particularisms, it has to find a way to cross that problematic divide between action that is deeply embedded in place, in local experience, power conditions, and social relations to a much more general movement. And like the working class movement, it has proven, in Williams' words, always insufficiently aware of the quite systematic obstacles which stood in the way. The move from tangible solidarities felt as patterns of social bonding in effective and knowable communities to a more abstract set of conceptions with universal meaning involves a move from one level of abstraction attached to place to quite different levels of abstraction capable of reaching across a space in which communities could not be known in the same unmediated ways. Furthermore, principles developed out of the experience of Love Canal or the fight in Warren County do not necessarily travel to places where environmental and social conditions are radically different. And in that move from the particular to the general, something was bound to be lost. In comes, Williams notes, the politics of negation, the politics of differentiation, the politics of abstract analysis. And these, whether we like them or not, were now necessary even to understand what was happening. And in the case of the environmental justice movement, the constant search for media attention and an iconography of events around which to build a symbolic politics carries its own negative freight. But it is exactly here that some of the empowering rhetoric of environmental justice itself becomes a liability. Appealing to the sacredness of Mother Earth. 400. For example, does not help arbitrate complex conflicts over how to organize material production and distribution in a world grown dependent upon sophisticated market interrelations and commodity production through capital accumulation. The demand to cease the production of toxins, hazardous wastes, and radioactive materials, if taken literally, would prove disastrous to the public health and well-being of large segments of the population, including the poor. And the right to be free of ecological destruction is posed so strongly as a negative right that it appears to preclude the positive right to transform the earth in ways conducive to the well-being of the poor, the marginalized, and the oppressed. To be sure, the environmental justice movement does incorporate positive rights, particularly with respect to the rights of all people to political, cultural, and environmental self-determination, but here the internal contradictions within the movement become blatant. At this conjuncture, therefore, all of those militant particularist movements around the world that loosely come together under the umbrella of environmental justice and the environmentalism of the poor are faced with a critical choice. They can either ignore the contradictions, remain with the confines of their own particularist militancies, fighting an incinerator here, a toxic waste dump there, a World Bank dam project somewhere else, and commercial logging in yet another place, or they can treat the contradictions as a fecund nexus to create a more transcendent and universal politics. If they take the latter path, they have to find a discourse of universality and generality that unites the emancipatory quest for social justice with a strong recognition that social justice is impossible without environmental justice. But any such discourse has to transcend the narrow solidarities and particular affinities shaped in particular places, the preferred milieu of most grassroots environmental activism, and adopt a politics of abstraction capable of reaching out across space, across the multiple environmental and social conditions that constitute the geography of difference in a contemporary world that capitalism has intensely shaped to its own purposes. And it has to do this without abandoning its militant particularist base. The abstractions cannot rest solely upon a moral politics dedicated to protecting the sanctity of Mother Earth. It has to deal in the material and institutional issues of how to organize production and distribution in general, how to confront the realities of global power politics, and how to displace the hegemonic powers of capitalism, not simply with dispersed, autonomous, localized, and essentially communitarian solutions, but with a rather more complex politics that recognizes how environmental and social justice must be sought by a rational ordering of activities at different scales. The reinsertion of the idea of rational ordering indicates that such the environment of Justice 401 movement will have no option, as it broadens out from its militant particularist base, but to reclaim for itself a non-co-opted and non-perverted version of the theses of ecological modernization. On the one hand, that means subsuming the highly geographically differentiated desire for cultural autonomy and dispersion, for the proliferation of tradition and difference within a more global politics, but on the other hand making the quest for environmental and social justice central rather than peripheral concerns. For that to happen, the environmental justice movement has to radicalize the ecological modernization discourse. And that requires confronting the fundamental underlying processes that generate environmental and social injustices. Here, I revert to a key moment in the argument advanced in Social Justice and the City. It is vital, when encountering a serious problem, not merely to try to solve the problem in itself but to confront and transform the processes that gave rise to the problem in the first place. Then, as now, the fundamental problem is that of unrelenting capital accumulation and the extraordinary asymmetrics of money and political power that are embedded in that process. Alternative modes of production, consumption, and distribution as well as alternative modes of environmental transformation have to be explored if the discursive spaces of the environmental justice movement and the theses of ecological modernization are to be conjoined in a program of radical political action. This is fundamentally a class project, whether it is exactly called that or not, precisely because it entails a direct challenge to the circulation and accumulation of capital which currently dictates what environmental transformations occur and why. There are signs of such a transition occurring. Here, for example, is a recent argument from the Citizens Clearinghouse for Hazardous Wastes journal Everyone's Backyard. Environmental justice is a people-oriented way of addressing environmentalism that adds a vital social, economic and political element. The new grassroots environmental justice movement seeks common ground with low-income and minority communities, with organized workers, with churches, and with all others who stand for freedom and equality. When we fight for environmental justice, we fight for our homes and families and struggle to end economic, social, and political domination by the strong and greedy. Anzas concludes his thorough history of the movement as follows. Movements take on greater historical significance when they move from the particular to the universal, when they expand out from their specific issues of origin and embrace a more global social change agenda. They take on greater historical significance when they not only mobilize participants to fight for their 402 own interests but also provide a broader radicalizing experience. The hazardous wastes movement is making explicit gestures in this direction. It increasingly defines its environmental mission in terms of a larger critique of society. It makes common cause with other movements and says that, ultimately, they are all joined in the same struggle. It even envisions a future in which grassroots environmentalism spearheads the reconstitution of a broad social justice movement. Those of us who are still somewhat enamored of rather traditional foundational values of socialism will, I think, say amen to that. But there is a long and arduous road to travel to take the environmental justice movement beyond the phase of rhetorical flourishes, media successes, and symbolic politics, into a world of strong coherent political organizing and practical revolutionary action. 14. The historical geography of urbanization. At the beginning of this century, there were just 16 cities in the world with more than 1 million people. Most were in the advanced capitalist countries, and London, by far the largest of them all, had just under 7 million. At the beginning of the century, too, no more than 7% of the world's population could reasonably be classified as urban. By the year 2000, there may well be as many American Samoa 500 cities with more than 1 million inhabitants, while the largest of them, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, Bombay, and possibly Shanghai, will perhaps boast populations of more than 20 million, trailed by a score of cities, mostly in the so-called developing countries, with upwards of 10 million. Sometime early next century, if present trends continue, more than half of the world's population will be classified as urban rather than rural. The 20th century has been, then, the century of urbanization. Before 1800, the size and numbers of urban concentrations in all social formations seem to have been strictly limited. The 19th century saw the breach of those barriers in a few advanced capitalist countries, but the latter half of the 20th century has seen that localized breach turned into a universal flood of massive urbanization. The future of the most of humanity now lies, for the first time in history, fundamentally in urbanizing areas. The qualities of urban living in the 21st century will define the qualities of civilization itself. But judging superficially by the present state of the world's cities, future generations will not find that civilization particularly congenial. Every city now has its share of concentrated impoverishment and human hopelessness, of malnourishment and chronic diseases, of crumbling or stressed out infrastructures, of senseless and wasteful consumerism, of ecological degradation and excessive pollution, of congestion, of seemingly stymied economic and human development, and of sometimes bitter social strife, varying from individualized violence on. 404. The streets to organized crime, through police state exercises in social control to occasional massive civic protest movements demanding political economic change. For many, then, to talk of the city of the 21st century is to conjure up a dystopian nightmare in which all that is judged worst in the fatally flawed character of humanity collects together in some hellhole of despair. In some of the advanced capitalist countries, that dystopian vision has been strongly associated with the long-cultivated habit on the part of those with power and privilege of running as far from the city centers as possible. Fueled by a permissive car culture, the urge to get some money and get out has taken command. Liverpool's population fell by 40% between 1961 and 1991, for example, and Baltimore cities fell from close to 1 million to under 700,000 in the same 3 decades. But the upshot has been not only to create endless suburbanization, so-called edge cities, and sprawling megalopoly, but also to make every village and every rural retreat in the advanced capitalist world part of a complex web of urbanization that defies any simple categorization of populations into urban and rural in that sense which once upon a time could reasonably be accorded to those terms. The hemorrhaging of wealth, population, and power from central cities has left many of them languishing in limbo. Needy populations have been left behind as the rich and influential have moved out. Add to this the devastating loss of jobs in recent years and the parlous state of the older cities becomes all too clear. Nearly 250,000 manufacturing jobs were lost in Manchester in 2 decades while 40,000 disappeared from Sheffield's steel industry alone in just 3 short catastrophic years in the mid-1980s. Baltimore likewise lost nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs from the late 1960s onwards, and there is hardly a single city in the United States that has not been the scene of similar devastation through deindustrialization. The subsequent train of events has been tragic for many. Communities built to service now defunct manufacturing industries have been left high and dry, racked with long-term structural unemployment. Disenchantment, dropping out, and quasi-legal means to make ends meet follow. Those in power rush to blame the victims, the police powers move in, and the politician-media complex has a field day stigmatizing and stereotyping an underclass of idle wrongdoers, irresponsible single parents and feckless fathers, debasement of family values, welfare junkies, and much worse. If those marginalized happen to be an ethnic or racially marked minority, as is all too often the case, then the stigmatization amounts to barely concealed racial bigotry. The only available response on the part of those left marginalized is urban rage, making the actual state of social and even more emphatically race relations far worse now than it has been for several decades. 405. But is this a universal tale of urban woe I tell? Or is it something rather more confined to the specific legacies of old-style capitalist industrialization and the cultural predilections of the anti-urban Anglo-Saxon way of life? Central cities throughout continental Europe are, for example, undergoing a singular revival. And such a trend is not merely confined to a few centers, like Paris with its long-standing process of embourgeoisement accelerated by all of the grands projets for which the French are justly famous. From Barcelona to Hamburg to Turin to Lille, the flow of population and affluence back into the city centers is marked. But, on inspection, all this really signifies is that the same problematic divisions get geographically reversed. It is the periphery that is hurting and the soulless banlieue of Paris and Lyon that have become the centers of riot and disaffection, of racial discrimination and harassment, of deindustrialization and social decay. And if we look more closely at what has been happening in the Anglo-Saxon world, the evidence suggests a dissolution of that simple donut urban form of inner-city decay surrounded by suburban affluence, and its replacement by a complex checkerboard of segregated and protected wealth in an urban soup of equally segregated impoverishment and decay. The unjustly famous outer estates of Glasgow are interspersed with affluent commuter suburbs, and the now emerging socio-economic problems of the inner suburbs in many U.S. cities have forced the wealthy seeking security either further out or into segregated and often highly protected zones wherever they can best be set up. But is there anything radically new in all of this? Or have we, when we look at the parallel conditions of late 19th century urbanization, been here before? The answer is, I fear, both yes and no. Many of the dystopian elements, the concentrated impoverishment and human hopelessness, the malnourishment and chronic diseases, the ecological degradation and excessive pollution, the seemingly stymied human and economic development, and the more than occasional bitter social strife were all too familiar to our 19th century forebears. Any reading of Mayhew's London Labour and the London Poor, Booth's Life and Labour of the People of London, Mearn's Bitter Cry of Outcast London, Jack London's People of the Abyss, or Jacob Riis's How the Other Half Lives will immediately disabuse us of the idea that social conditions are now dramatically worse. And in the United States, the speed and heterogeneity of urban social change, that took Chicago from a trading post to a polyglot multicultural emporium of 1.5 million people in 2 generations, was something quite extraordinary at the time and probably every bit as stressful as anything that has happened since. Indeed, the impression is that contemporary urban ills in at least the advanced capitalist world pale in comparison with what our forebears saw, even allowing for the sometimes exaggerated horror and feigned outrage of the muckrakers and moralists of the day. 406. But what does seem to have been different then was the reaction of a newly empowered bourgeoisie as it began to swim in the hitherto uncharted waters of large-scale urban sloth and disaffection that seemed to threaten its power, its health, sanity, and economic well-being, as well as its newfound aesthetic sensibilities for cleanliness and order. 19th century thinkers and politicians took the urban problematic very seriously indeed, far more so than is evident today. And the result was not only an outpouring of thoughtful commentary on general propositions pertaining to urban development and society and on key urban determinants of a new way of life, but also a massive movement of urban reform that took moralists like Octavia Hill and Jane Addams into the very heart of urban darkness and bore forward architects, planners, social theorists, and commentators of all political persuasions on a vast wave of energy directed towards finding rational and even city beautiful solutions to the problems of the great cities of those days. Olmsted, Haussmann, Geddes, Ebenezer Howard, Daniel Burnham, Camillo Sitt, Otto Wagner, Garney, Raymond Unwin, all rode forth as saviors of the modern city, bursting with ideas as to what it might mean to the needs of efficiency, cleanliness, and, at least in some respects, to human needs. And while the utopian and anarchist dreams of writers like Edward Bellamy and Kropotkin were never destined to be realized in any literal sense, they added to the ferment and became a powerful ingredient within a heady brew of progressive bourgeois reformism. There are plenty of contemporary critics, of course, who, armed with their techniques of deconstruction and of Foucauldian analysis, might look back upon this period with jaundiced eye as a classic case of progressive reformism disguising capitalist plans for capital accumulation and speculative land development, a mask for concealing bourgeois guilt, paternalism, social control, surveillance, political manipulation, deliberate disempowerment of marginalized but restive masses, and the exclusion of anyone who was different. but it is undeniable that the aggregate effect was to make cities work better, to improve the lot not only of urban elites but also of urban masses, to radically improve basic infrastructures as well as to liberate urban spaces for fresh rounds of organized capital accumulation in ways that lasted for much of the 20th century. Compared to the best of the gas and water municipal socialism of those days, one would have to say that the contemporary blasé attitude towards the degeneration of our cities leaves much to be desired. But here, the difference between then and now comes more clearly into play. For at the end of the 19th century the ideal of some sort of aggregate human progress, though driven by the capitalist passion for accumulation for 407. Accumulation's sake and production for production's sake, seemed to have at least some semblance of a hopeful future attached to it as capitalist industry became more organized and as the political economy of urbanization became seemingly more manageable by reorganizations in urban governance. As the fate of whole metropolitan regions became more closely attached to the fate of successful capital accumulation, so bourgeois reformism in City Hall became integrated into hegemonic strategies for capitalist development. The large urban centers, Lees correctly observes, embodied modernity and the future and stood for industry, centralization, and for rationality. For all the populist and often anti-urban rhetoric to the contrary, the co-evolution of industrialization and urban politics seemed set fair to dictate a happier future for city dwellers. Compared to that, the contemporary divorce, manifest most dramatically in the dismal history of massive deindustrialization, between highly mobile and compulsively downsizing corporate manufacturing interests and urban life, would, therefore, have looked most unusual to our forebears. The corporate enemy has largely moved out of town and corporations don't seem to need cities or particular communities anymore. The upshot is to leave the fate of the cities almost entirely at the mercy of real estate developers and speculators, office builders, and finance capital. And the bourgeoisie, though still mortally afraid of crime, drugs, and all the other ills that plague the cities, is now seemingly content to seal itself off from all of that in urban or suburban and ex-urban gated communities suitably immunized from any long-term threats, secure in the knowledge that urban protests can be repressed by main force and so never become real revolutions. Having lost the fear of imminent revolution that so preoccupied the 19th century bourgeois, all that is left is an occasional shiver of media-instilled fear as the riots taking place on the other side of town play live on television screens in terrifyingly comfortable living rooms. In recent years, the affluent also seem to have shed much of their guilty conscience. The extraordinary impact of Harrington's The Other America, Poverty in the USA when it was published in 1962 would not be possible in today's world where tendentious biological explanations of racial differences in IQ and criminality make front-page news and total disillusionment with anything that smacks of redistributive welfarism reigns. The re-emergence of market liberalism here couples with the revival of the Malthusian tradition to deadly effect. So what if an urban underclass kills itself off through crime and drugs and AIDS and all the rest? And just to pile indignity upon 408. Indifference, a largish segment of the bourgeoisie now maintains that cities are in any case irrelevant, that the civilization to which we can aspire in the 21st century is one without cities. The death of the city becomes a significant enough trope in contemporary discourse to be a signal of a shift in the human imaginary as well as in institutions and politics. The city and the urban question disappear from political discourse, burying those caught in the maelstrom of urban decay in a politics of contempt and neglect. When attitudes of that sort become current, it is hardly surprising that innovative thinking on urban issues focuses either on how best to escape the consequences of the largely urban concentrations of those poor that will always be with us, or on how to immunize and secure bourgeois interests from the infectious plague of surrounding urban ills. Oscar Newman, who coined the term defensible space as the answer to urban crime, may well now be one of the most influential of all thinkers about urban design in the United States. Some astute urban commentators on 19th century urbanizations well understood the limits of what bourgeois reformism could ever be about. The only way the bourgeoisie has to confront its socio-economic problems, Engels observed, is to move them around and render them as invisible as possible. It is worth in this regard recalling the two key quotes. In reality, the bourgeoisie has only one method of solving the housing question after its fashion, that is to say, of solving it in such a way that the solution continually reproduces the question anew. The scandalous alleys disappear to the accompaniment of lavish self-praise from the bourgeoisie on account of this tremendous success, but they appear again immediately somewhere else, and often in the immediate neighborhood. The breeding places of disease, the infamous holes and cellars in which the capitalist mode of production confines our workers night after night, are not abolished, they are merely shifted elsewhere. The same economic necessity which produced them in the first place produces them in the next place also. As long as the capitalist mode of production continues to exist, it is folly to hope for an isolated solution of the housing question or of any other social question affecting the fate of the workers. The solution lies in the abolition of the capitalist mode of production. And, with the exception of Commercial District, all Manchester proper, all Salford and Hume, are all unmixed working people's quarters stretching like a girdle, averaging 1.5 miles in breadth around the Commercial District. Outside, beyond this girdle, lives the upper and middle bourgeoisie, the middle bourgeoisie in regularly laid out streets in the vicinity of working quarters, the upper bourgeoisie in remoter villas with gardens, in free wholesome 409 country air, in fine comfortable homes, passed every half or quarter hour by omnibuses going into the city. And the finest part of the arrangement is this, that the members of the money aristocracy can take the shortest road through the middle of all the laboring districts without ever seeing that they are in the midst of the grimy misery that lurks to the left and right. For the thoroughfares suffice to conceal from the eyes of the wealthy men and women of strong stomachs and weak nerves the misery and grime which form the complement of their wealth. While the technological, social, political, and institutional context has changed quite radically since Engels' time, the aggregate effective condition has in many respects worsened. The barricades and walls, the segregations and separations, that now mark the living conditions of many advanced capitalist cities hardly deny the truths that Engels depicted. Here is how David Widgery describes the devastating effects of the urban apartheid recently created by the construction of that fantastic monument to failed financial capital, Canary Wharf in London's East End. The fortified wall which had once circled the docks was not so much torn down as rearranged as a series of fences, barriers, security gates, and keep-out signs which seek to keep the working class away from the new proletarian free yuppie zones. Mrs. Thatcher's chosen monument may be the commercial majesty of Canary Wharf, topped out only 2 weeks before her resignation in November 1990, but I see the social cost which has been paid for it in the streets of the East End, the schizophrenic dementing in public, the young mother bathing the newborn in the sink of a B&B, the pensioner dying pinched and cold in a decrepit council flat, the bright young kids who can get dope much easier than education, wasted on smack. And if this urban apartheid seems an oddity, just reflect on this: over 32 million people in the United States currently live in a residential community association, and more than half of the housing currently on the market in the 50 largest metropolitan areas in the United States, and nearly all new residential development in California, Florida, New York, Texas, and suburban Washington, D.C. is governed by a common interest community, a form of residential community association in which membership is mandatory. It all sounds innocent enough until the regulatory and exclusionary practices of such community associations are brought under the microscope. When that is done, it is hard not to conclude with Knox that these associations constitute a web of servitude regimes that regulate land use and mediate community affairs in what often amounts to a form of contracted fascism. All that seems to have changed, then, in the particular manner, institutionalization and location of that moving around that Engels spotted, and the particular strategies of confinement and concealment. The irony here, as Mike 410 Davis remarks in City of Quartz, is that as the walls have come down in Eastern Europe, they are being erected all over. And modern technologies of surveillance, telecommuting, and the construction of cyberspace do not necessarily help. Social justice within the urban form is proving, evidently, as elusive as ever, even for those who still have the temerity to be concerned about it. But all of these problems of the advanced capitalist world pale into insignificance compared to the extraordinary dilemmas of developing countries, with the wildly uncontrolled pace of urbanization in Sao Paulo, Mexico City, Cairo, Lagos, Bombay, Calcutta, Seoul, and now Shanghai and Beijing. On the surface there seems to be something different going on here, even more than just that qualitative shift that comes with the quantitative rapidity and mass of urban growth that has Mexico City or Sao Paulo experiencing in just one generation what London went through in 10 and Chicago in 3. Air pollution and localized environmental problems, for example, assume a far more chronic character in developing country cities than they ever did even at the most appalling states of threats to public health in the 19th century cities of Europe and North America. Experts far better informed than I believe that the present situation in third world large cities is quite different from the one experienced in the course of fast urbanization in Europe and the United States, and I am inclined to bow to that opinion. But I do so with an important caveat: it is vital for us to understand how, why, and in what ways these differences have arisen, for it is, I believe, only in such terms that we will better understand the prospects of urban living in the 21st century in both the advanced capitalist and the developing world. Sachs is absolutely right, of course, to maintain that the only progressive interpretation of historical experience is to consider past experiences as anti-models that can be surpassed. But surpassing is not a matter of simple inversion or antidote. It is a matter of dealing with the complex passages from the forces that construct future possibilities and so make the city, as always, a figure of utopian desire and excitement at the same time as we understand the dystopian complement to the wealth of new possibilities that such social processes create. We can best get some sort of purchase on these questions by returning to the historical geographical issue of how cities did or did not grow in the past. What, for example, were the constraints to urban growth that kept cities so limited in size and number in the past, and what happened sometime before and after 1800, that released urbanization from those limitations? The answer is, I think, relatively simple in its basics. Up until the 16th or 17th centuries, urbanization was limited by a very specific metabolic relation between cities and their productive hinterlands, coupled with the surplus extraction possibilities that sustained them. No matter that certain towns and cities were centers of long-distance trade in luxuries, or that even some basic goods, like grains, salt, hides, 411, and timber could be moved over long distances, the basic provisioning of the city was always limited by the restricted productive capacity of a relatively confined hinterland. Cities were forced to be sustainable, to use a currently much favored word, because they had to be. The recycling of city night soils and other urban wastes into the hinterland was a major element in that sustainable pattern of urbanization, making medieval cities seem somewhat of a virtuous bi-originalist form of organization for many contemporary ecologists. From time to time the hinterlands of cities got extended by forced trade and conquest, and of course localized productivity gains in agriculture or forestry and the variable social capacity to squeeze surpluses from a reluctant rural population typically made the constraints on urban growth elastic rather than rigid. But the security of the city economy depended crucially upon the qualities of its localized metabolic support system, in which local environmental qualities as well as food, water, and energy supply, particularly firewood, figured large. It is worth remembering in this regard that in 1830 most of the supply of fresh dairy products and vegetables to a city like Paris came from within a relatively restricted suburban zone, if not from within the city confines itself. Before 1800, the footprint of urbanization on the surface of the earth was relatively light. Cities trod relatively lightly on the ecosystems that sustained them and were bi-originally defined. What changed all this, of course, was the wave of new technologies generated by the military-industrial complex of early capitalism. Capitalism as a mode of production has necessarily targeted the breaking down of spatial barriers and the acceleration of turnover time as fundamental to its agenda of relentless capital accumulation. The systemic capitalist rationale behind this distinctive historical geography is important to appreciate along with its contradictions. Sent first, capitalism is under the impulsion to accelerate turnover time, to speed up the circulation of capital and consequently to revolutionize the time horizons of development. But it can do so only through long-term investments. A major stratagem of crisis avoidance, furthermore, lies in absorbing excess capital in long-term projects, and this slows down the turnover time of capital. There is, consequently, an extraordinary array of contradictions that collect around the issue of the time horizon within which different capitals function. Second, capitalism is under the impulsion to eliminate all spatial barriers, but it can do so only through the production of a fixed space. Capitalism thereby produces a geographical landscape appropriate to its own dynamic of accumulation at a particular moment of its history, only to have to destroy and rebuild that geographical landscape to accommodate accumulation at a later date. Reductions in the cost and time of movement over space therefore run up against the building of fixed physical infrastructures to facilitate the activities of production, exchange, distribution, and consumption. More and more capital is embedded in space as landed capital, as capital fixed in the land, creating a second nature and a geographically organized resource structure that more and more inhibits the trajectory of capitalist development in the midst of greater facility of movement. This tension becomes even more emphatic as the institutions of place become strongly articulated and loyalties to places become a significant factor in political action. The production of territorial organization understood as a process makes territorialization, deterritorialization, and reterritorialization a continuous feature in the historical geography of capitalism. Many if not all of the major waves of innovation that have shaped the world since the 16th century have been built around revolutions in transport and communications. The canals, bridges, and turnpikes of the early 19th century, the railroad, steamboat, and telegraph of the mid-19th century, the mass transit systems of the late 19th century, the automobile, the radio and telephone of the early 20th century, the jet aircraft and television of the 1950s and 1960s, and, most recently, the revolution in telecommunications. Each bundle of innovations has allowed a radical shift in the way that space is organized and therefore opened up radically new possibilities for the urban process. Breaking with the dependency upon relatively confined by origins opened up totally new vistas of possibilities for urban growth. Cronin shows, for example, how the rapid urbanization of Chicago in the 19th century realized these new possibilities so that the footprint of that city across the whole of the U.S. Midwest and West became ever larger as its metabolic ecological relations changed and as it itself grew in a few years into one of the largest cities in the world. And within the city. 413. As Platt so brilliantly shows in his Chicago-based study of the electric city, the progress of electrification allowed the construction of radically new and dispersed urban forms. Each round of innovation breaking the barriers of space and time has provided new possibilities. The steam engine, to take just one highly significant historical example, liberated the energy supply of cities from relatively inefficient and highly localized constraints, at the same time as it freed local hinterlands from a chronic conflict over whether to use the land for food or firewood. But the steam engine could only accomplish its revolutionary role to the degree that it was in turn applied to the field of transport and communications. The coal had to be shunted around. It was and is, therefore, the total bundle of innovations and the synergism that binds them together that is really crucial in opening up new possibilities. And in this, seemingly quite small things can figure large in what created possibilities for city growth. The military engineers and mathematicians of the 18th century, for example, in using water flow as a form of fortification learned that networks were far more efficient in moving water than direct pipes and channels. This recognition had immense significance once it was applied to cities in the 19th century. A given head of water flowing down one pipe can provision no more than 5,000 people, but that same head of water when flowed around a network can provision 20 times that. This is a useful general metaphor for urban growth possibilities, the development of an interrelated and ultimately global network of cities drawing upon a variety of hinterlands permits an aggregate urban growth process radically greater than that achievable for each in isolation. Since the mid-1960s, To take another example of a phase in which innumerable innovations have bundled together to create a new synergism of urbanizing possibilities, we have witnessed a reorganization in spatial configurations and urban forms under conditions of yet another intense round in the reduction of spatial barriers and speed up in turnover time. The global village of which Marshall McLuhan speculatively wrote in the 1960s has become, at least in some senses, a reality. McLuhan thought that television would be the vehicle, but in truth it was probably the launching of the Sputnik that presaged the break, ushering as it did a new age of satellite communication. But, as in other eras, it is less a single innovation than the total bundle that counts. Containerization, jet cargo systems, roll-on roll-off ferries, truck design, and, just as important, highway design to support greater weights, have all helped to reduce the cost and time of moving goods over space, while automatic information processing, optimization, and 414. Control systems, satellite communication, cellular phones, and computer technologies, all facilitate the almost instantaneous communication, collation, and analysis of information, making the microchip as important as the satellite in understanding the forces that now shape urban life. These new technological and organizational possibilities have all been produced under the impulsions of a capitalist mode of production with its hegemonic military-industrial financial interests. For this reason I believe it is not only useful to think of but also important to recognize that we are all embroiled in a global process of capitalist urbanization or uneven spatio-temporal development, even in those countries that have nominally at least sought a non-capitalistic path of development and a non-capitalistic urban form. The manner and particular style of urbanization varies greatly, of course, depending on how these capitalist possibilities are proposed, opposed, and ultimately realized. But the context of possibilities is very definitely a capitalist production. And the sense of new possibilities continually opening up gives rise to that modernist style of utopian thinking about technopoles, multifunctionopolizes, and the like that parallels that dystopian imagery about the city which I began by invoking. There are, it seems to me, two basic perspectives from which now to view the conflicting ways in which such possibilities are being taken up. Firstly, we can look upon urbanization in terms of the forces of capital accumulation. Capital realizes its own agenda of accumulation for accumulation's sake, production for production's sake against a background of the technological possibilities it has itself created. Urbanization in the advanced capitalist countries, for example, has not in recent history been about sustaining by origins, ecological complexes, or anything other than sustaining the accumulation of capital. In the United States, to take the paradigmatic case, capital accumulation through suburbanization and all that this entailed was central to the post-war economic success of the United States, even though it produced its nether side in the form of derelict and deserted central cities. The point to emphasize here is not so much the technological mix but the active realization of opportunities for direct capital accumulation by way of that technological complex of possibilities. The exhaustion of those possibilities makes capital accumulation more difficult, as every large multinational auto producer now recognizes. The auto industry now looks, therefore, upon those unsaturated markets in China, India, Latin America, and the deliberately under-urbanized world of the former Soviet bloc as its primary realm of future accumulation. But that means reshaping the urban process in those regions to the not particularly environmentally friendly 415 system that for several decades supported economic growth in the United States. While that prospect may send shivers down every mildly ecologically conscious spine, any inability to pursue it will produce even worse free zones of horror in the boardrooms of every transnational auto company, if not the whole capitalist class. The particular dialectic of attraction and repulsion that capital accumulation exhibits for different sites within the web of urbanization varies spatio-temporarily as well as with the faction of capital concerned. Financial capital, merchant capital, industrial manufacturing capital, property and landed capital, statist capital, and agribusiness capital, to take the most familiar factional breakdown of the capitalist class configuration, have radically different needs as well as radically different ways in which to explore the possibilities of exploiting the web of urbanization for purposes of capital accumulation. Tensions arise between the factions because they each have quite different capabilities for and interest in geographical movement, varying from the relatively fixed in-space capital of property, landed and local small-scale capital, and the instantaneous capacities for movement of transnational finance. Much of the creative destruction we are now witnessing within the urban process has to be understood in terms of such internal contradictions within the dynamics of overall capital accumulation. But the other part of it comes from the increasingly ruinous competition between places as they find themselves forced to sell themselves at the lowest cost to lure highly mobile capital to earth. But the other perspective from which to view the recent history of urbanization is in terms of popular seizure of the possibilities that capitalist technologies have created. To some degree this is about the vast historical migrations of labor in response to capital, from one region to another if not from one continent to another. That formulation basically made most sense in the 19th and even the early 20th centuries. But the flood of people into developing country cities is not fundamentally tied to the pulls of employment attached to capital accumulation or even to the pushes of a reorganizing agrarian capitalism destructive of traditional peasantries. It is a far more popular search to take advantage of capitalist-produced possibilities no matter whether capital accumulation is going on or not, and often in the face of economic conditions that are just as, if not more appalling than those left behind. And while one of the effects may be to create vast informal economies, 416, which operate both as proto-capitalist sectors and as feeding grounds for more conventional forms of capitalist exploitation and accumulation, the explanation of the movement in itself can hardly be attributed to the machinations of some organized capitalist class action. The continuing flow of Asiatic and African populations into European countries and the Asiatic and Latino flows into North America exhibit similar qualities, producing some wonderfully instructive contrasts right in the heart of capitalist cities. Within earshot of Bow Bells in London, for example, one finds the extraordinary power of international finance capital moving funds almost instantaneously round the world cheek by jowl with a substantial Bengali population that has built a strong migratory bridge into the heart of capitalist society in search of new possibilities in spite of rampant racism and increasingly low-wage, informal, and temporary working possibilities. Here, too, the industrial reserve army that such migratory movements create may become an active vehicle for capital accumulation by lowering wages, but the migratory movement itself, while it may indeed have been initiated by capital looking for labor reserves, has surely taken on a life of its own. The massive forced and unforced migrations of people now taking place in the world, a movement that seems unstoppable no matter how hard countries strive to enact stringent immigration controls, will have as much if not greater significance in shaping urbanization in the 21st century as the powerful dynamic of unrestrained capital mobility and accumulation. And the politics that flow from such migratory movements, while not necessarily antagonistic to continued capital accumulation, are not necessarily consistent with it either, posing serious questions as to whether urbanization by capital accumulation will be anywhere near as hegemonic in the future as it has been in the past, even in the absence of any major organizing force, such as a powerful socialist or pan-religious movement, that seeks to counteract the manifest injustices and marginalizations of the capitalist form of urbanization by the construction of some alternative urban world. 2 theoretical reflections. But in all of this I am struck again and again by the difficulty of designing an adequate language, an adequate conceptual apparatus to grasp the nature of the problem we seem to be faced with. I worry that last year's conceptual tools and goals will be used to fight next year's issues in a dynamic situation that more and more requires proactive rather than remedial action. I am not alone in this worry. Nor is this an entirely new dilemma. As Sachs observes of urban politics and policies in the past. 417. Urbanists, like economists and generals, were ready for the last battle they won. The social rhetoric of the Charter of Athens served more as a screen to hide their fascination with new building materials, industrialized construction methods, and spatial and architectural aestheticism rather than as a pointer to look at the real person in the streets. In their conceptions of society and human needs, most post-war urbanists demonstrated the same mix of naivete, dogmatism, and lack of interest in empirical evidence about people's lifestyles as the protagonists of the discussions held in the Soviet Union in the early 1920s. Are we, then, in danger of repeating the error that Keynes long ago pointed to when he remarked on how we have a strong penchant for organizing our present lives in accordance with the defunct vision of some long-dead economist? In thinking through this problem, I think it important first to recognize that as a physical artifact, the contemporary city has many layers. It forms what we might call a palimpsest, a composite landscape made up of different build forms superimposed upon each other with the passing of time. In some cases, the earliest layers are of truly ancient origin, rooted in the oldest civilizations whose imprints can be discerned beneath today's urban fabric. But even cities of relatively recent date comprise distinctive layers accumulated at different phases in the hurly-burly of chaotic urban growth engendered by industrialization, colonial conquest, neocolonial domination, wave after wave of migration, as well as of real estate speculation and modernization. Think, for example, of how the migratory layers that occupy even the rapidly expanding shanty towns of cities in developing countries quickly spawn identifiable physical layers of more and more permanent and solid occupancy. In the last 200 years or so, the layers in most cities have accumulated ever thicker and faster in relation to burgeoning population growth, massive voluntary and forced relocations of populations, strong but contradictory paths of economic development, and the powerful technological changes that liberated urban growth from former constraints. But it is nevertheless, as Jenks points out, one of the oddities of cities is that they become more and more fixed with time, more and more sclerotic, precisely because of the way they incrementally add things on rather than totally shedding their skins and beginning all over again. Planners, architects, urban designers, urbanists in short all face one common problem: how to plan the construction of the next layers in the urban palimpsest in ways that match future wants and needs without doing too much violence to all that has gone before. What has gone before is important precisely because it is the locus of collective memory, of political identity, and of powerful symbolic meanings at the same time as it constitutes a bundle of resources constituting possibilities as well as barriers in the built environment for creative social change. There is rarely now a tabula rasa upon which new urban forms can be freely constructed. 418. But the general charge of searching for a future while respecting the past all too frequently internalizes the sclerotic tendencies in urban forms into even more sclerotic ways of thinking. It is precisely here that we need to heed Marx's warning that in moments of crisis we are always in danger of conjuring up the spirits of the past, borrowing names, battle cries, and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in a time-honored disguise, and a borrowed language. If there is one dominant impression I have of the urban processes that are reshaping cities, particularly in developing countries, it is simply that of an urban process in which the content transcends the form, social processes literally bursting at the seams of urban form on a scale never before encountered. How to create the poetry of our urban future in such a situation is the fundamental question. If I go back to the famous passages of Marx's 18th Brumaire, it is because they seem particularly appropriate to this situation. When history repeats itself, Marx observed, it occurs first as tragedy and the second time as farce. How, then, can we, to extend Marx's metaphor somewhat, prevent the modernist tragicomedy of mid-century urbanization being turned into a late 20th century postmodernist farce? What can the theoretical perspectives of historical geographical materialism tell us in this context? From this perspective I take up and rework 5 conceptual issues essential to understanding contemporary urbanization. 1. Locating the urban in fields of social action. The thing called a city is the outcome of a process called urbanization. A dialectical approach says that processes are more fundamental than things. Processes are always mediated through the things they produce, sustain, and dissolve, and the permanences produced frequently function as the solid and immovable bases of daily material existence. This style of thought initiates a radical break with late 19th century thinking as well as with much of contemporary architecture and social science, in which the dominant view, in spite of all the emphasis upon social relations and processes, was and is that the city is a thing that can be engineered successfully in such a way as to control, contain, modify, or enhance social processes. In the 19th century Olmsted, Geddes, Howard, Burnham, Sid, Wagner, Unwin, all reduced the problem of intricate social processes to a matter of finding the right spatial form. And in this they set the dominant 20th century tone for either a mechanistic approach to urban form, as in the case of Le Corbusier, or the more organic approach of Frank Lloyd Wright. 419. The difficulty with so-called high modernism and the city was not its totalizing vision, but its persistent habit of privileging things and spatial forms over social processes. It presumed that social engineering could be accomplished through the engineering of physical form. This is, as Marin shows, the fundamental posture of all classical forms of utopianism. They in effect propose a fixed spatial order that ensures social stability by destroying the possibility of history and containing all processes within a fixed spatial frame. The antidote to such spatial determinism is not to abandon all talk of the city as a whole, as is the penchant of postmodernist critique, but to return to the level of urbanization processes as being fundamental to the construction of the things that contain them. A utopianism of process looks very different from a utopianism of fixed spatial form. This debate has interpretive and political significance. Do we attribute the difficulties of contemporary life to the contradictions of capitalism, to modernity, to the traumas of industrialization, to the disenchantment of the world that comes with technological and bureaucratic rationality, to social enemy born of marginalization and alienation, to massive population growth, or to that undefinable but nevertheless potent idea of a decline in religious beliefs and associated social values? Or do we argue that there is something inherent in the city or urbanization that gives a distinctive coloration, form, and content to the structuration of contemporary social, economic and political processes, and pathologies? I have long argued and continue to argue that understanding urbanization is integral to understanding political, economic, social, and cultural processes and problems. But this is true only if we consider urbanization as a process producing a distinctive mix of spatialized permanences in relation to each other. The idea that a thing called the city has causal powers in relation to social life is untenable. Yet the material embeddedness of spatial structures created in the course of urbanization are in persistent tension with the fluidity of social processes, such as capital accumulation and social reproduction. Instantiating social relations through the transformation of material environments, I argued in Part 2, makes it particularly hard to change either. Thus do the inherently sclerotic qualities of the things we call cities, coupled with the sclerosis that often reigns in planners' heads, effectively check the possibilities of evolving a different urbanization process. The dead weight of conventional spatiotemporal thinking and actual spatiotemporal forms weighs like a practical nightmare on the thoughts and material possibilities of the living. Traditional thinking about cities is not entirely unaware of this problem. Hausmann and Robert Moses sought to liberate processes of capital accumulation from the constraints of older spatiotemporal structures. The question of urbanization in the 21st century similarly becomes one of 420. Defining how space-time, environment, and place will be produced with what social processes and with what effects. Continuous capital accumulation, for example, will produce a quite different set of urban forms from those achieved under some regime seeking an emancipatory, egalitarian, and ecologically sensitive politics. Alternative anti-capitalist possibilities are to some degree already present, even though they are the subject of acute contestation and struggle between factions and classes pursuing radically different interests. The issue is not one, therefore, of gazing into some misty crystal ball or imposing some classic form of utopian scheme in which a dead spatiality is made to rule over history and process. The problem is to enlist in the struggle to advance a more socially just and politically emancipatory mix of spatio-temporal production processes rather than acquiesce to those imposed by finance capital, the World Bank and the generally class-bound inequalities internalized within any system of uncontrolled capital accumulation. Fortunately, the latter powers, however hegemonic they may be, can never entirely control urbanization. Intensifying contradictions within a rapidly accelerating and often uncontrolled urbanization process create all sorts of interstitial spaces in which all sorts of liberatory and emancipatory possibilities can flourish. How and where these social movements within the urban process might be mobilized into a more general anti-capitalist politics is then the crucial question, and one that I shall take up shortly. To the place of the city in a globalizing world, there is a strong predilection these days to regard the future of urbanization as already determined by the powers of globalization and of market competition. Urban possibilities are limited to mere competitive jockeying of individual cities for position within a global urban system. There seems then to be no place within the urbanization process from which to launch any kind of militant particularism capable of grounding the drive for systemic transformations. In the last 20 years in particular, the rhetoric of globalization has become particularly important, even replacing within segments of radical thought the more politicized concepts of imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. The ideological effect of this discursive shift has been extraordinarily disempowering with respect to all forms of local, urban, and even national political action. Yet, the process of globalization is not new. Certainly from 1492 onwards, and even before, the globalization of capitalism was well underway, in part through the production of a network of urban places. Marx and Engels emphasized the point in the Communist Manifesto. Modern industry not only creates the world market, they wrote, but the need for a constantly expanding market chases the bourgeoisie over the 421 whole surface of the globe, so that it must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. They continue. The bourgeoisie has, through its exploitation of the world market, given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. In place of the old wants, satisfied by the production of the country, we find new wants, requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. In place of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations. And as in material, so also in intellectual production. The intellectual creations of individual nations become common property. National one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness become more and more impossible, and from the numerous national and local literatures, there arises a world literature. If this is not a good description of globalization, then what is? And from this Marx and Engels derived the global imperative: working men of all nations unite as a necessary condition for an anti-capitalist and socialist revolution. The bourgeoisie's quest for class domination has always been and continues to be a very geographical affair. Globalization is a long-standing process, always implicit in capital accumulation rather than a political economic condition that has recently come into being. This does not preclude saying that the process has changed or worked itself out to a particular or even final state. But a process-based definition makes us concentrate on how globalization has occurred and is occurring. So what kind of process is it, and, more importantly, how has it changed in recent years? Some major shifts stand out. To describe them is to describe some of the key forces at work that have changed within the complex dynamic of urbanization, in particular the extraordinary growth of urbanization in many developing countries. Financial deregulation began in the United States in the early 1970s as a forced response to stagflation and the breakdown of the Bretton Woods system of international trade and exchange. Bretton Woods was a global system, so this meant a shift from one global system to another that was more decentralized, coordinated through the market and resting on fluxes and flows of money. The effect was to make the financial conditions of capitalism far more temporally volatile and spatially unstable. The term globalization was, I note, largely promoted by the financial press in the early 1970s as a necessary virtue of this process of financial deregulation, as something progressive and inevitable, opening up whole. 422. New fields of opportunity for capital. It was a term embedded in the language of money and the commodity that then entered into public and academic discourses without too much attention being paid to its class origins and ideological functions. It describes a spatial condition in which a Singapore bank can finance a local development in Baltimore without scarcely any mediation from other levels of territorial control. The connection between urbanization processes and finance capital has become, as a consequence, much more direct. It is unmediated by other institutional forms of control and much more prone to rapid and ephemeral geographical dispersal across the globe. Ideologically, it makes it appear as if all urban places must submit to the discipline of free-floating finance. The cost and time of moving commodities, people, and particularly information ratcheted downwards. This brought some significant changes to the organization of production and consumption as well as to the definition of wants and needs. The ultimate dematerialization of space in the communication field permitted all sorts of geographical adjustments in the location of industry, consumption, and the like. It is, however, easy to make too much of the so-called information revolution. The newness of it all impresses, but then the newness of the railroad and the telegraph, the automobile, the radio, and the telephone in their day impressed equally. These earlier examples are instructive, since each in their own way did change the way globalization worked, the ways in which production and consumption could be organized, politics conducted, and the ways in which social relations between people could become converted on an ever-widening scale into social relations between things. Urbanization and the connectivity of urban places through networking across space is indeed changing very rapidly through the use of informational technology. Production and organizational forms changed. The effect was an increasing geographical dispersal and fragmentation of production systems, divisions of labor, specialization of tasks, albeit in the midst of an increasing centralization of corporate power through mergers, takeovers, or joint production agreements that transcended national boundaries. The global television set, the global car, became an everyday aspect of political economic life, as did the so-called global cities. The closing down of production in one place and the opening up of production somewhere else became a familiar story. Some large-scale production operations have moved 4 or 5 times in the last 20 years. Corporations have more power to command space, making individual places much more vulnerable to their whims, but the whole network of urbanization more open to rapid shifts and flows of manufacturing capital. 423. The world proletariat has almost doubled in the last 30 years. This occurred in part through rapid population growth, but also through mobile capital mobilizing more and more of the world's population as wage laborers in, for example, South Korea, Taiwan, Africa, as well as most recently in the former Soviet bloc. Much of this huge global proletariat is working under conditions of gross exploitation and political oppression. But it is geographically dispersed across a variety of massive urban concentrations. It is consequently hard to organize, even though its conditions would indicate a favorable terrain for widespread anti-capitalist struggle. The territorialization of the world has changed. State operations have become much more strongly disciplined by money, capital, and finance. Structural adjustment and fiscal austerity have become the name of the game, and the state has to some degree been reduced to the role of finding ways to promote a favorable business climate, which frequently means exercising strong discipline over the labor force. The globalization thesis here functions as a powerful capitalist ideology to beat upon socialists, welfare statists, nationalists, etc. Welfare for the poor has largely been replaced, therefore, by public subventions to capital. While individual states lost some of their powers, geopolitical democratization created new opportunities. It became harder for any core power to exercise discipline over others and easier for peripheral powers to insert themselves into the capitalist competitive game. Money power is a leveler and cynic, empowering whoever commands it wherever they are. Competitive states could do well in global competition, and this meant low-wage states with strong labor discipline often did better than others. Labor control became, therefore, a vital ideological issue within the globalization argument, again pushing socialist arguments onto the defensive. All of these quantitative changes taken together have been synergistic enough to transform processes of urbanization. But there has been no revolution in the mode of production and its associated social relations. If there is any real qualitative trend, it is towards the reassertion of early 19th century capitalist laissez-faire and social Darwinian values, coupled with a 21st century penchant for pulling everyone into the orbit of capital. The effect is to render ever larger segments of the world's population permanently redundant in relation to capital accumulation while severing them from any alternative means of support. But the political objection to the globalization thesis is that it denies the possibility for meaningful action within any one of the places of capitalism. 424. It undialectically presumes the unalloyed powers of spatial processes of capital flow to dominate places. In response, there are many who now try to put the shoe on the other foot. 3. The communitarian response faced with the innumerable problems and threats that urban life poses. Some analysts, rejecting the globalizing thesis, have reached for one simple solution to try and turn large and teeming cities, so seemingly out of control, into urban villages where, it is believed, everyone can relate in a civil fashion to everyone else in an urbane and gentle environment. In this regard, late 19th century thinking on cities exercises a particularly baleful influence upon present thinking and practices. The utopian social anarchism of that time has as much to answer for as do the more traditional bourgeois notions that derived as early as 1812 from the Reverend Thomas Chalmers, who, in an influential set of writings in Britain, proposed to mobilize the spirit of community as an antidote to the threat of class war and revolutionary violence in rapidly urbanizing areas. The merging of these two strains of thought in the work of Patrick Geddes and Ebenezer Howard and its carry-over into the planning practices of much of the 20th century has meant a long continuity in communitarian thinking that is extraordinarily hard to exorcise from any and all thinking about urban processes. Many contemporary analysts, post Herbert Gann's study on the urban villagers, believe that cities are mainly constituted as collections of urban villages anyway. Jenks thinks that even Los Angeles can be dissolved into 28 townships, and Peter Hall, while admitting the whole idea sounds a bit banal, can cheerfully assert the fundamental truth that London is indeed a collection of villages. In Britain, Prince Charles leads the way on this emotional charger with his emphasis upon the urban village as the locus of urban regeneration. And he is followed in this by a whole host of people across the political and social spectrum, attracting support from marginalized ethnic populations and impoverished and embattled working-class populations, as well as from the upper-class nostalgics who think of it all as a civilized form of real estate development encompassing sidewalk cafes, pedestrian precincts, and Laura Ashley shops. It is never clear, of course, where the big and dirty industries might go. And all of those things that make cities so exciting, the unexpected, the conflicts, and the adrenaline surge that comes with exploring the urban. Many of the insights on this topic were gained from interviews conducted in researching and narrating 3 radio programs for BBC Radio 4 entitled City Lights/City Shadows, broadcast in October, 1993. 425. Unknown will be tightly controlled and screened out with the big signs that say no deviant behavior acceptable here. No matter, the idea of the urban village or of some kind of communitarian solution to urban problems is both attractive and powerful. And it is so not only because of nostalgia for some long-lost mythical world of intimate village life, ignoring the fact that most of the populist migration out of villages arose precisely because they were so oppressive to the human spirit and so otiose as a form of socio-political organization. It also appeals because some mythical social entity called community can perhaps be recreated in an urban village, and community spirit and community solidarity is, we are again and again urged to believe, what will rescue us from the deadening world of social dissolution, grab-it-yourself materialism, and individualized selfish market-oriented greed that lies at the root of all urban ills. The Christian-based community concept, for example, vital brainchild of the now vastly constrained theology of liberation in Latin America, is even brought into Baltimore as the solution to urban problems. This ideal would not have the purchase it does were there no truth at all to it. My own guess is that the only things stopping riots or total social breakdown in many cities are the intricate networks of social solidarities, the power and dedication of community organizations, and the hundreds of voluntary groups working round the clock to restore some sense of decency and pride in an urbanizing world shell-shocked by rapid change, unemployment, massive migrations, and all of the radical travails inflicted by capitalist modernity, passing into the nihilistic downside of postmodernity. But community has always meant different things to different people, and even when something that looks like it can be found, it often turns out to be as much a part of the problem as a panacea. Well-founded communities can exclude, define themselves against others, erect all sorts of keep-out signs. As Young pointed out, racism, ethnic chauvinism, and class devaluation grow partly from the desire for community, such that the positive identification of some groups is often achieved by first defining other groups as the other, the devalued semi-human. The politics of place, as I argued in Chapter 11, is by no means irrelevant to the social process, but it cannot be reduced to the simplicities that the communitarians typically espouse. We encounter here a singular, instructive, and very important example of how the a priori definition of some theoretical object, construed as a natural entity in absolute space, can mislead. The error arises out of the belief that community, often understood as a naturally occurring entity, indeed exists or can exist, and that this entity, endowed with causal salving powers, can be put to work as an agent for social change. Even when understood as something socially constructed, communitarianism incorporates 426 mythic beliefs that a thing called community can be created as some freestanding and autonomous entity endowed with causative and salving powers, that this thing can be internally defined in a manner that can be isolated from others and outsiders, and that external relations of this thing with other things are contingent and occasional rather than integral and continuous. A more dialectical view would have it that entities like communities, while not without significance, cannot be understood independent of the social processes that generate, sustain, and also dissolve them, and that it is those socio-spatial processes that are fundamental to social change. I do not mean to assert that the construction of a certain kind of spatio-temporal form designated as community has no relevance or interest. Something akin to community can be put in place as a source of comfort and sustenance in the face of adversity, as a zone of political empowerment, as well as a bounded space within which to advance racist, classist, and ethnico-religious exclusionism and powerful mechanisms of internal exploitation. But by abstracting from the dialectic of thing-process relations, our vision of the possibilities for social action becomes so restricted by the rhetoric of community as frequently to be self-nullifying if not self-destructive to the initial aims, however well-intentioned. There are far better ways to understand the relations between community and social processes by translating the whole issue into one of the dialectics of space-place relations as one aspect of the overall production of spatio-temporality integral to urbanization processes in general. That may sound unduly abstract and complicated, but the idea that the Roman communitas or the medieval village can somehow be rebuilt in Bombay or Sao Paulo appears little less than absurd. This latter is no alternative for the much more tricky problem of creating a politics of heterogeneity and a domain of publicness that stretches across the diverse spatio-temporalities of contemporary urbanized living. While the rhetoric of communitarianism may provide an ideological antidote to the disempowering effects of an unalloyed globalism, it too fails precisely because it abstracts from the dialectics of place and space and treats one side of the antinomy as a self-sustaining entity endowed with causal powers. 4. From urban ecology to the ecology of urbanization. The pervasive and often powerful anti-urbanism of much of the contemporary environmental ecological movement often translates into the view that cities ought not to exist, since they are the high point of plundering and pollution of all that is good and holy on planet Earth. The predominant form of radical solutions proposed for ecological dilemmas is a return to some form of ruralized communitarianism. This predominant anti-urbanism is as 427. Odd as it is pernicious. It is almost as if a fetishistic conception of nature as something to be valued and worshipped separate from human action blinds a whole political movement to the qualities of the actual living environments in which the majority of humanity will soon live. It is, in any case, inconsistent to hold that everything in the world relates to everything else, as ecologists tend to do, and then decide that the built environment and the urban structures that go with it are somehow outside of both theoretical and practical consideration. The effect has been to evade integrating understandings of the urbanizing process into environmental ecological analysis. In this regard, it would at first blush seem as if our 19th century forebears have something to teach us of great significance. Was it not, after all, a central aim in the work of Olmsted and Howard, to try to bring together the country and the city in a productive tension and to cultivate an aesthetic sensibility that could bridge the chronic ills of urbanized industrialism and the supposedly healthier pursuits of country life? It would be churlish to deny real achievements on this front. The marks of what were done in those years, the park systems, the garden cities and suburbs, tree-lined streets, are now part of a living tradition that defines certain qualities of urban living that many can and do still appreciate. But it is also undeniable that this ecological vision, noble and innovative though it was at the time, was predominantly aesthetic in its orientation and was easily co-opted and routinized into real estate development practices for the middle classes. And there is, to boot, more than a hint that what ought to have been a productive tension between town and country was in fact dominated by a nostalgia for a rural and communitarian form of life that had never existed except in the fertile imaginations of a bourgeoisie seeking to escape the aesthetic and social effects of its own capitalistic practices. The ecological tradition within urban thought, even though it ranks such stellar thinkers as Mumford and Geddes in its midst, has little of deep significance to say about the urbanizing dialectics of social and environmental change. While it certainly paid attention to issues of public health and the living environment, it failed to take on board that other thread of environmentalism that focused on conditions of work. Its definition of the ecological was far too limited to match today's concerns. In recent years, however, some attention has begun to be paid, particularly by environmentalists of a more managerial persuasion, to the question of sustainable cities and more environmentally friendly forms of urban growth and change. But the separation of urban from environmental analyses is still far too marked for comfort. The best that the ecologists seem to be able to offer is either some return to an urbanization regulated by the metabolic constraints of a bi-original world as it supposedly existed in what were actually 428. Pestiferous and polluted medieval or ancient times, or a total dissolution of cities into decentralized communes or municipal entities in which, it is believed, proximity to some fictional quality called nature will predispose us to lines of conscious action that will respect the qualities of the natural world around us. And far too much of what passes for ecologically sensitive in the fields of architecture, urban planning, and urban theory amounts to little more than a concession to trendiness and to that bourgeois aesthetics that likes to enhance the urban with a bit of green, a dash of water, and a glimpse of sky. But there are a whole range of ecological issues central to how we should be thinking about our rapidly urbanizing world. The difficulty is that environment means totally different things to different people, depending not only on ideological and political allegiances, but also upon situation, positionality, economic and political capacities, and the like. When the Big Ten environmental groups in the United States target global warming, acid rain, ozone holes, biodiversity, and the like, they point to serious issues that have relevance at a global scale. Responses to those issues have profound implications for urbanization processes. But these are hardly the most important issues from the standpoint of the masses of people flooding into the cities of developing countries. As a result, complaints of bias in the environmental agenda being imposed from the affluent nations are becoming more strident. It is in some sense ironic that the immediate, household-level environmental problems of indoor air quality and sanitation are often ignored or given slight treatment by activist environmental groups concerned with the environment. Most of the international attention over the past 10 years has been focused on issues of the commons, or those that threaten global tragedy. But the adverse effects of household airborne and water-carried diseases on child mortality and female life expectancy are of no less global proportions than, say, the destruction of tropical forests, and in immediate human terms they may be the most urgent of all worldwide environmental problems. Certainly, the immediate threats to the urban poor of hazardous indoor air quality and inadequate sanitation exceed the adverse effects of global warming, or even vehicular pollution. While Campbell adds that of course, the world needs action on both these and other fronts, the assignment of priorities and the potentially conflicting consequences of striving to meet different environmental objectives defined at radically different scales is perhaps one of the most singular and unthought-through problems associated with the rapid urbanization of the contemporary 429 era. Suffice it to say that the integration of the urbanization question into the environmental ecological question is a sine qua non for the 21st century. But we have as yet only scraped the surface of how to achieve that integration across the diversity of geographical scales at which different kinds of ecological questions acquire the prominence they do. And while the environmental justice movement has the potentiality to make political fire by rubbing together questions of social justice and ecological modernization, it carries so much freight of communitarianism and religious mythology as to make its take on the urbanization question somewhat ambivalent and even in some respects potentially backward-looking. 5. Urbanization as uneven geographical development. A conceptual impasse looms. Acceptance of the globalization language is disempowering for all anti-capitalist and even moderately social democratic movements. It denies any relative autonomy for urban development, undermines the capacity within individual cities to define new possibilities of urban living, and makes it impossible to envision the modification, transgression, or disruption of the trajectory of capitalist globalization/urbanization in general. On the other hand, the communitarian response appears either utopic in the weak nostalgic sense of looking to times past, or else it proposes an illusory isolationist localized politics, supposedly outside of the flux and flow of capitalist accumulation operating across the face of the globe. And while communitarianism often incorporates the dream of ensuring ecological balance and sustainable ecological sanity, it undermines the capacity to face realistically the complex issues of environment as these arise at quite different geographical scales, including that of urbanization. If the languages of community and of globalization are both to be rejected, then where is there to go? We find ourselves stranded on a terrain where space-time, place and environment cannot be separated each from the other nor treated as mere abstractions outside of the concrete conditions of history and geography. The theory of historical geographical materialism is, therefore, ripe for application. This mandates a shift from a language of globalization or communitarianism to a language of uneven spatio-temporal development or, more simply, uneven geographical development. At its simplest, this concept focuses on the concrete historical geographical conditions within which socio-ecological action is possible and the way in which human activity in turn transforms socio-ecological conditions. The concept of uneven geographical development captures the palimpsest of historically sediment socio-ecological relations in place, the multilayered and hierarchically ordered mosaic of socio-ecological configurations, and aspirations, that order space, and the often chaotic motion of socio-ecological 430 flows that produce, sustain, and dissolve geographical differences in the landscape over time. Urbanization is a manifestation of uneven geographical development at a certain scale. This is not a particularly new way to understand the world. But it has proven difficult to sustain as a way of thought and politics. Again and again, even when analysts arrive at the moment of understanding the critical ways in which space-time, place, and environment conjoin through the unfolding of socio-ecological processes, they often tend to slip away into a far more simplified and simplistic rhetoric of social processes occurring in space and altering an external nature. While the tyranny of this latter conception is frequently acknowledged, the only major theoretical statement on the production of uneven geographical development is that by Smith. And while he makes it clear that anti-capitalist movements must plan something very geographical if they are to succeed, there are all sorts of political problems to be overcome if this is to be effective. 3 Political perspectives. I suggested in Chapter 5 that anti-capitalist agency is to be found everywhere and amongst everyone. It transpires that there is not a region in the world where manifestations of anger and discontent with the capitalist system cannot be found. In some places anti-capitalist movements are strongly rather than weakly implanted. Localized militant particularisms are everywhere, from the militia movements in the Michigan woods to the movements of Indian and Brazilian peasants fighting World Bank development projects and the vast array of urban social movements struggling against poverty, oppression, exploitation, and environmental degradation in all parts of the world. There is a veritable ferment of anti-capitalist opposition within the interstices of the uneven spatio-temporal development of capitalism. But this opposition, though militant, often remains particularist, often unable to see beyond its own particular form of uneven geographical development. To say such movements are anti-capitalist is not to say they are pro-socialist. These movements lack coherence and a unified direction. Political moves and actions on one terrain may confound and sometimes check those on another, making it far too easy for capitalist processes and interests to divide and rule. Anti-capitalist struggle is itself unevenly developed, requiring a rather more sensitive approach to wars of position and maneuver than even Gramsci was able to devise. But while conditions of uneven geographical and historical development 431 may pose particular difficulties for any coherent and international anti-capitalist struggle, they also offer abundant opportunities and extraordinarily varied and unstable terrain for political organizing and action. The socialist and anti-capitalist movement has to configure how to make use of such revolutionary possibilities. It has to come to terms with the extraordinarily powerful processes of uneven spatio-temporal development, including those of urbanization, that make organizing so precarious and so difficult. It has to recognize that the traditional objective of socialist movements, the conquest of state power, is insufficient for its purpose, and that uniting different factions can never mean suppressing socio-ecological difference. In exactly the same way that Marx saw the necessity that workers of all countries should unite to combat the globalization process at work in his time, so the socialist movement has to find ways to be just as flexible in its theory and its political practice over a space of volatile uneven development as the capitalist class has now become. In this regard, the Marxist movement has considerable historical and geographical strength. At its best, it has been able to synthesize diverse struggles with divergent and multiple aims into a more universal anti-capitalist movement with a global aim through a theoretical understanding of its potentialities. The Marxist tradition has an immense contribution to make towards such a work of synthesis, in part because it has pioneered the tools with which to find political commonality within multiple differences and to identify primary/secondary/tertiary conditions of oppression and exploitation. I recall, here, Raymond Williams' phrase as to how the defense and advancement of certain particular interests, properly brought together, are in fact the general interest, and emphasize properly brought together as the core task to be addressed. The work of synthesis has to be ongoing, since the fields and terrains of struggle are perpetually changing as the capitalist socio-ecological dynamic changes. We need, in particular, to understand process of production of uneven spatio-temporal development and the intense contradictions that now exist within that field, not only for capitalism but also for populations rendered increasingly vulnerable to the violence of downsizing, unemployment, collapse of services, degradation in work conditions and living standards, destruction of resource complexes, and loss of environmental qualities. It is vital to go beyond the particularities and to emphasize the pattern and the systemic qualities of the damage being wrought. Only connect is still one of the most empowering and insightful of all political slogans. The analysis has, furthermore, to be extended outwards to embrace a wide array of diverse and seemingly disparate questions. Issues like AIDS, global warming, local environmental degradation, the destructions of local cultural traditions, are inherently class issues, and it needs to be shown how building a community in anti-capitalist class struggle can better alleviate the conditions of oppression. 432. Across a broad spectrum of social action. This is not, I emphasize, a plea for eclecticism and pluralism, but a plea to uncover the raw class content of a wide array of anti-capitalist concerns. The primary significance of globalization for the anti-capitalist struggle in the advanced capitalist countries, for example, is that the relatively privileged position of the working classes has been much reduced relative to conditions of labor in the rest of the world. Conditions of life in advanced capitalism have felt the full brunt of the capitalist capacity for creative destruction, making for extreme volatility in local, regional, and national economic prospects. The free market justification for this is that the hidden hand of the market will work to the benefit of all, provided there is as little state interference as possible. The effect is to make the violence and creative destruction of uneven geographical development just as widely felt in the traditional heartlands of capitalism as elsewhere, in the midst of an extraordinary technology of affluence and conspicuous consumption that is instantaneously communicated worldwide as one potential set of aspirations. The political terrain for anti-capitalist organizing in advanced capitalism appears more fertile than ever. This work of synthesis has, however, to reroot itself in the organic conditions of daily life. This does not entail abandoning the abstractions that Marx and the Marxists have bequeathed us, but it does mean revalidating and revaluing those abstractions through immersion in popular struggles, some of which may not appear on the surface to be proletarian in the sense traditionally given to that term. In this regard, Marxism has its own sclerotic tendencies to combat its own embedded fixed capital of concepts, institutions, practices, and politics which can function on the one hand as an excellent resource and on the other as a dogmatic barrier to action. We need to discern what is useful and what is not in this fixed capital of our intellect and politics. And it would be surprising if there were not, from time to time, bitter argument over what to jettison and what to hold. Nevertheless, the debate must take place. I here take up just one strategic point. The traditional method of Marxist intervention has been via an avant-garde political party. But difficulties have arisen because this has often led to the superimposition of a single aim, a singular objective, an abstract socialist goal upon diverse anti-capitalist movements holding to a multiplicity of objectives appropriate to different historical geographical conditions. The emancipatory thrust of Marxism here creates the danger of its own negation. This was the difficulty that so troubled Raymond Williams as he reflected on the translation of a language of effective loyalties our people into that of an abstract political project, the proletariat. It was in this translation that the politics of negation and abstraction were also to be found. 433. Emancipation should mean opening up the production of difference, even opening up a terrain for contestation within and between differences, rather than suppressing them. The production of real rather than commodified cultural divergence should be integral to socialist struggle. One of the strong objections to capitalism is that it has produced a relatively homogeneous capitalist person. This reductionism of all beings and all cultural differences to a common commodified base is the focus of strong anti-capitalistic sentiments. The socialist cause must encompass and seek emancipation from that bland commodified homogeneity. This is not a plea for an unchecked relativism or unconstrained postmodern eclecticism, but for a serious discussion of the relations between commonality/difference, the particularity of the one and the universalism of the other. Socialism has to be understood as a political project, as an alternative vision of how society will work, how socio-ecological relations will unfold, how human potentialities can be realized albeit within a geography of difference. We badly need a socialist avant-garde movement to express that politics. But it cannot be an old-style avant-garde party that imposes a singular goal. nor can it function armed only with Derrida's ultimate post-structuralist fantasy of a new international without status, without title, and without name, without party, without country, without national community. It will take much more than thought and discourse to shape socio-ecological and political economic change in emancipatory ways. That version of avant-gardism, now so entrenched in the academy, in which immersion in the flows of thought and ideality is somehow imagined to be radical and revolutionary in itself, has no material purchase. Organizations, institutions, doctrines, programs, formalized structures, and the like simply have to be created. And these political activities must be firmly grounded in and transformative of the concrete historical and geographical conditions through which human action unfolds. Between the traditional avant-gardism of communist parties and an idealized avant-gardism there lies a terrain of political organization and struggle that desperately cries out for cultivation. That general terrain is not empty of possibilities. Many substantive movements claim our attention, some at the margin and some deeply embedded within the structures of advanced capitalism. The difficulty is, as always, to find both a rhetoric and tangible means to link together divergent oppositional forces engaged in anti-capitalist struggle. But consider, for example, the January 30, 1996 call of the Zapatista Army for National Liberation for a world gathering against neoliberalism and for humanity. They point out how the power of money everywhere humiliates dignities, insults honesties, and assassinates hopes. Renamed as neoliberalism, the historic crime in the concentration of privileges, wealth, and impunities democratizes misery and hopelessness. The name globalization signifies, they suggest, the modern war of capital which 434 assassinates and forgets. Instead of humanity, this neoliberalism offers us stock market value indexes, instead of dignity it offers us globalization of misery, instead of hope it offers us emptiness, instead of life it offers us the international of terror. Against this international of terror, they conclude, we must raise the international of hope. Now consider the general import of this idea. If only all those touched by the violence of the neoliberal free market politics of globalization could come together politically, then its days would surely be numbered. While the Zapatista call comes from the margins of advanced capitalism, the struggle for a livable wage in my hometown of Baltimore likewise recognizes and rejects the appalling wreckage now being wrought by the utopian schemes of the neoliberal right in alliance with corporate power. This brakeless train wreaking havoc wherever it goes has to be stopped. And the first step, as Wood concludes from her trenchant analysis, is to draw the obvious lesson from our current economic and political condition, that a humane, social, truly democratic, and equitable capitalism is more unrealistically utopian than socialism. The work of synthesis and of bringing together the multiplicity of anti-capitalist struggles occurring on a variegated terrain of uneven geographical development must proceed apace. That is what avant-garde socialist political organization must focus on. But it needs must arm itself with concepts and ideas, ideals, and imaginaries, fundamental understandings and epistemologies that can tell the difference, with foundational beliefs and persuasive arguments, if it is to go about its task effectively. And it is the obligation of those of us who work primarily in realms of discourse and representation to clarify the lessons that historical geography teaches. We cannot rely on poetries drawn from distant places and times even as we learn to appreciate the power and meaning of those poetries in fomenting this or that trajectory of socio-ecological change. We need a poetics fitting for our own times and places, and we need to learn how to put this poetics to work in tangible situations so as to shape through collective action the socio-ecological processes of historical and geographical transformation to socialist ends. This means coming to grips with the production of space-time, place, and environments, with the conditions of uneven geographical development that spawn such extraordinarily divergent and widespread oppositional movements to capitalism and multiple possibilities for transformative action. And chief among these conditions is the extraordinary socio-ecological reordering defined by contemporary processes of urbanization. For probing the frontiers of possible urban worlds. So what sort of stance would a historical geographical materialism suggest for exploring and probing the possibilities of new urban processes and city forms? 435. If the famed utopias of spatial form, those magnificent shining cities on a hill, are judged as not merely wanting but as dangerous, as recipes for authoritarian oppressions in the name of law, stability, and order, then how can we even dare to think of future possible urban worlds? But not to think of them is to evade one of the most important socio-ecological dilemmas that human society now faces. We have already paid a price for such evasions. For urbanization has happened and nobody much has either cared or noticed in relation to the other issues of the day judged more important. It would be an egregious error, even for capitalist interests and most certainly for any socialist project, to enter in upon the 21st century making the same mistake. It is, furthermore, vital to understand that what half worked for the 1890s in Britain or even for the 1950s in the United States and Europe, will not be adequate for the qualitatively different issues to be fought over the nature of a rapidly urbanizing civilization in the 21st century. Coming to terms with what urban living might be about requires a proactive absorption of new ways of thinking into radical politics. The fundamental lesson that a dialectically grounded approach to historical geographical materialism teaches is that interventions that fetishize processes are empty and that interventions that fetishize things are oppressively full. A politics derived from a dialectical understanding of process-thing relations looks fundamentally different from its alternatives. The language of historical geographical materialism has much to teach concerning the transformative possibilities embedded in processes of production of space, time, place, and nature. And that teaching carries over directly into approaches to urbanization. So I close with what I consider to be the 10 key problems to be worked upon and a parallel set of myths to be exploded as we consider the future of civilization in a rapidly urbanizing world. The first myth is that cities are anti-ecological. Opposing this is the view that high-density urbanized living and inspired forms of urban design are the only paths to a more ecologically sensitive form of civilization in the 21st century. We must recognize that the distinction between environment as commonly understood and the built, social, and political economic environment is artificial and that the urban and everything that goes into it is as much a part of the solution as it is a contributing factor to ecological difficulties. The tangible recognition that the mass of humanity will be located in living environments designated as urban says that environmental politics must pay as much if not more attention to the qualities of those environments as it now typically does to a fictitiously separated and imagined natural environment. By the same token, urban politics has fundamentally to be about modes of transformation of nature related dialectically to modes of self-realization of a particular form of human nature. The second myth is that often chaotic and frequently problematic forms of socio-ecological change can be corrected and controlled by finding the right. 436. Spatial form. Opposed to this is the understanding that all spatializations of utopias, from Thomas More through Le Corbusier to the utopic degeneration manifest in Disneyland, cannot erase history and process. Emancipatory politics calls for a living utopianism of process as opposed to the dead utopianism of spatialized urban form. The third myth is that a utopianism of pure process, untrammeled by the materiality of things and permanences, of spatial forms and material constructs, can liberate the human spirit into a dematerialized world of virtual reality where self-realization is understood abstractly and ideally as a purely mental act. Opposed to this is an understanding that the dialectics of the imaginary and the material, of spatial forms and temporal processes, constitute the fundamental and inescapable metabolic state of all human being. Becoming without being is empty idealism while being without becoming is death. The dynamic of urbanization and the construct of the city exist in a fundamental creative tension that provides the nexus to explore different modes of species being. The production of different spatio-temporal orderings and structures are active moments within the social process. What we understand by the dialectical relation between urbanization and the city constitutes a critical point of socio-ecological transformation and, consequently, a fundamental point of anti-capitalist and pro-socialist struggle. The fourth myth is that coming up with the resources and the requisite means to confront urban problems depends on the prior solution of technological, economic development, and population growth problems. Opposed to this is the idea that cities have always been fundamentally about innovation, wealth creation, and wealth consumption, and that getting things right in cities is the only real path towards technological and economic improvement for the mass of the population. Modern technologies produced by the military-industrial complex of capitalism have again and again opened up new and broadly capitalist-oriented possibilities for urbanization. These possibilities and their potential appropriation by progressive forces must be distinguished from the predominant forces that realize their own agendas by means of those technologies. Fundamental redefinitions of wealth, well-being, and values must be sought in ways that are more conducive to the development of the human potentialities of all segments of the population. Creative forms of socio-ecological change for the many must be explored as opposed to mere capital accumulation for the select few. The sixth myth is that social problems are curable only to the degree that the decentralized forces of the market are given freer play to produce space, place, and nature in an urbanizing world. Opposed to this is the idea that wealth creation depends on a mix of social collaboration and 437. Cooperation, on adaptations, and on the shaping of environments, rather than solely on some individualized Darwinian struggle for existence. The pursuit of social justice, as explored in chapters 12 and 13, is therefore vital to achieving both improved economic performance and socio-ecological conditions more conducive to feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, ministering to the sick, and relating openly with others. The seventh myth is that forces of globalization are so strong as to preclude any relative autonomy for local or particular initiatives to shift the process of urbanization onto a different trajectory. Only a global revolution, so the myth has it, can change anything. Opposed to this is the idea that the space-place dialectic is ever a complicated affair, that globalization is really a process of uneven geographical and historical development that creates a variegated terrain of anti-capitalist struggles that need to be synthesized in such a way as to respect the qualities of different militant particularisms while evolving strong spatial bonds and a global socialist politics of internationalism. The eighth myth is that community solidarity can provide the stability and power needed to control, manage, and alleviate urban problems, and that community can substitute for public politics. Opposed to this is the recognition that community, insofar as it exists, is an unstable configuration relative to the conflictual processes that generate, sustain, and eventually undermine it, and that insofar as it does acquire permanence it is frequently an exclusionary and oppressive social form that can be as much at the root of urban conflict and urban degeneration as it can be a panacea for political economic difficulties. The ninth myth is that strong order, authority, and centralized control, be it moral, political, communitarian, religious, physical, or militaristic, must be reasserted over our disintegrating and strife-prone cities without, however, interfering in the fundamental liberty of the market. Opposed to this is the understanding that the contemporary form of market Stalinism is self-contradictory, and the recognition that urbanization has always been about creative forms of opposition, tension, and conflict. The tensions born of heterogeneity cannot and should not be repressed. They must be liberated in socially exciting ways, even if this means more rather than less conflict, including contestation over socially necessary socialization of market processes for collective ends. Diversity and difference, heterogeneity of values, lifestyle oppositions, and chaotic migrations, are not to be feared as sources of disorder. Cities that cannot accommodate to diversity, to migratory movements, to new lifestyles, and to economic, political, religious, and value heterogeneity, will die either through ossification and 438. Stagnation, or because they will fall apart in violent conflict. Defining a politics that can bridge the multiple heterogeneities, including most emphatically those of geography, without repressing difference is one of the biggest challenges of 21st century urbanization. The 10th myth is that any radical transformation in social relations in urbanizing areas must await some sort of political revolution that will then put our cities in sufficiently good order to allow new and preferred social relations to flourish. Opposed to this is the idea that the transformation of socio-ecological relations in urban settings has to be a continuous process of socio-environmental change. From a socialist perspective, this means a long urban-based revolution that should have the exploration and construction of alternative social processes and spatial forms as its long-term goal, albeit through short-term and often place-based movements and actions. It will take imagination and political guts, a surge of revolutionary fervor and revolutionary change to construct a requisite poetics of understanding for our urbanizing world, a charter for civilization, a trajectory for our species being, out of the raw materials of this present. We have much to learn from our predecessors, particularly those who worked in the latter part of the last century, for their political and intellectual courage cannot be doubted. They mobilized their imaginations and created their own poetries to confront a task in a certain way that had material consequences, both good and bad, under conditions that are now either superseded or threatened with dissolution. If the current rhetoric about handing on a decent living environment to future generations is to have even one iota of meaning, we owe it to subsequent generations to invest now in a collective and very public search for some way to understand the possibilities of achieving a just and ecologically sensitive urbanization process under contemporary conditions. That discussion cannot trust in dead dreams resurrected from the past. It has to construct its own language, its own poetry with which to discuss possible futures in a rapidly urbanizing world of uneven geographical development. Only in that way can the possibilities for a civilizing mode of urbanization be thought and imagined. How to translate from this purely discursive moment in the social process to the realms of power, material practices, institutions, beliefs, and social relations, is, however, where practical politics begins and discursive reflection ends. Thoughts for an epilogue. It takes a lot of things to change the world: anger and tenacity, science and indignation, the quick initiative, the long reflection, the cold patience and the infinite perseverance, the understanding of the particular case and the understanding of the ensemble. Only the lessons of reality can teach us to transform reality. Bertolt Brecht: Finverstandnis.